Sure. I was pretty funny. Like, I didn't say anything. He's like, that was awesome. Yeah. No, in Idaho, man, it's cool. Today too. Today? Right. Going through some shit with work. And now we should have sound.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I think we're going to be getting started here in a minute or two. Looks like a match just hitting the last few practice balls. This ought to be a good one. It's a rematch from last week. Rob took down a best of 3 sets. They've looks like they've jacked the bet up a little bit. Stick around. We'll be underway here in a few.
Come on now. Let's go. Wake up. Oh Lord. Awkward. You ready to hit some balls? Stream while it was light. See how bad his roasting is. He came on a minute ago. He's still on, isn't he? No, he is, but I can hear his voice real loud. Wah, wah, wah. Just testing the rails out, guys. Focus free. Perfect. Got some trouble today, boys. Same guy. I'm here for you guys. Comment early.
That early celebration will get you every time.
Started out so well, now I think we shot. That early celebration will get you every time. I think we should double the bet. I'm feeling it. Oh!
That's why I think a 4 1/4 inch pocket on a diamond is about the perfect table for competition. They don't let you get away with too much BS, but they'll accept the ball down the rail.
We couldn't agree with you more here at the 11, Mike Klaus. How do you pronounce your last name anyway?
Oh, geez, that's a topic. I pronounce it like it's a Latin. It's a Portuguese origin, so I just pronounce it Laos. Like kind of not really louse like the insect, but just pronounce the vowels like a Latin sound. This is going to be a new one for me, interacting with the players during the match. Hope they're not easily distracted.
We're gonna mute you here in a second. We're just warming up. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
The viewers can't actually hear us as good as you can. The microphone is deceiving.
Good to know. You guys are coming through pretty loud and clear.
Commentator studio, but it doesn't come through on YouTube very well. All you really hear is the balls clicking and clacking.
That's good. Actually, I had one guy at another stream that I do a lot of commentary on that would listen to me through his earbuds while he was playing. Strange. I can't imagine how you can make a ball that way.
Picks it up in the commentator studio, but it doesn't come through running through at all. One guy at another stream that I do a lot of commentary on that was listening to me through his earbuds while he was playing. I can't imagine how you can make a ball that way. Yeah, no, there's a guy, Kevin Tarma, he likes to listen to the commentary while he's playing too, and I'm like, dude, I want that on mute, not listen to it where I can hear it. They're on, I guess. That ain't gonna cut. Yeah, I've been wearing that at the poker games. Down the gutter, man. Professional athlete out there. That'll cut it. One more. Make sure that wasn't a fluke. Alright, we're ready. Let's go.
All right. This ought to be a fun one. If you get a chance, please share this. It's great having about 20 of you already watching by the time we get started. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. Not your normal time of day for pool action, but I'll take it anytime I can get it. Get your side bets in now. Rob narrowly took down the last matchup, best of 3 sets. They split sets for the first 2, and then Rob got the final. He's playing a guy with a noticeably higher Fargo rating, but Rob's he's tough. He's tougher than woodpecker lips, and he's a grinder. Hey Navarro, good to see you again. That's what I noticed about Rob's game. He just doesn't really take any shots off. He bears down like every shot. I think Matt probably didn't bring his best game last time. Hopefully, we'll see it today. We'll have a barn burner. They definitely increased the size of the bet. I think they were playing for about 100 each last time. This looks to be 400 each, 400 points, credits, if you will. Really, yeah, he was intending to send that around the 6 ball to the other end of the table and get behind cover. He hit it a little too flat, didn't cut it enough. Matt will probably be trying to cross over and bump maybe the 4 ball with his cue ball or dig behind the 8, something like that. A little bit unlucky just to leave the edge of the ball here. Not really much offensively to do except for maybe try to play the 7 with the cue ball, but I doubt he'll do that. I agree with you, Jackie. Rob definitely plays above 600 speed. Seen flashes of, you know, maybe 610, 620 at times. But Fargo is really just an average of how you perform. It's not your best game. So everybody has probably 50 to 70 points in the tank above their Fargo at times, but it is your average. Yeah. I know Rob's got a gear in there that I wouldn't want to offer any weight to. And my Fargo's higher than both of these gentlemen by a little bit. If you're out there in the chat and watching this and you haven't subscribed to the 11 Ball TV, you should do so. There's a lot of action here, and this Rob Rob doesn't get into action. He pretty much stays in action. So as you can tell by today, you might stumble across him playing a match at any time of any day. Also, we'd like to get other people playing on the stream as well. I think I haven't verified that, but I'm assuming that he would probably open the place up to 2 other players that wanted to play on the stream here. Those shots are a little bit tricky when you're cutting the ball and your cue ball's close to the object ball. It's a little bit hard to gauge. That 4 ball's making this a little bit funny to get proper on the 2. Matt would like to just cut this in and get as straight as possible on the 2 ball, but the 4 ball cuts that angle off a little bit. So And if you get a lot of angle, you're going to be running down table towards the 9 ball or something. He's overhit that a touch. Probably going to have to play some sort of safety from here. He called the 7. Thank you, Rob. That's not the safety you're looking for. The shot here is also tricky for position. The pot's easy enough, but you got to thread a couple needles. You have to hit something like a half a tip above center with a lot of left. Try to miss the 8 ball. Okay. Well, he got second prize. It's kind of interesting to have the players giving their thoughts in real time on the match. I don't get to experience that a lot. That's a nice hit. I think Rob has enough rail available to clip the left side of this 2 ball and try to maybe go between the 8-9. Yeah, that's a good shot. I don't think he left an edge of this ball. This will probably be a kick shot. If he has the edge, this would be a massive upgrade from the kick, because the kick you have to hit with a lot of pace. Because if you send it into one of these balls like the 9 or the 8, you have to hit it quite hard to get a rail after contact. A lot of stuff has a long way to go to catch a rail and make a good hit. So looks like maybe he's trying to clip the edge of it. Hard to tell. Okay, just got there. But a nice shot.
Get in the gutter. Gutters. You guys checked out our new sponsors? Gutter boys? Gutter needs?
I agree with Rob that it would be fun to do that, but for any decent amount of money, it would also be quite distracting. I would feel bad speaking into the microphone while they're down on the ball, and that sort of thing. That really is distracting. Excellent hit. Even better result. Rob has his train, a shark dog, there to give him the edge. Okay. If this 2 doesn't pass, oh, okay, looks like it passes. This makes things a little bit easier, but not super easy. Even with ball in hand, a lot to do here to get position. Okay, that's really good. You might want to elevate a little bit, just try to stop this ball. If he goes forward and plays the 4 into the upper right, position on the 5 is difficult. Okay, he's going forward. Oh, he's just trying to hold it. Okay. That's good. He can kind of hit this with a flat ball, maybe come off the long rail just before the side pocket. Oh, he's trying to go 2 rails. I would consider just kinda checking this a little bit and staying on the right side of the table if I was him instead of trying to cross through here. Almost looks like he's queuing that way, but he was lining it up like he wanted to come 2 rails across it. Yeah, shot's a little bit tough when you're stretched out. He's gonna get yeah, he got a little bit of a roll there. Sometimes on video, there's a little bit of a like a fuzzy effect around the balls that makes them look a little bit bigger than they really are. It's possible that he has a small edge of this ball. Now I have to swerve it just a touch. Let me see if I can. Okay, nice hit. Probably bought himself another trip to the table. I think I like what he's looking at first. He might have to clip it a little bit thin, and if you were able to put a lot of spin on it and run your cue ball into the 5, that would be great. That's nice cue ball control. Had to dig down just a little bit to get his cue ball past the side pocket with some control. It's not the most comfortable shot in the world, but he looks like he's pretty comfortable with it. Uh-oh. Cue ball's heading into danger territory. Nope. And he got a little funny here. He got straight. I would have wanted to be probably about here someplace with my cue ball. He put himself over. He put himself in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna have to elevate and maybe draw back. It looks like he has a slight angle where if he draws back, he can stay above the 6 ball. Yeah, but it's not the easiest shot in the world. Luckily, he has a pretty big pocket with the 7 there. That's good. Nice shot. Sorry. Go back to this other. I'm not sure if he got all the way there. Yeah, looks good. If it's me, I'm probably more tempted just to overcut this a little bit and get my cue ball back where it is than to. Yeah, you could try to make it, but it's easy to leave the 8 ball kind of in front of the hole if you miss. Hey, James. Okay. This shot is a little not that easy when you're this close to it, cutting across it. These I feel like I always have to play for at least the thin side of the pocket because this ball kind of induces this type of shot induces some friction on the ball, or maybe I just undercut it all the time. But I have a tendency to undercut these a lot. Actually, a safety here lays real nice. He hit it great. This will be a pretty nice out by Rob if he, assuming he makes this 10 ball. Very nice. I hadn't noticed it before, but it looks like Rob might play slightly right eye dominant, where the cue is skewed to the right from the center of his chin, maybe. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Just interesting, observation, I guess. I was just always fascinated by different players, how they play. Like players like Earl Strickland and Niels Fahan play extremely right eye dominant, right handed. So the cue is like under the middle of their right eye, if not to the outside of their right eye. John Mora used to play right-handed, but he was left eye dominant, so his chin would be on the far side of the cue as he was, so he'd have to hold the cue under his left eye, but that's awkward for a right-hander. So he switched to left-hander after some neck injury, which is a whole amazing story in itself that he could switch and be that proficient. But anyway, I just kind of watch for these sorts of things. He may try to dig this cue ball and tuck it behind the. No, he's trying to cut it in. That's fine. He's got a big pocket there. Good shot, man. He ended up real nice too. I think. Unless he has the angle where he's running into the 8. No, looks like he's all right. Looks like he could miss the 8. Might end up slightly close to the 4, but that's all right. Oh. Okay, so he didn't have the angle I thought he did, so he had to try to manipulate his cue ball quite a bit to get position, and it's gone awry. If this is me, I'm just kicking this soft enough to get a rail. I'm not trying to hit this hard. See, because the 4 wouldn't have passed the 7. It was a fairly safe shot. Now Matt has a good shot with really natural position, I think. I mean, he just wants his cue ball to be, middle of the table or so. It's got some distance and hasn't spent a lot of time at the table yet. I mean, he did practice quite a bit before the match started, so that's a great shot. He doesn't want to stop this cue ball dead because he will be too straight on the 7 ball for comfort. He would like to either pull it backwards a good foot or so or let it leak forward to where the 6 ball is now or even to the rail. But being this straight, you got to be careful. Okay. He decided to get dead straight into the other side of it. Trying to determine what kind of a angle he has, if any. So he has a tiny bit. You might have to try to draw this with some left English to get it back out towards the middle of the table. This couldn't go wrong. All right, he didn't use the left, but so he's going to accept a bunch of distance. Gotta do something to avoid hitting this 10 ball here. I like drawing past it just like this. That's a beauty of a shot right there. Matt has kind of already shown more than he brought in their last session. He, if I'm being honest, didn't play real well. I'm sure he would agree with that. I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way. You know, it's tough to come and play on a stream. It changes things. He does already look more comfortable than he looked during the entire last session, though. This one here, you know, you got to, you know, keep still, pay a little bit of attention to this. Great out. Well, I don't want to bet against my employer, but if Matt plays up to the full potential his Fargo suggests is in there, and there's no handicap, I guess I have to take him just based on pure math. I agree, Rob. He did look solid on that run out right there. That means he can't take any shots off. Rob, in my observation, has always played real smart. His tactical game is really good. His kicking is really good. He plays a good safety game. He's a complete player, you know, and his concentration is beyond his Fargo. His heart, his confidence, all that is it all factors in. That confidence is the once you know how to make shots, confidence and self belief are probably the biggest tools in the toolbox. I like this too. I like pushing straight down almost towards the center diamond on this bottom rail to where I'm kicking two rails at the back of the one ball. I don't like leaving an open look here. I kick to play a rail first of some sort. This is just not only invited him to make a shot, the shot's also kind of free. Like if you're playing one pocket, you talk about a free shot. This he has a wall of balls. If he plays this bank shot, he's got just a solid wall of balls, almost assuring him that he's not going to sell out if he misses. That push out, you know, wasn't it wasn't my favorite. No surprise whatsoever that Matt is hooked here, and Rob had a free chance to try to run out. It's going two rails here. This is what I like, and I've seen Matt play before. Okay, he just added a hair too much spin to that, but I've seen him showing his math on that system, and he uses a similar system to what I use, which is kind of that's a long explanation I won't get into right now, but I'm much more comfortable kicking a ball at two rails than I am one. Two or three is more comfortable than one for me. That's pretty good. If he has the angle, I like to go forward all the way to the rail, like just past the nine ball and get as straight into the side pocket as I can. Otherwise, you're gonna have to send your cue ball around a few rails from the three to the four. Okay. You may have had more angle than I was seeing. That was a tricky shot, and it came with shape that was almost guaranteed to be a little bit tough. This, like, if your cue ball is naturally going to be running to the 9 ball, this position from the 4 to the 5 would have been a little goofy. You need to just use the 6 ball here to slow his cue ball down, and then just take a shot from hopefully pretty close to where the 6 is now. Oh, that's bad luck. It's a nice shot. He's going to go get the jump cue. May have got away with this. Nope, I don't think so. Try this real quick. Oops, that's close. I'm so nervous for them. I'm dogging the mouse clicks. This is a nice angle here to run 2 rails forward. Should be pretty flat on the 6 and the side. That was a little light. Okay. Now he's going to have to work his cue ball. He probably has an angle where he can go with a high ball and run his cue ball past the 8 ball up, up to here and then out back out here someplace. I think. Oh, I was looking at the 10 like it was the 8. Never mind. So you just have to go around 2 rails, try to get back almost where the 6 is now. If he wants to get aggressive, he can try to rifle this bank. He's calling the bank shot. He's going to want to draw his ball back. There's some maybe 2-way safety potential on the shot, but I wouldn't bet on it. Oh, you can't get any closer than that. And look at this, dished up an easy one. Maybe it's not so easy. Maybe his cue ball is running right towards the 10. Oh no, that was easy. Be playing the 9 and the 10 in the same pocket, I believe. When your cue ball gets as close to the rail, you really got to be steady on these shots. I mean, these are missable, believe it or not. It's good out. Off a kind of an unlucky near miss bank shot on the 6 by Matt. Had a few more people filter in. If you get a second, take a sec to subscribe to this channel. They're in action nearly daily. Rob's really trying to build up a great stream here, and he stays in action. He bets his own money, and he he bets quite a bit of it at times. This is a small one by his standards, but it's not nothing for a lot of people. And he doesn't really turn anybody away if the game is right. You know, he played Victor Kukuz the other night. Victor's a 725 Fargo. Rob's a 556. So the game was 24-12. Rob got 12 on the wire, and the finish was about as exciting as you've ever seen. It's hill. Rob's tough. I mean, he doesn't wilt when he gets shot at. So that's a very respectable quality. Man, he must be going after this combination. He's on the wrong side of it, I think. I think if he makes this, the two's going to want to stick to the long rail, and this cue ball is going towards a short rail, if I'm seeing it correctly. Unless it just goes past and I'm missing something. Guess it does. He'll want to get past straight in on this 4-ball. Okay, he can cheat the pocket there enough to get easy on the 6. A little bit of an in-between angle where if you go forward 2 rails, you could end up a little steep on the 8-ball unless you really put a nice stroke on it with not a lot of spin. That's what he was trying to do, and that probably caused the miss. Matt shouldn't be eyeing up like a lot of high English on that ball. You want to kind of center ball that. That turned out good. He didn't hit it hard enough to lock up against the end rail with the top spin. So I think he has options on the 9. The 9 passes the 10 pretty easy, so he can do whatever's comfortable here. That's okay. Could have used another 6 inches of roll out of that, but this is fine. Looked like it was going to come up a couple inches shorter than that, and that would have been a bit of a problem. This is about as much angle as you want on this shot. All right. It's a good job. Taking advantage of a little bit of a surprising miss on the 6-ball. Rob's doing his own commentary in the chat. If you take a look, feel free to respond to him. Tell him how bad he's playing. I love the participation in the chat. James, I'm reading back up. I'm not familiar with what match happened in Ogden. Rob's always he's working on his next match, even in the middle of this one. He's always laying the groundwork for action. That's going to be a real nice one there. Oh, was that the one pocket match, Jackie? PJ and Rob? That was one pocket, I think, right? Navarro, if you're talking about, wow, look at this shot. It's a great kick. But if you're talking about Francisco Littlejohn that Rob played on the stream last week or so, yeah, from my observation, Victor would probably be the favorite in that one. And as Fargo says as much, as Fargo's still 50 points higher. So kind of the way Fargo works, if I understand it correctly, is a 50 point difference between a 675 and a 725 is way more significant than a 50 point difference between a 450 and a 500. Yeah, so it basically means the guy's 50% better. So 50% of a. You talking about Francisco? He didn't look to be 730 when he was playing on the stream when I was watching. He did come with a nice gear at the end to come back. That was a super exciting match, by the way. That was awesome. I mean, I felt bad for Rob for losing after having a big lead, but man, that Francisco guy came back strong and got it done. It was a great match. Another reason you should subscribe. Yeah, I think Victor would be a favorite against the guy I saw. Of course, I only have one match worth of observation on Francisco, but Victor looks to be uh, the kind of more higher level technician, I guess. If you watch him over the ball, his stroke, his stance, and all that is, he just looks a little stronger, a little smoother. Okay. Okay, so he's gonna go for some fouls here. This is good. I don't blame him since the was it the 4 and 7 are tied up. That's good. Rob's probably just gonna go one rail across the other side of the table. It was interesting to get an offensive now. Like if even if he has the angle here to break up the 4-7, which I don't believe he does, he will not have a shot at the 3 after. Oh, I'd be looking for another save here somewhere. There's several options. I'm not going to try to predict which one he's going to take, but that was a little bit too light. Rob flexing for the camera. I would too if I was a gym rat like that. Stand by a second. I think he's going to go get his bottle of baby oil in the Speedo. He's calling the 3 ball. So he's probably he's probably not really trying to make it, but the 3 ball is probably going to hit the long rail and come off. He's going to clip the 5. He's just calling it in case. Maybe he's calling it in case. Maybe he's trying it. I don't know. So this would be a ticky shot, I think. Yeah, look at. Okay. That worked out well. If you wanted to be real aggressive here, you could try to make this 3 ball rail first and send your cue ball into the 7. Almost looks like maybe he's thinking about that. Okay, he was just trying to get out in the middle so he could cut the 5 in. He overran it by about 4 feet, but he did alright just making that ball. That was, you know, kind of a long way away. I think I would cut this into the 7, maybe a touch of right, maybe try to go between the 8 and 10, something like that. Hit this really thin, try to get my cue ball down on this rail down here. That's just one of the several options. That'll work. Yeah, please, feel free to hit that like button. Rob's just trying to build a channel, hoping to get some engagement, and he's putting out a lot of content. He's working for it. He's risking his own money. Gotta be careful for a scratch here. Okay, hit it really good. Opportunity for Rob to get out here. Not much to do with the cue ball. He's just got to make this shot. He should have a pretty easy layout. 8 to the 9 might be tricky depending on if the 9 goes in the side or not. Looks a little bit like the 9's a little bit of a small pocket from there. A side pocket for the 9, I mean. Can't hit it any better. Where else are you going to get free lap dances and pool at the same time? I mean, come on. That's worth a like. So basically an ideal angle. You should draw over and just play short side position for the 9 in the upper left corner. Again, unless it goes on the side easier than it looks like it does. Long Beach, what's your Fargo? I could blow the cobwebs off my pool cues and see what happens. Ooh, I might even know you, Long Beach. I feel attacked by that freak out comment, maybe. Maybe a few years ago. Or who you don't freak out. Okay. I don't get freaked out by much. I just have my own terrible play. So champion APA 7. Your name is Bruce? I don't know any Bruce that play pool. So I'd probably try you some. I don't know about shooters. I mean, their tables last I was in there are beat to hell, but I'm right down the street from there. Actually, I used to play league out of there about 30 years ago, almost exactly. No, maybe 33 years ago. Yes, I'm old. My go-to joke when somebody misses ball in hand is that they had a bad angle. Well, good hit. Well, what game are you thinking? If we were talking 9 or 10 ball, I'd be happy to meet you down there for a friendly wager. Good shot. You cut your teeth on hard times table one. Okay, so I need the 7, 8, 9 then playing 9 ball. I don't think I could shoot the cue ball straight into a pocket on table one at hard times. We have to know each other. If you've been at hard times quite a bit on table one, I'm sure I know you. Bruce. Oh, Bruce. Are you okay? Yeah, we're not playing. I think I know who you are. Did you just recently change jobs from some sort of safety inspector to something else? Little doggy snapping into a Slim Jim. Do it for the dog, folks. Let's go. Oh, you're Brian. Do you know me? You'll probably hear my dog barking in the background. I think she might have seen Rob's dog get a treat. She's getting jealous. Yeah, if 1 degree. I'm sure I must have run into you before. Used to play the first Sunday tournaments and all that. Joey Bada Bing. Yeah, I agree. Rob has been crushing it. He's tough. He he's a grinder. Thanks, Long Beach. Oh, you said watch, not to listen to. My bad. Oh, you're talking tournament directors. Oh yeah, okay. And then Marie after a while, or did she? She didn't. Maybe she didn't do the Sunday tournament. Just saw Louis Ulrich a few weeks back, or maybe a month or so ago. Yes, Long Beach. I know Melinda. Not extremely well. We don't call each other or anything, but I definitely know who she is. Oh man, he's got to go all the way up and back. I would be looking at trying to smooth draw this to the long rail here. Yeah, he's overrun that by a lot. It's kind of getting into no man's land here. These types of shot here, I generally try to just cut into the side and lay my cue ball on the long rail. Just that's because I play players that can't really punish me for that very often. So that usually works. Just leaving them long and straight into a corner if I was to miss this. Looks like he's probably banking it. This shot here is no hanger. Great shot. Yeah, Long Beach. That's right. Touch follow state. That problem is like hitting the contact point from 9 miles away. I have a lot of wobble in my stroke. Well, 15 under Scotch doubles would be pretty fun. Scotch doubles 10 ball. Man, that sounds fun. I'd take Rob as a partner. We can go and do some damage. We'd be well below the cap, too. He says, really? Well, I think he's got him behind cover, but this jump shot doesn't look too difficult. At least not to make a good hit. Good try. You kind of have to if you have a Fargo capped tournament. I would assume that comes with the territory. No, that makes sense. Excellent shot. Good chance for Matt to get started on his comeback tour right now. This one he's gonna have to find some sort of gap to get shape here. I don't know. Trying to find a spot without drawing above the 6 ball. You don't really want to do that. So he's gonna have to go across, stay below these side pockets, and find some sort of gap to make the 3, probably between the 6 and 4, I guess. Try to land almost in the middle of the table. He's gonna be behind the 6, I think.
Get the bridge out and jump it, they say. I can hear them now.
He may have a way to
Keep it on the table, though.
kick up here
That's the question.
and then come across the face of the 3 ball, banking the 3 across, and hopefully maybe hitting the gap through here with his cue ball. Oh, he's jumping. Oh, see, I don't like this shot at all. Probably because I don't know how to do it, first of all, but jumping a ball where you're going to carry that far and hit a ball that's that close to the rail is a recipe for something landing on the floor. This isn't easy. He's okay. Well, good for Rob. He's willing to play a terrible shot to entertain you folks. That's good. Hats off to him. I would bet that the ball is like a 70-30 favorite to come off the table here if he makes a good hit. If he carries the 6 ball and makes contact with the 3, something's likely to come off the table. If it doesn't, he's made a hell of a shot. Probably have to catch it like in the second bounce and land on top of the backside of the 3 ball for this not to leave the table. That bridge is pretty badass though. I like it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I stand corrected. Landed right on top of that thing. I've never seen such a good shot in my life. That was one hell of a shot. The obligatory same guy every time someone makes a great shot and then follows it with a poor one. You have to say that. It's like when you see somebody washing their car and you got to say, "You gonna do mine next?" That's funny though. There's this thing that the unwritten rules of life. That's true. If I was able to like again, I would do that. If you just tuned in, yeah, hit the like button. Even subscribe to the channel. This is a good channel. Rob's. It's fairly new. Rob's trying to build a great streaming channel. He's in action almost daily. He played when he played Victor Kakuza on Monday. They had when I tuned in, they had about 395 people watching the stream. That's incredible. That's a huge for just a private streamer. That's a big number. I've been doing commentary on a Facebook page that I helped start with another buddy of mine, and I don't know if we've seen 100 at any one time. Rob, when you get a chance, hit us with the brand of that or the model name of that bridge you just used for that jump shot. You just sold about 90 of those units for the. They should pay you for that. See how much space there is between the five ball and the cushion here, if any. There is none. So it's not, doesn't look like it's inside the jaw. So the shot has to be made, I think. Just a touch too thin. Okay, if Matt could be mindful of his cue ball here, just stay in line. He's got a very well connected, 6 balls here to run out. He doesn't want to have too much angle on this 7. He'd like to probably be about 4 or 5 inches out in front of that side pocket would be pretty good, if that. 1. That'll work. Probably not going to be able to get himself too far off the rail from here, but that's okay. As long as he's fairly straight on the 8. Got some angle here. May have to run past and play the 9 in the side or try to kill his ball somehow. Hard to tell how much angle he's got. It's got quite a bit. You may have to, yeah, this is a little weird. Got a makeable shot on the 9. It's not out of the woods though. You may have to roll this in and play short side on the 10 for the corner, maybe. Okay. Would like to have that cue ball roll another 6 inches, but just gotta bear down here. Just stay still and be smooth. You don't want to hit this with too much power. Great shot. Nice out there by Matt. He needed that. 4-3 is a massive upgrade over 5-2 in a race to 8. Rob, talk to me about sponsorship later offline because I had an idea for you. If you're listening, Rob, can you tell me what kind of table light you're using? Okay, that's a dry break. Left a nice starter for Rob. Everything has a pocket. This first shot's a little funny. I don't know if he needs to put a little inside and try to come down to the right side of the 6. Looks like that's what he's trying to do. This is weird when you're slow rolling these balls. It's missable. Okay. That's pretty good. I think he's got the left half of the cue ball to put his tip on, which is what he wants. He needs to make sure he doesn't get behind the 10. Oof. Looks like he just got there, and he's got the right angle here. Now you got to be mindful of the side pocket. See, I mean, he has a good cue ball. He plays good position here. Makes the game easier on himself. I think he just needs to stone over a couple inches and try to get straight on the lower left corner. Thank you, Navarro. I'm in contact with him offline, so I'll hit him up about it if he doesn't get the message soon. Oh no, I didn't hear nothing. Yeah, put a little unwanted side spin on that, I think, and paid for it with an overcut. I think that Matt just wants like maybe a quarter ball hit and try to float down about where the cue ball is now if he can. Wouldn't try to do too much with it. You could try to get straight to the side pocket, but when you're crossing over, perpendicular to the line of your next shot, this is danger. Okay. That's good news, Rob. I want to talk to you about that. I'm almost sure I have a sponsorship deal for you. That's a badass light, by the way. If anybody is in the market for a table light, those perimeter lights are cool. And I know of an accessory that makes them even cooler. So far, so good for Matt here with keeping his cue ball in line. This 10 ball, he just wants to put some heavy right English on this to avoid hitting the 10 ball. He wants to come kind of deep into this lower left corner. May need to dig down to get a maybe center ball a little below center on the cue ball and stop just short of where he is now off of this 2-rail shot would be pretty good. Or maybe he's going to check it up and put a little inside on it. You don't want to be okay. Oh, he overran this by a lot. Unless he was trying to go for side. That's pretty good, actually. I guess he was trying that. Oh, no. The cue ball needs to stop. Okay, well, I mean, this is doable, but it can also go wrong. So need some pretty good speed here. He's going to be coming 3 rails. He's going to be crossing over the line of his next shot. So his speed's going to need to be pretty primo here. He's going to have not a huge area to stop in where he has a cushy shot on the 10 ball. That's hit way hard. He fell with a decent angle. He's still got to be pretty accurate here. Hit it great. Good shot. Little delayed. I'm a noob at the buttons here. Let's see if there is an oh no button. Oh, he's going to get a little bit of a. Okay, I thought he got a bad roll. Well, position here is no picnic. Looks like he's staying inside the 6 or trying to go around it, but he needs a nice stroke here. Yeah, that's the danger. Try to do a lot with the cue ball. And he says he played the 2-way shot. Let's see if Matt has an edge here. He does not. Nice hit. Got a rail. Left a shot, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah. That might be the first time I've seen Rob take a shot off, I think. He didn't invest a lot of time into that one. He didn't, do the normal multiple practice strokes routine and all that. So that was a little bit quick. That was a tough situation for Matt, and he made a good jump shot, but obviously followed it in. That's not always a lot you can do about that when you're jumping. I think with where the 3 ball is, you could obviously make a case for playing this 2-10 combo if early 10s are allowed. I don't know if they are or not. Honestly, I haven't asked about that detail. Looks like he's looking for the safety here, maybe. Is he drawing behind the 10? No. It's not bad. He'll be kicking. Not that there's much danger of it here, but I know for sure that if I'm kicking at this ball, I find a pathway that's not gonna inadvertently knock the 3 out of the position where it is if I were to miss the kick shot or even make a good hit. And now he's placed the 6 ball where it's even better. Sorry, let me go back to their camera angle. Oh, Rob, you're too kind. I appreciate it. I never even think of that. Rob may have an angle here where if he wants to really put a nice stroke on this one, he might be able to free up the 3 ball unless it just goes. I mean, I see a little bit more space here than I did before. This 3 might be makeable. That's what he was trying to do. Oh, he may have paid for it dearly. Go back to the overhead. No, it's close, but can't quite get there. This is a spot where I might just pick up the cue ball and hand it to him. I don't even know if I want to make a good hit here. I might try to tie something else up. That's about the last thing I would want to have done. I like pulling the cue ball away from the rail just a touch. I mean, he's got a slight angle here, but this is kind of where you try to force more angle than you need and either hit the point or just kind of overcut this. He did a good job. Looks like he's got the kind of angle where you can just kind of twist this in with some right. You don't need to do a bunch with the cue ball. You want to be a little bit below the 6 ball. So you just really need to come off the rail and be about parallel with the 6. Not much further up than where the 4 is now, but just a little bit. That's about ideal right there. This is pretty much ball in hand position. Got a couple options. I like just floating and going a little further than the center of the table. He can hit the second rail here. There's a danger of ending up straight and or on the rail, which would be a problem. Yeah, he's not on the rail, but he's probably a little flatter than he wants to be. He does have some angle. Not a bunch, but I would think that he'd be doing pretty good from here to get his cue ball in this, somewhere in this area. I could be wrong. Maybe you can add a little bit more spin. Okay. Let's see. I don't know how much angle he has here. But, it's a little bit. Might be able to. Not there. You don't want to be there. Might be able to punch over to this neighborhood someplace. All right. Well, that's pretty good. It's even better, actually. It's a nice out. Well, I don't want to jinx him. I'm not giving it to him, but I like his chances a lot from here. Thank you, Joey. Much appreciated. Sorry about that. I'm back. 1, 2, 3. Okay, a dry break. Looks like an opportunity. Looks like Matt probably has a shot. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. That was Matt. What was I thinking? Wrong tool. This all lays pretty nice. Probably would have liked to get a little closer. I'm not sure what happened here. You shoot the wrong ball? That was a great shot. You got to be on the lookout for following this in. If you're going to follow, if there's a chance, you either want to play shape on the 5 as well, or yeah, that wasn't good. I don't, I don't know about this. Might be good. Might not. Thanks again, Joey. I haven't looked, but sounds like it was plenty generous. I appreciate it a lot, man. It's that might be my first commentary tip ever, I think. And I've I've done plenty of it. From the chat anyway. Streamers will sometimes you know, hook me up a little bit. I'm not laying down the power of suggesting anything to Rob. That wasn't the intention. I just this happened a couple times. He's overrun this just a little bit. He still has the angle to go forward and be all right. Is he going to try to come past the 6 and play on the side, or is he going to play the combo? Oh, you played the old intentional scratch. That's crafty. That's You don't want to use that one too often. I'm just being silly. Man, he really kind of needed to be on the other side of that to make this a lot easier on himself. Now he's got to go up and back. This, oh, okay. Poor Sky. She's starving to death. Please, for the doggy. You just need 9 more likes. That's pretty good. A good out by Matt. He was definitely playing better than he did last time. I got to give him a sound effect for that. There we go. Oh boy, that 2 came and screwed up the program. Eh, maybe a little swerve rail first. Maybe he's got it. I can't tell for sure. Looks like he's got a level Q though, so that's great. I understand, Rob. That's what I would do too if I had a fish on the line. I'm just kidding. No disrespect to Matt. No way. I think if I'm playing this, I would want to run forward and be kind of on this side of the 3 ball. So now I kind of like the 3 rail position coming off the 3 like this. You know, whoops, overran something into here. Looks like looks like he's doing something like that. Nope, just straight draw. That kind of worked if he can avoid hitting the 10 ball here. He's got a little work to do. I like the other way just because once you come off the 3rd rail, you're always in line. You've got the same angle all the way to the 4 ball, and you just have a lot more room for error. This has gone awry. I'm a huge proponent of patterns and being on the correct side of the ball here. That draw shot turned out to probably cost him a little bit here. I mean, he's got a good safety opportunity, I think, but the best safety is keeping your opponent in his chair all night long if you can. And Rob does kick really well. And he kicks smart. Like he seems to have a pretty good understanding of what the likelihood of types of different separation or so he usually picks a pretty smart path to kick as well from what I've seen. I've watched him play. I've seen a few hours of him playing now overall, and I like his game in general. He seems to kind of align with my thinking a lot. So not look at that. See, that's unlucky. Well, he got lucky and unlucky in the same shot, but he played to come across the top of that ball and get all that separation, and and he chose that path to kick because that was a likelihood. So very smart shot, and I think it paid off. I don't think there's I don't think he has the contact point here. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, you see, he did not. And that was a good kick as well. I think he's got at least an edge of this ball. Yeah, he may just have the edge. If he's lucky, he's got enough to try to shoot it down here, but in the be the upper left corner as we're looking now. Wow, jeez. That was a hell of an attempt. I'm not going to lie. And this is it's a pretty tough shot. I mean, I hate trying to slow roll this to just hold for position. Not that you got to trickle it because you got a lot of space left, but I like shooting these thin cut shots with pace to keep accuracy on the cue ball just to make the cut shot. I don't like trying to slow roll this and rely on a table or let any spin cause any drift or any of that. I like to get my ball moving here using second rail if I need to, but this is a tricky spot. That's unlucky as well, I think. Eh, it's close. It doesn't really look like he has the whole thing, the whole contact point, but we'll see. No, he's jumping. That bridge doesn't appear to be the most stable I've ever seen for a jump shot either. I saw him last time they played. He used like a floating bridge, just holding his hand, it suspended in midair a couple times on jump shots, which I found. I mean, I've seen people do that. It's foreign to me. I mean, I'm sure he's got some practice at it, and he's much better at than I am. But it'd be a miracle if I made legal contact if I tried to do that. And I just don't see how it could be the most accurate way you can do things. That one, he was resting on the table, but he had a little bit of a funny hook on the cue there with his bridge hand. Just didn't look super stable. It's a big game at this juncture here. I could have rolled another foot and a half easily. Look at that speed control. This is great. It's amazing. Got almost 40 viewers on a Wednesday morning. Well, depending on how it's a morning for me, probably just afternoon for the local folks. And the stream's been going for 2 hours, including some practice time. That's great. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us here. Be sure to subscribe to the channel because you're not going to want to miss it. He might be on action any time of any day. 9 a.m. for me on a Wednesday is not the most common time to tune in for live action, but here we are. Great break. Well, yeah, you're in that weird area that what's that place up there called? Canada. So I think he can just float down here into this gap. Well, it looks like he's stunning over. So I'm not sure where he needs to be here. Not hard for me to tell exactly what kind of angle he's got, but it kind of looked like he could have just kind of floated that in, but I'm sure if he could have done that, he would have. Now we're going to see him try to nuzzle his cue ball up behind this 8 ball, and it lays real nice for this. Fairly comfortable to control the speed. You don't have to overhit the 3. What you don't want to do is leave the 3 right in front of the side pocket. Oh, well, excuse me. You can tell I'm a complete coward. That shot never even occurred to me. I want to avoid the 7 coming out of this. Oh, he was trying to dig down, be real silky with the stroke. Didn't work out, but now Matt practiced his shot several times in a row. That's almost identical shot. Maybe the hair thinner, closer to the rail, but he should be comfortable right here with this. Should know what it feels like exactly. This shot's a little bit scary when you got to draw because you don't have short side to play, so you got to get your cue ball drawn past this other side pocket. You got a little bit too much angle. This one's got to be hit smooth, and then you tend to kind of spin the ball out of the pocket a little bit, overcut it, or things just got to go funny. Not the most comfortable shot in the world to avoid that side pocket. Is like a little bit of a funnel on this shot. So he just decided to avoid it altogether and take something else. He's calling the bank. I don't know. I mean, as far as bank shots go, this is one of the easier ones you can have. So I don't hate it. Shape's pretty natural. He's going to put some pace on it if he wants to get anywhere close to the 8 ball. He should be going 3 rails. This will be terribly unlucky right here if he got hooked. He doesn't look super happy. Let me get to this other camera angle. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Let me check this. This tangent line looks to be. It looks like about here is probably about the best he could do. Something like this. I think he got really unlucky right there. Yeah, he's kicking to this ball. You don't want to get crazy here, come across the face of it and scratch or something wild. Honestly, I'd almost consider kicking this direction where you come up here and lengthen this out. It's right, something. I don't know. I'm real comfortable kicking multiple rails, so it's not for everybody, but this seems like a recipe here for not getting enough separation or having almost no chance to pocket the ball. Oh, never mind. Of course, I was talking based on the assumption that he could not see that ball. Still no picnic. I think you got to just try to bury this with a little bit of inside English. And oh, well, okay. I don't know what to do. Thank you, Jackie. But I've been drawing on the table all day. We'll have to figure out the tools here. That's a great shot. It's going to fall kind of 50-yard line on this. He'll still should be happy to have this shot because that 9-ball shot, in my opinion, was harder than this shot is now. And he should be able to reach this comfortably. Well, don't I feel like a jackass now? I'm just kidding. Beauty. Great out. It's kind of clutch there by Matt. Desperately needed. Trust me when I tell you my diagrams were stellar. That was a very nice out. Well, I don't know how to make you see him. I was drawing on the table. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with EvoSports to fix any issues. I don't know if I have the admin rights to do that, to be honest with you, from my end. So I will definitely try to get with Robin to work on it in the off time. Because they're showing up on my side. Oh boy. I always worry about overusing them anyway. It's probably dangerous that I have access to these types of tools. I don't want your screen look like an Etch-a-Sketch. Can't draw on the overhead view. Okay. Well, there we go. Thanks to these players for setting me straight. It's great that they're participating, even though they're in the middle of a decent sized action match. I got it, Jackie. Thank you. I'm gonna back up the tape and start drawing my diagrams over again. You guys ready? Kidding. This should be a nice, pretty shot here. If he makes this inside English, he'll come out next to the 7-ball. Come off the rail somewhere around the 7-ball. Very difficult shot to pocket, but he made a pretty nice attempt at it. We'll test it out now. So I like coming off this ball. I try to spin out a little bit 2 rails and just kind of get out in this neighborhood. Is that working? You may choose to go a little bit inside English and just hold it, but I like to. He's right in the 9 in a 10-ball match. That looked to be makeable, I thought. Were you able to see the diagrams? Okay, great. Thank you. Well, yeah, he was trying to bury behind the 6. There is a makeable shot here, a little bit thin. It's got scratch protection from the 9 ball if he needs it. So I don't see a good reason to pass this shot. Pass on it. He does. Don't want your cue ball going in that dark. Oh, those are the types of errors that'll keep you awake at night after the match is over. You're thinking back to what you could have done differently. Those, yeah, those will annoy you on the way home. These are little shots here when the ball's a little bit in the pocket and you're trying to get shape. You might want to go 2 rails, short rail, long rail with some spin. Just the spin will help you accelerate the cue ball closer. Because if you just try to go 1 rail, it's like your cue ball wants to kind of lock up on that end rail. You have to avoid hitting topspin if you're playing it that way. So he's got a good angle here to get where he needs. I don't know if he's going to try to go just kind of 1 rail, or I think I like 2 out of this bottom left corner. And you don't want to be straight on the 6. You need some angle, but you also don't want a ton. Those are the 2. He's a little bit thin. He's going to need to try to come back this way and probably fall up here somewhere. Not too much right because that can go goofy. Yeah, tough shot, especially stretched out like that. If you're so stretched out that you can't maintain good mechanics on your cue, if like your back arm is all the way at the forward end of its swing while you're making contact, you need to change it up a little bit. You just can't get a straight swing on the cue ball that way. So you need to use an extension or a bridge on a shot like that. Not that that shot was super easy, but he might still be a little annoyed by that last unforced error, the scratch that he had, and he's going to need to shake that off. He's still definitely right in this match, and he needs to make the most out of every opportunity from this point. There's another shot where you can make the mistake of trying to get too straight on the 7 ball. You need an angle on the 7 ball. Like if you had ball in hand on the 7, you'd probably set the cue ball right where it is right now, I would think. I know I probably would. So you don't want to fall on the rail here. It's not very good. He might have just enough where you can, get a little deflection and draw back and just barely get on the proper side of the 8 ball, but it's a little bit fortunate. He didn't play a cue ball, a great cue ball in that shot. And that miscue became because he had to do too much from where he was. Big break for Matt. Even though this is definitely no picnic, he should be thrilled that he's not watching Rob rack the balls right now. Of course, this is what he's going to leave. It feels like, this is when you start feeling like the pool gods are against you a little bit. So Yeah, that's a very good shot. Although slightly flat. Might have where you go 2 rails forward and end up playing the 10 in the same pocket, maybe. Looks like he's coming backwards, so maybe he's drawing straight out. Better chalk that tip again. That's just okay. I mean, he's got a makeable shot here. It's also missable. You don't expect a miss here, but it's just a hair more of a cut shot than you really want. I don't know if I like below center on the cue ball here, but I'm not shooting it, so that's fine. Ball does cut a little bit easier with draw for some reason. Just reduces friction a little bit. I'm just experimenting with the sound effects.
What the? Oh my god!
Okay, now I know. That's a good one. That's the one I would have played if when Matt scratched on that attempted safety. Okay, Rob on the hill here, breaking. Good break. He's got a shot to the upper right position. He's going to have to try to come up. Oops. Never mind. Next time. Still getting used to these controls here. Well, that's what I was going to draw. And I was about to talk about the dangers of getting hooked there because there was a huge chance of it. Very few windows to find there for shape. So I think Matt can see the left edge of this ball. He may be able to try to float his cue ball up over here someplace. It's going to need to get real good behind the 6 like here because the one ball may not travel that far. Okay, he used some stun there to get it, and that's fine. The 8 ball's a big help there. I like just kind of rolling that ball so the one ball didn't travel that far. I thought the one ball would have ended up over here someplace. So if you just rolled it and hit the ball thin. Eesh, this is a little bit difficult here. Check the overhead, see if he has a potential cut in the side. Yeah, potential. It's pretty thin. Might be worth trying. If he can get the cut the side, his cue ball might be able to come up this way. It's maybe a little bit risky. I don't know. Looks like he's playing that. No, okay. That worked out all right. He was playing the other option. Say I was about to describe that and try to draw it as well to cross the one over and get his cue ball down, kind of in the same area I was talking about, just with a little bit thicker hit. This might be worth trying a bank shot here because I think your cue ball might naturally come over, this way. That didn't work. I think obviously he's going for a bit of a thicker hit. He's playing pure safe there, but it might have been okay to try a bank shot to try to get out. This is pretty difficult. He's got a little bit of an angle where he is able to probably draw his cue ball up in, this direction someplace, or maybe even off the rail, but there's just no gaps for the cue ball to make a shot on the 2. So we'll see. He may have to really force it and spin it and he tried to force the spin and get over past, like, maybe between the 6 and 9. He still has an edge here. He may be able to hit this with some heavy spin and try to float his cue ball behind the 8 while kind of bumping his 2 ball up to the. I think that fell right in the window. He left a shot here. That's going to be a problem because this position's natural to kind of come one rail out between the 6 and 9. 3 to the 5 is still not super easy depending on his position. Well, looks like he's got the kind of angle where he can just draw his cue ball straight this direction. He did okay with the cue ball. Wasn't ideal, but I think he's got Matt hooked here. Matt should have a window between the 4 and the 10 where he can hopefully get a good hit. You'd like to catch the bottom part of the 3 ball where your cue ball comes back down this way after contact, hopefully behind cover. I like hitting this with draw. Again, just unlucky to just sell out a hanger, basically. I'm not sure if Rob's going to draw this or if he has the kind of angle where you can go up like this. Looks like he's going to dig in and try to draw to the same area. Feels like he's got enough where he kind of cheats to the thin side of the pocket here. He's got the angle. Now he's doing what I was describing, high cue ball. He catch the long rail and come 2 rails out just like this. He's going to want to rub that 8 ball. Just enough. He's going to leave this position here up to a little bit of chance. I assume he's going to tackle this shot. His cue ball is going to hit the 10 somewhere. What you don't want is the 10 to hit the 9 and tie up the 9-6 somehow. You might be hitting it a little bit more pace than that, but feels like either the 10 or the 9 could end up somehow interfering with the shot on the 6 after this, if he even gets clear of these balls to shoot the 6. If you don't want to chance all that, you could easily just you can easily just bank the 5 ball out this way and hold your cue ball down here. But Rob plays aggressive, and this is not too tough a shot. Okay, he did great. Yes, Joey, this is a good match. It's been tight. This is a more competitive appearing, than the previous one between these two last week or whatever it was. I'm pretty sure it was last week. Nice shot there. If it was me, I'd want to try to kill my cue ball and leave it in this neighborhood here for that angle on the 8. I don't know if he can, but I'd hit this pretty soft. Yeah. Okay. This is all right. He's probably going to need to just play the 9 in the side from here. I would like to an angle where I could come out and play one of the corners, but this'll do. Okay, he did opt to play for a corner. He's run that a little further than he wanted to. Now I think he's going to need to apply some draw here and run his cue ball over here and back out. I don't know that he has the angle to go forward without flirting with that corner pocket. This is just a real smooth draw shot. A lot of right English here. He didn't quite get as much draw on it as he wanted to. He had the right, but he looks like he's eyeballing the side pocket here. It's not bad. The pocket plays pretty good size from out here, but man, you're kind of straight into the corner. A little easier to judge. But these corner pockets being 4.25, you have to hit this ball nice and clean. He missed it. You know what's funny is Rob did that movement in the last match where he put his cue on the table like he was going to rake the ball and concede it, and then did not. I would, Hunter, all honesty, I'd rather see that if you're going to do that, I think you kind of lock yourself into the concession. It can be a little distracting for your opponent. I don't think he's doing anything intentional, but I think kind of once you do that, you should concede. So we're hill. I think this is a good time to start over and double the bet. If anybody's listening, guys, just kidding. Not my money. Yeah, this has been a real competitive match. It's good. Got 40 viewers now. Again, please, if we'd love to have all the subscriptions to the channel that we can get and all the likes. So we appreciate everybody for coming and joining us. So you get just a second, just hit the like button, Well, since there's going to be a push out, probably no need to try to do anything with the template rack here. Otherwise, if you're going to try to, if this was a safety and you had to try to shoot at this, obviously you'd want it moved. Okay, there's the push out. I wouldn't even need to get out of my chair to give this back. He can impress me with the bridge jump again if he likes. It's not out of the realm of possibility to make this ball and scratch in the upper left. I mean, it's also not out of the realm of the possibility to make it and get position and run out. So I guess you got to choose. I would give this back. I'm nearly certain. Sorry, I'm napping on the job here. He played the prudent safety shot. Here comes another jump. Okay, now we can get into some real actual safety play. I believe that I like trying to bank the one ball up this way and get my cue ball up this way. He's under hit. He tends to baby those just a hair too much. I mean, you'd way better off sending the one ball too far. Like, you got the 5 and the 7, all those blockers. But it's all easier said than done. But he has under hit those types of shots on several occasions that I've seen. Okay. Well, we're going to see a kick shot here, I believe. We have to go up to the top short rail. Hope for some separation. Oh, apparently he has a window. He might have the edge of the ball. He might be able to shoot it. Wow. Guess not. Okay, Rob returned the favor on the under hit. I'm trying to just figure out here if he can make this soft enough to hold for the side pocket. I can't stand shooting balls that soft, but I have yip issues, I guess. So I'd either not make contact with it or hit it 400 miles an hour. That looked pretty easy. It even looks like he may have an angle where he can go forward and come out here, And that's it's about all I would try to do if I had that angle on this shot. Get in the middle of that opening. Oh no. Disaster. That also is partially from hitting a little bit too soft. Oh, I hope he called that. Yes, he did. I should be able to cut this and just go into the 7 ball, maybe, or you play it in the corner. Corner feels a little scarier just because the side seems like so much of an easier shot. But if you play it in the side right into the 7, you're going to kind of have the wrong angle on the 6. So I think the corner is the move here. Don't want to let up on your stroke because if you decelerate here, you can just trickle your cue ball right in the side pocket. You need to keep a little bit of draw on it, and he was focused on that and ended up paying for it. Not that easy. This is what I call showing your math, showing his work. So he's telling you what he wants to do with the cue ball. He's going to try to probably bank the 5 between the 6, 7, and he wants to bury the cue ball in the back of the 10 ball. This is why I don't do that, because I will usually screw it up about that bad, and I don't want anybody to know what I was trying to do. I usually like to look at 4 different options, and then nobody knows which one I was trying. Another under hit. I mean, he could have hit that ball literally twice as hard as that and been fine. Use that wall of balls, It's if you leave a gap between the 6, 9 or something, that's just pure unlucky, but that's rarely going to happen. So put his cue ball about back where it is and put the 4 ball down to the bottom rail next to the 10. He hit that one just a little bit too fat. Is that very similar shot? You want to get your cue ball a little bit past the 8 ball here and put the 5 ball past the side pocket. That's fine. Nothing wrong. You don't have to have him buried on the 8 ball. You got that wall there for it. So that's a good shot. Nothing wrong with it. If Rob jumps this in, congratulations, but I'd let him try all day, every day. So he's not doing the jump shot. He's going to one rail between the 6-9. Looks like a good pathway, but so I want to put some pace on it if you to hope to get some cover. Bam. I'm not sure if he got the cover or not, but it was a hell of a try. Oh, no. There's a shot. You should be able to float this and hold it for a shot in the side pocket for the 6. So he decided to go up and back. Well, he overcorrected for his under hitting everything now. This is a shot here that is a little, a little scary. So it's kind of far away, and it's super critical. This is probably you have to kind of almost look at this as the game-winning shot right here. Almost. So he'll be feeling a little bit of adrenaline last one, probably. He drilled it. Not out of the woods. Got some traffic to contend with. I'm going to take a look at the overhead again. So I'm thinking he may need to run this cue ball this way. Something like that. My chicken scratch. You can tell I was lying about my stellar diagrams earlier. I got caught red-handed just now. And again, just no luck on the leave here. Sold out. I mean, there's still some work to do here. But you hate leaving this thing 4 inches in front of the pocket. Had a pretty good cue ball in that shot. He's on the right line. I could have afforded 10% more power or 5% more power. Rob hitting a high ball here seems to me to be flirting with the scratch in the corner. He knows better, but I mean, yeah, maybe he's digging down to the middle a little bit now. Not even close. Oh, look at this. Look at that shot. That was a pretty helpful bump on the 9. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Yeah, you don't want a ton of angle on the. I mean, about where the cue ball is now, maybe slightly less angle than that would be okay, but it's a little bit hard to hold that. If you try to hold it, you may tend to undercut the 8 ball a little bit trying to keep that angle. You got to be careful here. Hit it pretty good. Just nice smooth draw stroke here. I mean, you just want to come across the side pocket. You'd love to end up right about here. To state the obvious, but I mean, and maybe he doesn't flirt with the side pocket. Maybe he accepts a little bit more. You can float across and end up here. That would take a little bit of the risk out of it. Have a little bit tougher shot at the 10. So, you don't want to be shooting a hard 10 ball hill when your heart's going a little bit. He does also have the forward 3 rails option, but I would pretty much eliminate that. That's just too missable. The angle's good, but you could easily stuff that ball in that upper corner. I like the smooth draw here. It's not terribly difficult to pull your cue ball past the side pocket, but you got to be nice with it. You know what I mean? Do not decelerate. You got to get through this ball just nice and smooth, and stay on that contact point like your life depends on it. He is going forward 3 rails. It's my least favorite of the options I discussed. It just might very well drain it. Really, the right shot's the one you have the most confidence in executing at any given time, but this shot here just feels very missable with the amount of speed you got to put on it. He overran it. Great shot. He's got one more little tester here. It's not bad. It's not bad. This one, just keep your head still and hit the middle of the cue ball. Put a nice little stroke on it. Just get through your cue ball nice and smooth. Not hard. He's kind of drawing a little bit. The amount of power you need to even keep drawing this could cause the pocket to spit it out a little bit. I like rolling this ball, just a nice smooth stroke. But look at this. Look at this. That's absolute worst case scenario. I liked rolling that ball, man. I gotta say, I didn't love that shot selection. These pockets are snug. They don't like power like that. So I think we're going to see another set here coming up. Stick around. I think maybe they'll take a restroom break or get a drink of water or something like that. But I think we're playing multiple sets today, so we're in for the long haul. During the break, feel free to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, because this type of action here happens several times a week. I stumbled across this channel about a week and a half ago and stumbled across a couple of the most exciting matches I've ever seen, period. Rob versus Francisco Littlejohn. Drawing a blank on the last name. Rob was on so if you didn't see that match, the race was 30-20. Francisco was going to 30. Rob was going to 20. Rob was up 19 games to 20 and lost. Francisco came back, won 10 straight to win that match, and it wasn't for a little bit of money. If I'm not mistaken, that might have been a $10,000 match or something. It might have been 10, 20,000 in the middle. It was pretty epic. That's the first time I stumbled across his channel, and I caught the end of that match, and I've been here ever since. Offered to do some commentary. Rob's cool enough to allow me to to soil his matches with my droning, but it's been a lot of fun for me. I've commentated the last game or two of one of the other matches, probably the last match these gentlemen played against each other, and now I was fortunate I was able to do this full match, so it's been a lot of fun for me. I think I'll be back, hopefully, if the reviews aren't terrible. So let me know. Yes, thank you, Jackie. Yeah, 20 in the middle. That's, if I'm being honest, if I lost 10 in a row to lose $10,000, you probably wouldn't see me for 3 months. Rob was on the stream. Rob's attitude is unbelievable. Like, he's just such a sportsman, because he got on the stream and shared his thoughts on the match. I'd still be over throwing kicking balls around the corner, around the room, and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, I mean, he takes it in stride. He knows you can win and you can lose, and he's a great competitor and a great sportsman. I nothing but all the respect in the world for him, kind of taking on all offers, really. Him playing Francisco and Yes, Jackie. I think they plan on playing 2 or 3 sets at least today. So we're going to be here for a few hours. So that's great. Be a lot of fun. Share it. Anybody share this with a friend, get it on Facebook or whatever and share this and let people know this is going on. We've got, well, right at the end of this match, we had almost about 50 viewers. Looks like a couple dropped off for the break, but yeah, let's share this. Let's subscribe and like this thing and see if we can get people. This match on Monday against Victor Kakuza had, when I tuned in, had I think 395 viewers. That was incredible. Solid break, made a couple balls, ended up with no shot. This push out's good. I'll just probably push out down here to the bottom right. Oh, okay. Well, he can see it. I'm getting fooled again by the camera angle, so I don't see much of a future in making the shot. Okay, he was trying to create a future there. He was playing the tough shot that he got pretty good too. Good try. So if Matt wants to go aggressive, he can try to draw his ball kind of up this way and maybe come out over here. That would be a big shot. You don't have to do that. I sometimes also like running the one ball this way for a safety and going for a little bit forward with my cue ball. But this shot really doesn't go with that. Oh my goodness. So he's going to get buried. No, he's good. And I don't know that there's an offensive shot. That was a great pot, but I don't know if I saw a good reason to shoot it that way. Unless I'm getting fooled again and this is easier into the side pocket than I think it is. But I don't like shooting this ball into the side from here, I don't think. I'd have to check the overhead view to see. You play that big old shot just for this is, yeah. And he did, that was a good attempt, but probably a low percentage safety from where he is, from where he was, to be honest. So I don't know if I was in love with that. He's going to play this safe, and that's a good shot. Oh, he may have left the edge here, but this is pretty tough, especially tree topped over the 7. The ball looked like it skidded a little bit, which is going to happen when you hit a high ball. You just roll a ball into another ball, that it just invites all the friction that can be mustered off of that sort of a shot. So you got to line up for the thin side of the pocket there. It was a very difficult shot. I mean, he was over the 7 ball, so I'm not faulting him for missing it by any stretch. But when you're trying to make it, you have to play to overcut it a hair. And Matt's going to get a chance to try the similar shot from over the top of the 7 ball. These are brutal. There's just, I don't even know if I like playing this shot. I don't know what I like better when you're over the top of this ball like that. So maybe you just got to try it. You might have as much chance of ending up safe after missing it than you do trying to play safe. So, and it's very early in the match, so it doesn't seem as crucial. Okay, well, this one fell real nice for Rob here. I'm always more comfortable drawing to the rail on this shot than back out rather than trying to float to an angle on the 5. I mean, you don't need a bunch. You can, yeah. You don't need much angle, but you'd really rather not be dead straight. So you got to try to make sure you get some angle almost on every shot, really. Look at this. That's horrifying. Okay, well, he did not get anywhere near the draw stroke. He was I believe you, Rob. I'd be salty too, but I don't think you should have tried to draw that ball. I think you just needed to roll that ball, center ball. Anyway, yeah. I mean, that was a tough shot that Matt just played from way downtown. He did a good job to pot it, but didn't get nearly the stroke on it he needed. So I'm not sure what this is, but I would I would before I did this, I would bank the 7 up against the 9 or tie up traffic. This is very low percentage, and it was a great hit, but to me, he may have just sold out the rack here. This looks makeable, a little bit thin, but I don't think this is a big problem. I think his cue ball is kind of natural to go up like this. Yeah. That might scratch. Ooh. Okay. This is where you gotta, get yourself settled down and just bear down on the pre-shot routine and all that. Sports fan to to answer your question, it's because Rob's a stud muffin and has all the self belief in the world and doesn't mind a challenge. And he is that hair, Joe. And honestly, last time they played, there was more of that than you would want to think. Missing shots that should have been unmissable, really. So it seems that Matt may have when he's trying to maneuver his cue ball, he shoots across it a little bit. He's not really swinging the cue straight enough. So maybe a little out of stroke or something right now. Maybe not. Maybe it's confidence. Maybe this, feeling some nerves from the stream or whatever. But should be feeling great after snatching that victory from the jaws of defeat in the last match, in the last set. And JD, yeah, adjustments are common after multiple sets, but Rob came out winner after a best of 3 situation last week, so no reason to think there a spot is in order. I think most people would agree that Rob's, you know, general ability, skill level on his own table here at least is above 556. Oh my goodness. Okay, he's not going to scratch, but he may be corner hooked, and this is pretty ugly here. If he's corner hooked, he may have the option to just go on one rail this way. I don't like 2 rails up into this corner. If you play this way up in the corner, I think you have to put either 0 English, just straight high ball, or a touch of inside English to check it up here. Because this ball kind of wants to go wide here, maybe. But you might have to check it up just a hair or put a little bit of speed on it or something like that. That second option, the 2 rail feels like it has a little bit more ability to end up with a good result, like to get safe after. Let's say if you hit it and you cross over the ball and your cue ball comes down here, or the 7 ball comes down, or something like just more ways to end up with a good result. It's a much more difficult hit. If you go one rail across this way, you have a very little chance of getting safe. You maybe behind the 10 if you get real lucky. So sometimes I will opt for a little bit more difficult pathway if I think that I'm more likely to get a good result. I wouldn't have gone out of my way to get that straight. Probably. Well, this is fine. Never mind. You can easily just draw back a few inches or stop his ball, I guess. Yeah, got a concession there. Understandably, that's a pretty easy shot. Uh-oh. That's funny. But Francisco played the 556 level through the first half of that match the last time they played, so he was not playing 675 speed as far as my observation tells me. But he certainly woke up in the latter half of that match and came with it and started playing real tough. So
People don't know that you're joking in text.
I will say that I may have missed it or whatever, but I've watched, like I said, a few hours worth of Rob playing here, and I don't know if I've seen any break and runs. He plays smart when he gets out of line. He doesn't try any crazy stuff, and he moves good. His tactical game is sound, but he's hasn't been a run out machine in my observation. I don't think I've seen any break and runs, and certainly not any of the matches between these two gentlemen. I mean, I'm sure I didn't see all of the Victor Kakuza match. I'm guessing there was a few break and runs in there by Victor, but breaking and running a rack of 10 ball on a 4 1/4 inch diamond is not the easiest thing in the world. So you got to be able to play some to get out. I'd like to watch somebody play the Ghost on, like, say, the 10 ball Ghost. I don't know if you know the system. There was a Facebook page called Playing the Ghost a year or two ago that it was a group, Facebook group, and people would stream themselves playing the Ghost. They'd have competition. So you play the 10 ball Ghost, you break, you take ball in hand, and you get a point for every ball, and you play 10 racks of this. And you just add your aggregate score after the 10 racks. And believe on a diamond, you know, if you shoot a 70, you're doing all right. 70 is a good score on a diamond. You have to play pretty decent. Great shot. Yeah, in my opinion, the Ghost playing against the Ghost is some of the best practice you can get, particularly if say you're under 600, 625 or something like that, and even the 9-ball ghost. I think to me, I think like about a 650 Fargo is about even with the 9-ball ghost, where or maybe you're becoming a slight favorite to beat it on a regular basis. So I like the idea of playing the ghost where you keep your score and you're just trying to improve your overall score, whether rather than just losing the set if you don't beat the ghost. I like shooting for a score. And it's easier to track your progress. But the ghost will kind of put you under pressure. It'll piss you off when you screw up. You know what I mean? It feels like real action. It feels like you're in a tournament match. You feel the heat because you don't want to screw it up. So if you're just throwing balls out and hitting around, there's no real penalty for losing. But trust me, when you're trying to say beat your highest score and you dog it, you feel it just like you do in a match. So the ghost is outstanding practice. I'm gonna need to step away for 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be back.
Change it. Yeah, one set.
Okay, what I miss? Rob is doing pretty well. That poor dog starving to death. I think we need more likes for snacks. Don't know if he's got enough to try to pocket the one in the upper right. I think I would have liked trying to run my cue ball all the way back up the other end. Matt just needs to try to kind of twist this in and get his cue ball back about where it is. Try to make sure he keeps it out of the side pocket. Okay. Rob rocking the Gutter Boys hat, one of our sponsors. Gutter Boys and Tarma Homes. So I think Rob's going to need to try to draw into the 6 here. Just to slow his cue ball down. Doesn't want to knock the 6 all the way over to tie up with the 10 and 7. So I'd like to hit it pretty smooth. Well, didn't even need to hit it, but this is pretty rough here. It's going to be extremely difficult to get to make this and get up for the 5 ball here. About as good as you could possibly hope for. It'd be helpful if the 6 passed the 10 ball from here. Take a look. Sure looks like it. Yeah, no problem. Don't know if you can hold it for that. Okay, on this shot, I like clipping the left side of the 6 ball and running my cue ball back through where it is, like this way here. Trying to just maybe drop it in here. Not too worried about where the 5 ball ends up. Obviously, you don't want it to move too far, but yeah. I think he's going to get a little unlucky here, but it was the right idea for sure. Just need a little bit more speed on that. I'd like to try to get it down to the bottom rail. Don't know if Rob can make it. Looks like he could probably make it, which is a problem because that's all he has to do for position. Ooh. I think Matt's going to need to try to come out this way with his cue ball from here. I don't see, unless the 6-9 doesn't look very easy. I think that's kind of your option there. Angle looks pretty good. Looks like he's just checking up going one rail up the middle. Didn't get there. Wonder if he could float this past the 6 and just, or past the 9 and get his cue ball in the back of the 9, possibly. Sure looks like he probably could. Oh, okay. Even better. It was way better. He's been under hitting these types of shots as of late. He needs to put a little, because it's cue balls don't want to die when it hits the rail just a little bit. Okay, that's pretty good. He's got about 3 stop shots in a row. Should be out. Oh no. Just wasn't really the need for that much power there. This game. Matt's not out of this yet. I mean, he can't really afford to give away any more games until he gets a little closer, but he's going to want to start finding something right away. That was a pretty big error there. Rob may be tempted to try to bank this through this gap right here. Nope. That was a great shot. If he has the angle to cheat the pocket and hit the rail and come back out, I'd much prefer that over trying to draw the ball out of here. So looks like that's what he's doing. He's the it's a little bit light. I don't believe the 4 passes the 6. So I mean, if it did, he might have a shot at drawing over and back out. But as it is, I don't know what I don't see the pathway to run it out here anymore. Oh, that was a great stroke. That's a good one. I feel like he was trying to do the shot I was describing, so the form must have passed the 6, but this will be okay. I still like this 2 rails out to where he is. Just high right English. Just get off the rail. Yeah, definitely a shot here. I was going to say, I think I preferred, sorry. Okay, he's got just enough angle. Okay. That's a little bit light. Yeah, not bad. It was a real good shot there. Another nicely controlled shot. If you get a second, share the stream with some friends. Subscribe to the channel. You're not going to want to miss the upcoming action here. Rob's in action a lot. I don't want to speak out of turn. I haven't discussed this with Rob, but I imagine that he would be open to the idea of having 2 other players besides himself. I've only ever seen him in action on the stream. I imagine he'd be okay with, opening it up a little bit to mix it up some. I could be wrong. Rob, I think we're going to try to add at least one sponsor to that seizure-causing display you got going on. Okay, good to know, Jackie. If I ever get out Utah way again, which I probably will, being that my dad lives in St. George, which is obviously not right next door to where Rob's at, but if I made it to St. George from where I'm at, I might as well roll the extra few hours and stop by for a visit. I would try some probably. Great hit. I might try to run my cue ball into the 2 ball here, possibly hit this soft into the 5, and okay, he went the other way. I was worried about a scratch going that way, but This is a tough hit. I'm not seeing the path. Maybe there's, yeah, I don't know. See if we can figure something out. I mean, might be seeing something about 2 rails going. Yeah, this 10 ball is huge here, so I don't see it. I think what I might try to do is just kind of bank the 7 up and tie it up into here, something like that. Well, maybe he's got a little swerve. Yeah. I'm not opposed to the idea of tying up traffic. Obviously, that 8-9 combo is not hard enough to just rely on that to stop him from running out. So I'd like to have done something to make that more difficult. It could have been, yeah, he couldn't see the 3 ball, so that's a little bit flat for ball in hand. He can't get anything real favorable on the 3 ball from here. He didn't give himself enough angle. So maybe I have just to settle for a safety after this, maybe. I think I see something I might like. Oh, what a shot. That was a great shot. I was thinking I would have possibly tried to just make the 2 and then come off the 3 and try to bury the cue ball up over here somehow, but that was better. I like a lot of right English. Oh, that's what he was doing. So he was trying to clip the bottom side of the 2 ball and get his cue ball coming back down here with that English. That was a good try. It looked bad, but he had a plan and came awfully close to executing it. He is on 2 fouls, if I'm not mistaken. So, and Rob is going to just nestle this cue ball between the 8 and 9 probably here. Don't like this. I like his first plan a little bit better. So yeah, he's going to try to draw and then between the 8 and 9 and bank the 2 ball to where he's looking now, I believe. He's going a little extra to make this super difficult, which is understandable. You know, Matt has been kicking pretty well. I think you mean the 5 sports fan. The 5's the purple here in this instance, but I see what you mean. Yeah, possibly. That's not what you're describing. Might leave a 1 rail kick. He's trying to cut off 1 rail kicks and stuff like that by really burying this. So we'll see. Oh dear. Okay, there is still a 1 rail kick. There's 2 rails as well, which I probably like better. Oh, maybe. I mean, he may have. Does he have this? I like that if you can, even if you got to spin it a little bit, because I like the possibility of coming off this part of the 2 ball, banking the 2 ball here, and sending your cue ball back up table, like off what I just described. That's he may just go 1 rail though. I mean, 1 rail works. Might need to apply just a little bit of spin. He can't quite see if you're using the diamond system. I don't know if he can quite see. Bam. Great hit. Another good kick shot by Matt. That's a lifesaver because with this 3 not passing. Yeah, right, Joey. I understand. I took the day off for this. If you believe I took a personal day to do this. It's all right. I almost never do that. I don't remember the last time I had the day off. Probably gonna try to get this cue ball behind. Okay, might stop trying to guess what he's gonna do. I tell you what I don't dislike here, if you can see it, is just banking the two into the nine, kind of soft. Just move the nine a touch so it's not wired up, but don't separate the eight and nine. And hopefully my opponent having to make a good hit will cause him to separate it further, something like that. Not the best result there. Not the best shot. In a difficult spot. If those balls are froze or very close to the froze of the rail, you cannot hit any thickness on the ball at all. You've got to hit it very thin to avoid a kiss. That was a really nice cue ball there. That might have won him the game conceivably. Again, this 8-9 combo lays pretty good. I think I'd be, or especially where the 7 is, I think I'd be forced to try to get out here. I'd want the cue ball about where the 3 is, or maybe a couple inches further off the rail. What? Okay, I thought that went in the side easy, so never mind. I'm getting fooled by the camera angles again. That angle on the 4 ball was perfect, though. Matt just needs to cut this in and try to get it exactly right in that spot. That's good. Well, except he's got to draw his ball from kind of far away now. This is very doable. I don't think I'd want to get back to about the angle I have now. I don't think I'd want an angle to make the 5 and run into the 8 or 9, because that's gonna put you in danger of not getting on the 6, or even worse, maybe scratching off some goofy scratch or something like that. Well, Rob's probably going to have to go forward. I don't think there's a good position with a draw shot here. Maybe I'm wrong. For sure, I was wrong. I definitely would not try to break these out. Yeah. Got real natural to go forward 2 rails. I mean, he's not going to get super close to this, but I mean, that should be something like that would be fine. That's ideal. Oh. Well, took away a little bit of Matt's workload. I like trying to draw this just a little bit just to make sure I don't end up kind of married on the 8 ball or too close to it. But he's going forward. I don't know about forward. I like to. Okay, he's digging down a little bit now. Yeah, that's great. And Rob's going to make him shoot this. That's understandable the way things have been going here. Uh, yeah, good job by Matt. Wow. That might be one of the best 10 ball breaks I've ever seen. I was just about to comment on how his bridge hand didn't look super stable to me there. He keeps his fingers close together and keeps his palm up in the air and all that. And then he proceeded to drill that dead square in the face. Stop his rock. Got the beautiful spread. I mean, that's 2 balls in a tough spot, but man, that was a good break. That was a gutsy shot right there. It's hard to baby the ball like that from cutting it from that distance. At least for me, anyway. I'm not comfortable slow rolling a cut shot like that. I don't even know if he got really where he wanted to be. Well, so he just called this bank shot. Just, I guess it must clearly pass the 6 because I don't. It looks like it's tight. Yeah, it lays pretty good. And you just stop your ball here. You don't need to do anything here. Just bam. Gonna have to roll this one a little bit softer. Yeah. Oh, okay. Almost too much with the bridge right there. It was a good stroke for using the bridge. I like that shot. He's probably going to need to go forward and with some inside here and check this up. This is not one you want to shoot across. You need to get straight through this ball and put a nice little stroke on it. A little bit light. This is probably, you might need a bridge or an extension. Extension would be better. Yeah, he's just about tall enough. This is about as far as I can reach, and I'm fairly tall, 6'1" or so. One diamond passes, and I play with a 4-inch extension full time on the back of my cue. So this is just about as far as I can reach comfortably without, goofing up my bridge a little bit. He needs to draw across and back over to that same side of the table. Got a little bit quick with the delivery there. May have left a wired 7-9. Let's see here. Yeah, it's close. If he needs to cut it to his right just a little bit, that'll make everything a little bit tougher. Thing could cluster up with the 8-ball. Your cue ball's going away from it some. Yeah, he had to pound it. And man, look at this position. Wow. Okay, this is still a little bit of a shot, but the shape's real natural. I'm guessing he's going to go 2 rails forward. He's going to put a little bit of spin on this. Needs to come off where his the joint of his cue is roughly. Off the 3rd rail, I should say. That's a little bit long. Needs it to slow down some. Okay, this shot's a little touchy. Oh, I didn't realize that ball hung up. I thought it went down in the pocket. Holy mackerel. Okay. That's excellent. Outstanding. Cue ball right there. Are there any pool players out in the chat that are local to Salt Lake City or the surrounding area that would like to challenge either of these two guys? And please don't be an 800 Fargo. Oh, there's Justin. Hey, how you doing, man? I watched you guys play. I think I commentated on the last game or two of that match. It's fun to watch. Wow. Justin, how long have you been playing pool, if I might ask? Oh, that's great, man. You're doing great. Look good over the ball. Just keep at it. Do you normally play on bar tables or big tables or a little both? Oh. I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure if we needed all the inside English there. That might have cost a shot. It's just like you're kind of making the cue ball fight what it wants to do a little bit more, especially from that distance. So didn't miss it by much, but it doesn't take much. Left a real prime angle for Rob here too. Oh wow, that's a big difference, man. Like it's great that you have an 8 foot table is kind of in the middle, but I find it a lot easier to practice on the big table and move down to the small table than vice versa. When you go practice on smaller tables and move up, man, it looks like you're playing on a golf course. It's a little intimidating and daunting. Every shot looks kind of long. Whereas when you go the opposite way, everything, if you're completely used to 9 footers, you move down to a 7 footer, it feels like none of the shots are long and difficult. So, oh, look at this. So that 8 footer is all right. It's a good in the middle. If you compete mostly on the 7 footers, that's a stepping down is good. Yeah, 8 to 9 is, yeah, I see that. 8 footers are, you don't see them where I'm at. I hear there's a lot of them like in Texas, maybe the South, but it sounds like maybe they're not that uncommon in Utah, even possibly. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't even sure if I ever played on an 8 footer before. I don't ever see them. There's lots of 7 foot diamonds, lots of 9 foot diamonds around here. I've been playing on. I started out on bar tables for the first couple of years of my pool adventure, and then moved up to big tables. And I rarely play on even bar tables anymore. But when I do, the only thing I don't worry about is like throttling back my strum. I'm worried about overstroking balls, all overdrawing my ball all the time. I feel like I have to, like I'm tight, like I have to let up on my stroke a little bit, not to overdo it. So just keep working at it, keep working on swinging that cue straight, and have a little follow through on every shot. And because you look real solid over the ball, you keep still, like you're well on your way. Look at this stroke. There's a big table stroke for you. Jeez. Yeah, he didn't get himself he doesn't have a shot. Have to play safe. Try to pull his cue ball behind the 10, just freeze it on the center of the rail, right? Oh, it didn't get there. He needs that 8. Okay. He's still left an edge of the 8. This might be enough 8 ball to pocket in the side, possibly. Close. Oh, I guess not. Oh, when you got an easy shot like that. Well, congrats on that. I don't know what the Jenkins Cup is, but it sounds you know, like it's an accomplishment. So congratulations. Yeah, keep going, man. I like you're stepping up here, and I mean stepping out of your comfort zone, playing on a big table on a stream, no less, with a guy who's what a 90 points higher in Fargo. That's takes lots of heart, Even if you're not playing for a bunch of money, that's still you look good. You look solid. So looking forward to seeing you again on the stream. pretty good speed. Justin, you have anybody that works with you that teaches you anything, or you just kind of observe and mimic what you see? It'd be pretty impressive if nobody's ever taught you anything. That's the shot I was seeing. He threaded the needle almost too good.
Nice barking at me. Need more likes.
I think I like clipping the right edge of the one ball here, try to send it over towards the 7 and 2, run my cue ball back down towards where it is. Stay away from that corner pocket. That's good speed. I don't know for sure, Jim. Wasn't even really watching. I was reading the chat, I guess, or looking at the shot on the table. That's a good system. You do good by just getting someone to work on your, mechanics and stuff. If you, I'm self-taught, and I've been fighting bad habits for 30 years. You know what I mean? Don't develop bad habits, and if you learn just the right way, you'll be able to improve a lot faster and get much better over in the long run. So it's worthwhile to work with somebody who's qualified to just work on a straight delivery is kind of the most important concept. Okay, now what? Oh, is John Schmidt out in your area? He's a friend of mine. Well, we're close acquaintances, I guess you'd say. I mean, we don't talk on the phone every day or nothing, but I've known him for a long time, and we talked quite a bit. He's a funny dude to listen to. He's entertaining just to stand around and listen to him talk. I've known John Schmidt for 25 years probably. Oh, a nice little bump there. That could be a game winner. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot he moved to the Wyoming. That's right. So Jim's got a little crush. Oh, okay. I like it. Jasmine's cute. I wouldn't disagree that she's probably if you give points for looks and playing ability, she's probably up there, but there's a couple players that are pretty nice looking. I'm not going to get into all that. Oh, just babied that one. One more good smooth stroke here. I think he's got to draw out and back above this 9 ball. Well, maybe he's got the angle to go between and 2 rails out. This looks like it's flirting with a scratch for some reason.
There's a fucking rail, Matt.
I don't think he's going to have him hooked here. Definitely. So this is one of those shots I was talking about earlier. I like kicking here and trying to come across the face of this 9 ball so the 9 comes back here and your cue ball runs up this way. That's the shot I like here. And it's pretty comfortable. You have to account for the rail sliding. So you'll often come in, hit it too full, or even come in behind it a little bit when you don't expect to. You have to compensate for the spin and the slide on the rail if you're going to do that. But I think that's the shot here. You have to adjust to make sure you don't come in behind. You could, if you hit it hard, you might even scratch off the back of it by accident. That's the shot right there. That's perfect. What a great shot that was. Oh, the old diamond system. I kick really well, but I don't even know that. I don't know the diamond system. I use like a system of parallel lines. Yeah, this is the system I use. What he's doing is finding the halfway point between the 2 balls and then drawing a line out of this pocket to that halfway point, and then you shoot parallel to that line. That's the idea to get yourself a good hit from 2 rails. He'd like to come in behind it and send this 9 ball up here. Well, he sold out. Matt really needs to take advantage here. Niels Fan also has great instructional videos on his channel. Terminator tips, whatever. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure he was trying to get up for the side pocket and caught the top spin kind of lock up on the short rail. This will work. You just got to take a second here, swing straight through this thing and be smooth. Shot. Critical game there for Matt. And that excellent kick safe on the 9 was the game winner. Just not coming up with any luck after the break. He's hitting the break real solid. I don't think this push is going to be. Well, he was trying to get down closer to the short rail here. God, Rob might just fire this in. Pretty sure Matt was trying to push down into this area right here where he could play a safe of some sort, maybe by shooting the one ball around this direction and killing his cue ball over here. But he's just kind of left a shot. Matt or Rob just might fire this in and draw his cue ball right over here. No, he played that first safety shot. It's a good sign for Matt, meaning Rob's just not freewheeling anymore. You know, Matt's closed the score enough to get Rob's attention and not just feel like he's unbeatable. So that's good. He needs to earn some respect back. Rob was having too easy of a time in this early set here. The early part of the second set. Good shot. Especially if he gets on that 8-ball. That was great. Yeah, I don't love this. Looks like he's shooting at only half a ball here, first of all. No chance to make it. No foul. Yeah. Yeah. Matt just needs to run his key ball through and keep an angle. He'd like to be maybe about right here. Don't want to get much flatter than that. Maybe a little bit. That's going to be too much. Well, yeah, that's way too hard. I like drawing the cue ball here. I like holding the cue ball. He's getting a high ball. Okay. That was a good shot. Okay, another good opportunity. That side pocket's a little bit involved in this shot. I mean, maybe he's flat enough where he can just kind of hold it over here. But it looks like looks like maybe he is flat enough. I thought he had a little bit more angle. Oh yeah. Oh, did good with the cue ball, but probably because he didn't cut the ball enough. Rob might need to try to cut this and draw his ball and kind of use the 7 to slow his cue ball down. If he goes forward, he's going to clip the top side of the 7 and probably not end up with much of a shot. So he's going to have to stun or draw his ball a little bit and just try to use the 7 for the breaks. If he even plays the shot. I mean, I'm guessing he will. and put the 7 ball in a terrible spot, but he left. I think he's left a pretty good angle for the 2. If he can go long enough to avoid getting behind this 5 ball, he needs to, he needs to be out here. So it looks pretty good from here. Came up a hair short again. A little bit of a small pocket there. You don't really want to try, you'd like to try to play something off the 7 ball to free it up off the cushion a little bit, but this isn't the shot for it. You could easily miss this ball trying to come off the 7 here. The pocket's a little too small from here, I think. I think he just called the 7 ball, didn't he? Okay. That's a good shot. That was a just in case call. Okay, in the chat, I think Rob is talking about Jasmine Ocean's Panthera, the Panthera Q, Panthera, whatever it's called. Yeah, those are pretty expensive too. Not terrible, but they're pretty intricate cues by Predator. Real nice. Yeah, I might have trouble playing with a dog up there trying to lick my face when I'm down on the shot. I don't know if he's literally trying to do that, but I can see how that could be distracting when you're stuck 400 and playing for 400. Nice dog though, it's cute. Much more well behaved than my dog. Oof. Well, it's a pretty good result. Left it a little bit tricky. Kind of hard to get safe from here. Well, he called the 5. I think he's trying to cut this in. This is pretty wild. Thanks, Sean, the pool player. Where are you from? Where do you play pool out of? Okay, this is a pretty straightforward out if you can just kind of stay in line. I mean, this all connects pretty nicely. Can't tell what he's got for an angle. If he can accurately draw out to about here, that would be great. Or you can try to go 3 rails this way, but that's a little risky. Yeah. Oh. Another Canadian. There's one floating around in the chat, so he hasn't commented for a while, that Navarro something VM and Navarro or something like that. It's also from Canada. I think he said maybe Edmonton. Oh, this is a bummer. I think he's left a shot here. You out there near where there's the dancing bear guy he plays? I can't draw a blank on his name right now. Good shot. I think from here, well, we have a couple options. I think, yeah, Elaine Martell. Yeah, I think I like just drawing across the back and maybe even back out on this shot. Yeah, we go if he has enough to get the short rail from here, that's even better. Ooh, that was tight. Nice scratch. That looks like ooh wee. He did his best, but he came out good anyway. It's going to be kind of devastating to Matt's cause here. Yeah. Also, Sean is I don't remember where Jim White's pool room is. I heard he has a pool room somewhere up there. Maybe it's Montreal. He's got a whole bunch of tables. They say he's got like 60 tables or something in there, or some crazy number. Oh man. Oh, he's in Toronto. Okay. I am to Canada what most people are to California. There's everything. Is that near Disneyland? That's all I ever hear. Is that by Disneyland? Beans and Franks and billiards. Is that beans and Franks a Canadian dish? I know Franks and beans from the movie quote from There's Something About Mary. Yeah, he's figuring out that two rail system now. He wants to shoot parallel to that line, so it's going to be something like this. He'd like to catch the bottom side so his cue ball drifts and the two ball goes up this way. That would be a good result. He'll run his cue ball into the 10. Woo! That's too pretty. It's an outstanding shot. Oh, okay. Ren and Stimpy. I didn't watch it. I'm definitely old enough to have seen that, but I didn't. This looks like it needs a little. Yeah, I don't like this because with this swerve, it wants to go around the two ball. Yeah, I didn't like it. Sometimes you just got to find another way. You kind of sometimes you set something up and you're just hoping against hope that. So Rob is going to play the fouls here, even though he's got a reasonable chance of getting out here. I like setting up and just going forward and try to run into the 5 maybe. But what do I know? Now you got a pretty clean one railer. Hopefully you'd like to catch this rail first, and then you have a reasonable shot of getting some sort of shape afterwards. What you don't want to do is follow this in, but it's hard to know. I mean, there's a lot of guesswork. These one rail kicks are so dependent on how high or low you hit the ball, how hard you hit it, what kind of spin you put on it, everything. I find that multi-rail kicks kind of even themselves out a little bit better. Okay, I don't know if you guys hear in the chat. Rob just warned Matt that he's on 2 fouls. Obviously not going to play safe here. He's going to probably run a couple. I feel like he might just try to run out here, but you're not obligated to play 3 fouls just because your guy's on 2. When the table lays like this, there's really not too many good hiding spots. Came up slightly on the wrong side of that for the run out. If he wants to get real crazy, he might be able to draw it here and then back over. He was trying something like that. That was crazy. Okay. Be good for Matt if he has the angle where he could draw here, pocketing the ball down here. He may not. Maybe he's got too much angle. He may have to draw here and back across, somewhere. Put a little curve on it so it. I'm just kidding. But this takes a little bit of stroke here either way. And, well, he's not playing that. He's cutting this. Looks like he's cutting it down past the 9 and running his cue ball. Okay, just playing safe. So he's no longer on 2 fouls. It's a pretty nice touch. It's a shot I suck at really bad. I think there's just a one railer here. May need to open this up with a little bit of right to come off that way, because the cue ball wants to go here. That was a good shot. This would be a monster stroke here if he pulls back and gets on the 5 somehow. Almost looks like he's going forward. Oh, not even taking it on. Pretty good shot. This is a tough spot. I just see the one railer. I think he coming off about here. I mean, you do not want to open this up too much, because if you go along and come here, he almost got a dead scratch off this ball. Tighten it up too much. That was a little bit too firm. Difficult spot to be in. I almost like just setting up over here someplace and playing position, trying to just come up this way. Well, just a touch of right English, maybe. Okay, he's going to run this long. This will work pretty good. Unless you don't make it. I think on this shot, I like coming in a little bit rail first, trying to clip this ball and send my cue ball out this way. You could dig down and play a bunch of low right and try to go the same pathway, but It's a little bit tough to control. Either way, it's tough to control. This is not an easy shot to dig these pockets, dig these balls out of, especially diamond pockets where the shelves are this deep. I don't know if I like a high ball. Oh, maybe he's not hitting high. We'll take that. That's a good shot. From here, you just kind of got to bear down and making the ball. I wouldn't worry too much about pinpoint and shape. You're naturally coming between the 6-9. You might end up a little bit straight, but you can work with that if you don't get too far away. Oh, here comes treat time. You got 30 likes, I guess. Oh, yeah. Jackie's the like monitor. It's helpful. I'm not sure what I do here. I might try to twist this hard with a bunch of left and see if I can drop my cue ball in behind the 6, but probably what I would have ended up doing. Well, this looks very makeable on the side. Good opportunity. Don't be afraid to hit it a little bit. You need some angle here. You don't want to be dead straight. He's probably going to go 2 rails forward. You don't want to load this up with a bunch of right English. Well, here he's drawing his ball. Go 2 rails across and try to fall about where he is. Now you just got to cut it in. No English, straight high ball. You know. Oh man, needed that to fall. It was not a super easy shot, but you didn't have to do a bunch with the cue ball except play speed. He got the point on that one. That one got away from him some. This is going to be a little ugly. I wonder if he can go on the side here. Let me check the. Probably not. It feels like it's flirting with a scratch. Plays the corner. I think he got corner hooked. He might be corner hooked. Be interesting. Well, I don't know. I'm seeing a 3 railer, maybe something like this. I guess you could do one. I'm just more comfortable with the multiple rails, but if you even need to, if you can't see the edge here, you may try to swerve a little bit. That's the recipe for selling out, even if you make a good hit. Yeah. So he's level. He's got an edge. Maybe he's trying to baby this to the long rail. Got to get a rail here. It's a great opportunity for Matt. I mean, you got to put a little pace on this. You don't want to miss the shot going crazy because he might be tempted to put a little bit inside on this. I don't know that you need inside, but you do need a stroke on this ball to get across for the 10. Say it's just about far enough away from the rail that that force follow kind of lockup deal is not a factor here, but you got to be a little smooth about it. You don't want to go crazy. Well, he left a tough shot, man. I don't think he left a cut here. I mean, the cut is possible, but it'd be pretty wild. Tell you what sounds a little wild, but it lays comfortable, in my opinion, is to knock the 9 ball here and run your cue ball this way. Maybe not into the pocket, but oh, he's not doing that. Might be playing the bank, long rail bank. I feel like I could fairly comfortably lay both of these balls on the long rail where the 10 is and get the 10 in between them. It's risky, obviously, but this is risky too. I mean, he's probably an underdog to make this, and who knows what he might leave. He made it. Wow, we. Okay, the shot lays good. I mean, it can be scary to shoot past, but this ball's not frozen. The side pocket, point's not a factor here. You really just got to ignore the rail and shoot this into the pocket. Good shot. Hell of a bank shot to get out there. I mean, it was risky. At the speed he played it, I mean, he was going to leave that ball sitting in the pocket. So good thing it went center cut for him. Matt's got a serious uphill battle on his hands now. He's a nice shot. Uh-oh, what happened? Uh-oh. I'm not seeing video anymore. Is the black screen for everybody or just me? I may have to log out and back in. Thank you, Jim. I'll be back. Well, that's a problem. Maybe Rob kicked me out. Just kidding. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Probably got to reboot the machine. Sorry, Brian. I may not have. I don't recall which shot you're talking about. I might have missed it. I had black screen for the last few minutes. Am I back in? Everybody hearing me okay? Good shot there. Thank you, Jackie. It's a thin cut for a jump shot. You got a little bit of a chance if you're trying to cut this in the side. You got a chance of kind of bouncing over the ball on a hop here. If you're trying to hit such a small piece of it, it doesn't take much to get over the very edge of the ball here. So you got to be careful. I probably tend to undercut it some. Okay, I'm going to try to log out and back in, I guess. There we go. Oh, no, music's still there. Should be a big pocket here with the 10. Beauty of a shot there. That was huge. Yay, get to see more pool. I have no idea if they're planning to play a set after this, regardless of who wins or loses, but I'm hoping. Been fun out here hanging out with you guys and babbling through the entire thing, just kind of sharing my thoughts on it. Oh, I just lost the video again. Yikes. Hmm. All right. Nice break. I think he has a shot here. Should have a path to come out like this, roughly. Maybe inside the 6. Yeah, I think I'm all good now. Looks like
Hey,
Patrick
Mike.
Nix is joining.
Yeah, I saw you were having a little bit of technical difficulty, so that was actually my fault. I was on the back end trying to adjust some things and accidentally booted you out, so I apologize about that.
Hey, no problem. How you been? Been a little few minutes since I talked to you.
Yeah, I've been good. Yeah, I guess the last time we talked was when we commentated a match for the U.S. Open one pocket.
That's correct.
Yeah, how you been?
That's when I discovered I'm not very good at one pocket commentating.
It's not easy. The
Definitely
pros play at a completely whole different level from a knowledge perspective, so it's kind of hard
Yeah.
to keep up with that if you're not in that world or that level. Yeah, but no, I love what's going on here at the 11 Ball TV. 11 Ball Rob, always in action every single day.
Yeah, I do too. It's been fun to watch. I've stumbled across it here within the last week or so, and it's been kind of constant.
I find myself living vicariously through Rob,
Right?
Because he's about the same speed as me, and
Right.
He's in these big money matches, and I don't really do that, but it's cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it'd be like to play for something like 10,000. The biggest set I've ever played in my life was 3,500, and I was probably having a heart attack most of the time.
Yeah, not everybody can handle the pressure of big stakes.
No. Wow, what a shot there. Surprising that ball didn't drop. And a great shot, Tiki.
Landed all the way inside the jaws.
Yeah, I think Matt can just play about a half ball hit, maybe slightly fuller, and just try to bounce, get off that short rail a little bit. I don't know if I would. Yeah, I like this.
You know, a lot of times you hit that knuckle and it kills it,
Yeah.
which actually worked out good for him. He played it off the knuckle.
Yeah, he could have used another inch or so. I think he might be rubbing the 8-ball coming through here. It's hard to tell exactly. I might try the overhead cam here at risk of.
Oh yeah, you're right. Looks like he's
Maybe.
running into the 8.
He might be able to beat it. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
just.
Oh, but he missed the shot trying to beat the 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens when you're just focused on avoiding that ball with your leave, and you take a little bit off of the shot.
Yep. Oh, good. And Matt's in the chat saying they're going to play as many sets as they can.
Yeah, that's what I saw on the flyer. They're just going to play set after set. I guess the same thing. They'll probably just reset the scores to 0 and go again.
Okay, good.
I was talking to Matt last night. I did some commentary for the Victor Kakuza match.
I caught the very end of that. I did see. Yeah, I came
Last
home
night
really
or-
late Saturday night. Was it?
The
No,
night, yeah, a couple nights ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that was an exciting finish. I was listening to you guys do the call that one, and it was very good.
that was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You could feel the pressure sitting at home watching that.
Yeah, you know, and Victor had that 9 ball down the rail that he had missed a couple of times just previously. And, you know, at Hill you miss that and it's, you know, a huge loss. But yeah, he pulled through.
Yeah, and Rob made a hell of a kick shot on a 6-ball that I remember to keep himself in the match. He was in a tough spot and he left it tough. Yeah, they had a little bit of safety battle. It was a lot of fun to watch that.
So, Mike, how did you get? Did you already know Rob, and he just invited you to be a commentator, or
No,
did you guys just recently?
I just kind of nuzzled my way in there. I stumbled across this on my YouTube feed, and I was in the chat, participating, and Matt was doing commentary, and he said he was tired and was getting ready to pack it up, and I think I offered to jump in if he left, and I got to do a game or two, and then I did the last couple of games of Rob playing against Justin a day with Justin. It was like a 470 Fargo or something like that. Yeah, they were. So yeah,
you know, that was my ultimate, you know, dream of EvoSports is being able to connect the pool community together like that through commentary, and being able to be remote. It's just cool to see it really coming to fruition. And so appreciate you, you know, taking the initiative and reaching out. Hopefully in the future, we'll have more of an organized way of introducing commentators to venue owners and tournament directors and that. Yeah, because I think it's a great way to. Oh, that was a heck of a shot from
yes,
Matt.
it was clutch there. I have nothing but good things to say about the software, by the way. I mean, I had a little thing. You said you were in the background doing something, but I mean, I love the tools. I love the ability just to jump in with nothing but a laptop. And, you know, I mean, I use an external mic, you know, that I have that I've been using for commentary in other spots, but it's not needed. I can just use my built-in mic. My laptop is just fine. And it's easy to log in. It's no download needed. I mean, it's great. It's a really great tool.
Yeah, boy, Matt just made a great shot on the 6 and then kind of dogged the 7. And we do that so much in pool. It's amazing how often that happens when, you know, you get that first shot that's really tough and you get yourself pretty much where you want. And then something happens. And
that came up in the last set. In the first set they were playing, Rob made an outstanding shot and then followed it up with a miss on an easy one. And you have to say the obligatory same guy.
Right.
That's something that happens in pool a lot. I kind of likened it to when you see someone washing a car and you have to ask if they're going to do yours next.
Right.
It's just something you have to say.
And Rob looking to take down the first set. Looks like he got really straight on the 9, and he's probably going to pull off a draw shot here that's going to get him nice on the 10.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I need to go back to the other angle.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, let's see here. Oh, there it is. So he's pretty good here. I think he draws straight up and it's fairly natural. Just have a little bit of angle. There it is.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is the second set, by the way.
Oh, is this the second
Yeah,
set?
Rob.
Okay.
Rob got.
Yeah.
Matt actually won the first set hill after a miss on the 10 by Rob, I believe it was. So
Nice. So I'm assuming they're just going to edit the information on the tablet and keep the stream going, probably. Yep. So yeah, just to further talk to you about EvoSports. Obviously, I'm not trying to do a cheap plug or anything on Rob's stream, but your area is going to be getting it at the Aloha Billiards near you.
Yeah.
So Devin has the equipment. He's already purchased it. He's got it in his office, and he's basically just finding the time to install it and get that started up. So I don't know if that's one of your local.
It is. Yeah, I was just there this past weekend. I got a little bit of action, real small action on Friday night, and I commentated a tournament at another location called Shots Bar and Kitchen or something like that. But yeah, I stop into Aloha fairly regularly.
Nice.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of action in there. There's people playing there almost every day of the week.
Yeah, we've had several people or several new venues pop up in California, which is great to see. We're in pretty much every venue in Sacramento, it seems like. And Bakersfield, the Corner Pocket Bakersfield is waiting.
James Harris still running that place?
He's not my contact there, but I don't know for sure. And then you've got Modesto Snooker and Billiards up in Modesto, and then a bunch of the Sacramento rooms, and then down where you are in Huntington Beach or that area, Aloha Billiards. So it's great to see. I love seeing California's got a great pool scene, and yeah.
Yeah, Aloha is probably about a 20-25 minute drive north of me, but it's worth the trip. It's a nice room. They keep adding diamonds in there, so they got 6 or 7, 8, maybe 8 diamonds in the place now. It's all perimeter lights. A buddy of mine has invented or come up with a diffuser system for perimeter lights that I think is outstanding. It makes the playing experience in the room just so much better. It kind of eliminates all the side cast off the lights and just
I'm very interested in that, Mike.
Okay.
And so if you could send me a message on Messenger, I'd love to get his the information on the perimeter light diffusers.
I will send that to you. I'm gonna try to work out a sponsorship deal with this stream here for it as well. I think I can probably score Rob a set for his perimeter light, and it just makes the playing experience so much more pleasurable because those lights do get a little blinding off from the side, right?
Yeah. So the pool rooms don't. The reason that they don't like them is because of how they are bright, how bright they are to the spectators and the players in the room. When you're looking across the room, it doesn't look like a pool hall, right?
Well, Aloha Billiards is already outfitted with the full set of those on all their tables, and another room called Danny K's here locally, which is basically my main home room for the last 30 years or so, is also got all those on all of their tables, and it's just so much better. I'll send you some info. I'll send you a promo video and some before and after pics. It's amazing. Yeah, it's the best thing in my opinion since sliced bread.
Yeah, please do. Because, for streaming, perimeter light is the best possible lighting that you can have on a table for live streaming.
When it opens up for a center overhead view camera, right?
Yeah, it opens up for an overhead, but also the lighting is actually better because you're bringing the light from outside in versus from the inside out. And any photographer will tell you that's what you need to do. And so, it's just when billiard lights were first invented, that wasn't really a consideration, right, of how it will look on camera.
Right. Yeah, you can tell by watching a lot of the old AccuStats video. No shade on AccuStats, because I came up on watching those videos and they're great, great learning tool and all that, but the production quality has improved so much.
Yeah, perfect bank shot from Rob. Get shape on the 6, but being close to the rail like he is here, it's going to be kind of hard for him to get a really good
He's
shot.
just going to have to accept a cut shot from a little bit of distance on the 7 ball. Just go back and forth, right?
I think so. Rather
Unless he
than
has angle to go 3 rails forward, but
Yeah.
I can't. I don't want to
Yeah.
keep switching back and forth there.
I think you can do both. I think he could juice it or play the take your medicine shot. He decided to juice it, and
I'll tell you what, he hit it great.
he really did.
A shot becomes missable when you try to do all that.
It sure does when you're cueing off the rail and
Yeah.
you're juicing it like that with that much power. Accuracy becomes a lot worse for most of us anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Hit it clean.
You got to make sure you keep your tip in the center of that cue ball if you're going to be doing that. You don't try to do that with a bunch of English. And then,
and then here we go with the same guy syndrome. You know,
yeah.
We saw it from Matt in the last rack of the last match, and where he made a great 6 ball and then missed the 7. It's a similar thing here.
There's been at least one of those in each set so far, so we got one out of the way early here. That's a nice shot. Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, I don't think he's left the edge.
I don't either, so he's got a kick. It's an awkward spot because, well, I think it's just a little past the side pockets where you need to hit, but you may need to get down the center ball or something if you're going to shoot past, on the right side of the long rail here. He might be. He's playing a little swerve here, I think. So do you call the corner like he's trying to cut this in? This would be his shot. 7's off the rail a little bit, so you got to hit this. Incredible. Got a pretty good result.
Yeah, it's not going to be
a shot here. It's a makeable shot, but it's a little bit testy. Looks like he might be playing safe here, which I don't dislike, especially when you hit it that good.
Yeah, not a surprise. That was a much higher percentage than the offensive shot.
Agreed.
So, Mike, I think I'm trying to put together a list of California commentators for EvoSports, and we've got a lot in Sacramento, and it's, I think something that you would probably appreciate, being that that's your area. I know California is a big state, but I think there's going to be like some type of a messenger group.
Sure.
So if you'd like, I can get you added to that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I kind of bounce around all over the place. Like I said, I just did a full tournament for, I don't know if you've heard of the Facebook page, Bar Box Kings, run by a friend of mine named Roger Hibachi. He put on a 680 and under Bar Box 10-ball tournament this past Saturday. It was great. The $200 entry. It was a fun tournament to commentate. The pool was very good.
I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I think I might have sent you a video or two possibly of my California Pool Action Vortex streams that I started. The same friend that is doing these perimeter light diffuser kits. He's moved on to 3D printing products, and he's coming up with some really cool stuff. He made he's also designed a set of scoring beads for these that hang on these perimeter lights.
I love it. I love it. I love people getting innovative and using their own craftsmanship and skills to produce something new for the pool community. I think it's really awesome to see.
Yeah, he works in the in-flight entertainment industry, so he's not a stranger to building and designing things, and he's real handy around his house too. He's come up with some cool stuff like just something as simple as his garage door. He's got a doggy door for his dog in his garage door that he can activate remotely with using an actuator in his phone. It's it's pretty fun stuff. He's a handy dude. So he's got a really cool design with these perimeter lights. He also makes little he calls them rail boards that they're little there's signage that slip under the rail and don't interfere with the balls, but they'll have something on it. You can put the name of the bar there, or no sitting on the tables, no masse, anything you want, he'll put on there. But just little reminders for players on the tables, no drinks on the table, no sitting on the table, no masse, whatever you want. But they're just nifty little things,
Yeah, that's cool. So safety battle back and forth. I think he's got a half ball hit on the 7.
Well, that'll be super helpful because if he can run his cue ball back to where it is, he should be safe. Yeah, this guy's got at least an edge, so he should be able to get his cue ball right about back where it is.
He's got his jump cue out.
Yeah, if he has an edge, I prefer that. He must not.
No, I think he had the edge, but I think he likes his jump shot, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him choose it in certain situations more than, I think, average.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And that just tells me that's his comfortable area, right?
Right.
Nothing wrong with that. Didn't work out in this case, I don't think. It looks like
well, it's a little bit thin here. He's going to have to he didn't even go after it. I thought he could cut that and maybe hold his cue ball for the 8 in the same pocket.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like I was pulling the trigger there on coming around, and maybe he just didn't like his odds of coming around too far and being hooked behind the 9.
Be curious to try the overhead again. If he might be able to cut this back in the side. It could be thin, but it's hard to tell for sure.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, sorry, we were both hitting the buttons.
Oh, I didn't touch anything, but
that was me.
This does appear to be cuttable. It's pretty thin. Don't know if you can.
Yeah, I like it.
Doesn't look like he's going after it. Looks like he might be going after the bank again or something.
Two-way shot with the bank. He's called the bank. He was playing it 2 ways. Yeah, trying to get right there. That was touchy.
Yeah. That was a very thick cut. I'm not sure if I would have gone after that or not. So what do you like here? You like going 3 rails forward or kind of stun your ball across and back out? Either way, you spend a decent amount of time hooked. You gotta err on the side of overrunning this probably.
Yeah, I mean, I like top inside or just inside really on this.
Yeah.
He was going outside spin, rattle the pocket.
Yeah, these pockets do appear to play a little snug. 4 1/4 on a diamond is to me about perfect for competition.
Yeah, and I haven't watched a whole lot of this match, but Matt's had several shots where I feel like he's kind of misread the deflection when he's using outside or inside spin. He's getting more deflection than he's expecting.
Well, I think he also at times kind of shoots across the ball a little bit. Like he doesn't always swing it 100% straight. I've seen it, a few times where he's just kind of missed a straight in shots from, especially applying spin.
Yeah.
It's happy. That's the whole battle you go through trying to learn this game or whatever, and that's a lifelong battle, is getting that nice straight stroke.
Yeah, I think that's where the drills come in, right?
Yes.
And if you have time to do a half an hour a day of just, Mighty X or yo-yo drills or wagon wheel or whatever, right? And you just do 30 minutes every single day, that stroke is going to be so much sharper when you get into battle.
Absolutely. I could benefit from that myself. I've spent plenty of time over at Griff's, and I've seen John Mora was when he was living in Vegas. He would just go to Griff's every night and rent balls and practice by himself. And he spent as much time practicing his straight stroke on top of the rail than he did hitting balls, just trying to, swing that cue straight down the division line between the wood and the cloth on the top of the rail, just watching his back arm. He just sat there for what seemed like 2 hours, just air stroking the ball on top of the rail. And you think, back in the day, I used to, see guys, they lay a Coke bottle or something on the table and try to shoot into the mouth of the bottle without touching the sides. And I think, oh my gosh, how silly is that? But those guys end up playing good down the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's actually a good warm up, exercise. Yeah. Yeah.
Brian McPherson in the chat. I recently purchased my second sawdust Q, and I use a Revo carbon fiber shaft with it. But he sent me his Keelwood shaft, and I got to admit, I've only hit a couple balls with it. Hits great, but I haven't played enough with it to have a solid opinion one way or the other. I'm sure Keelwood shafts are great if you like the wood feel and all that. That's probably what I would choose if I went back to a wood, but I'm very used to the carbon fiber now, and it'd be kind of hard to pry that out of my hands for a while.
Yeah, I don't, there's a lot of players that kind of switch up every couple weeks to maple to carbon fiber to keelwood to this to that. And I'm like, how in the world do you ever get, like used to one thing?
Right.
I want to stick to something, learn it, and never change so that I can always know where that baseline is of deflection and feel. And yeah.
It's fine. Like the more I work on stroking the ball straight, and I find I can stay closer to the center of the cue ball, so deflection becomes less of an issue. The more you kind of get out to the edge with your spin and all that.
What happened there?
He just missed it. He just rattled it.
Yeah.
Brian McPherson, Sawdust is a custom cue maker out of Singapore. He advertises on Facebook. The cues are really nice looking. He makes a really nice looking cue. A lot of times with ebony and other nice woods. And for the price, I mean, maybe just the cost of living in Singapore is low, but I mean, I got a custom cue delivered to my front door for like $700, with 2 shafts or what. I mean, he makes his own maple shaft, so hard to beat, and he makes a really pretty cue. So I've got 2 of those now, and my first one was ebony and snake wood. This one, my new one's got ebony and just some, nice little inlay work. Not, maybe it's not going to win any contest at the Billiards Expo or any of that, but they play great and they're good looking and they're reasonably priced. And I can't recommend them highly enough. If you're in a cue, you don't want to spend $3,000 on a cue, I'd look him up.
Oh man, Matt made a great shot to dig his way out of the corner pocket with the 8-ball, and then hangs the 9-ball in the opposite corner.
Well, that ball hanging just might save his life, because that 10-ball is dead. So I mean, digging these out of the corner pockets, I mean, this could go wrong.
It could, but it's not. It's kind of outside the mouth of the pocket a bit to where he can come rail first into it. If he wants to do that.
Did you play the long rail first or the short rail first?
I think, no, I don't think I'm going to do rail first.
So I mean, there's a little bit of work involved here. A lot more work than just shooting the 10 straight in the side. So I mean, this could end up being a lifesaver for him.
So he is going rail first because that way he gets the cue ball closer to the 10. But
this is no bargain here.
No, yeah.
If you don't mind covering for me for a couple of minutes, I've got some lunch sitting in front of me that I'd rather not everybody listen to me eat. So
yeah, no problem. I've got about another 10, 15 minutes or so, and then I gotta bail off. But yeah, I'll take the wheel for a minute.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, so that was a tough 10-ball for Rob. Matt getting another crack at this. This game has gone back and forth several times for the first rack of the third set. The sets are tied 1-1. And he's undercut it. Where's it going to finish? Well, long and difficult for Rob, and this is where the cue mechanics come into play that we were talking about. Or if you're doing your drills and you're working every day at your stroke, these are going to be a lot easier to execute. You just have to stay perfectly still, find the line, follow through, and put it away. It's not easy. Any little mistake in your cueing makes for a huge difference at the end of the shot. All right, so Matt with another cut shot to the corner. It's not on a scratch line. Looks like the tangent line goes here. Perfect. And we're good. That was a long battle for that first rack.
And that was an outstanding shot on the 10 ball there too.
Yeah, he had a couple of tries at it, and that was the hardest of the, I think, of the tries. And Matt Walker coming in from Jackson, Wyoming. .626 Fargo. And Rob really going toe-to-toe with him. And from what Matt said in their previous outings, Rob has gotten the best of him overall. And does he clear a path? He does, but he doesn't make a ball. So a dry break with a clear path to the 1 for Rob to get started. Probably going to be looking at the 2-8 combo for his second shot. And they say this game is going to go faster than the last one. Yeah, probably, but you might have just cursed it. You never know. The real trick to this rack is getting the... Okay, he's not going to play for the 2-8 combo. He wants to play the 2 in the corner. Probably a better idea because the 8 sits nicely to get shape on the 9 that gets you on the 10. So your end game is really good. So stop shot on the 2, puts you nice on the 3. It's got a little less angle than he probably wanted. Going forward 2 rails, he's looking at the possibility of colliding with the 7. But I think he could probably come off that second rail and get that cue ball to come up this way. Oh, he tried to draw it. Okay. That makes sense because it takes away the possibility of running into the 7 using top. And being that it was such a slight angle, probably draw was the better choice. I think draw on the cue ball makes the shot accuracy a little more difficult than natural follow. And Matt now with a chance to get something going. He's got a steeper angle on the 4 than he was hoping for. So now he's looking at getting long on the 5 unless he wants to take it to extra rails. He could probably, come around it. He's going to get long and maybe blocked for the 5. What are we going to get here? I'll give you an overhead since he's a big guy. It's hard to see over. Oh, yeah, he's got to look at the 5, but not the shot that he wanted. The nice thing is it does look like the cue ball tracks over towards the 6. Kind of looks like the cue ball tracks into the 6, maybe before it, which wouldn't be terrible. If you come underneath the 6, you're going to have the 6-8 combo. You'll be able to keep your offensive run going. Just got to focus everything on making this ball. I wouldn't really put too much effort into any kind of shape because it's a difficult shot to begin with. He's not going for the offense, going for the defense. How's it going to finish? Pretty good. Nothing blocking, but the 11-ball room is in Utah. A little under hit. So now the 5 is in play to the corner, and possibly the 5-8 combo could be on. There's also a safety option as well. Mr. Padre, as far as Fargo, he tried for that combo on the 8 and no good. Mr. Padre, I wouldn't know if they submit the matches to Fargo rate. Currently, you have to use an external app to do that. You have to use the Solato app, I believe, to get your one-on-one match data into Fargo rate. It would be nice if they accepted EvoSports data as video evidence that matches happened and submit those into Fargo rate. But for now, that's not acceptable for them. It has to go through Solato for it to count on Fargo rate. So I don't know if they submit those or not. Oh, Matt's in the chat saying no, we don't. Why are you listening to the commentary, Matt? Is that what's in his headphones? Please tell me that you don't have commentary in your headphones while you're playing, because that's got to be distracting.
Actually, I think they are listening.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't know how. It would be fun to do like a Raz game sometime where, the commentators were sharking in the players and the commentary was on, in real time on speakers in the room. That could be kind of fun. You could have like 7 or 8, of your buddies jump into the commentator studio and shark you.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I don't think I would do it if I was playing for several $100s, but
I wouldn't do it either, but it would be funny to watch.
Yeah. Actually, I have a guy that played on the stream, the Vortex stream that I was doing a lot of commentary on several times, and he always listened to the commentary while he was playing. Some people just something like that. Yes, Mr. Padre, he plays a little above his 556 Fargo rating, probably.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know about Rob, he's a newer player to the game, 2 or 3 years in, something like that.
Wow, that's solid. So he puts in a lot of work then.
Yeah, so I think that's just it. He bought he first bought a 7-foot diamond, and then decided he wanted the real thing. He upgraded to a 9-foot diamond, and then just put in the work. You put in the work, you're going to get results. Whether you're a 550 or 650, you're going to get better results than the people around you that are the same rating, because you're working hard at it.
That is true, but Fargo. The thing about Rob is, like, we've probably seen. I've probably watched him play now for a total of over 5 hours, and I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if I've seen him break and run a rack of 10 ball. He got close one time and missed the 10 ball, but like, he's not stringing racks together to beat these guys. He plays smart. His tactical game is sound. He's got good fundamentals. Everything's good, but he's not out here putting packages together. He just plays smart, and he knows how to win games. And yeah, that'll raise your Fargo. Fargo's all about winning games, but when you say that he looks like he's a 620, 630, I'm not seeing it. I just think he plays smart. He plays very well within his ability.
That's a good point. He chooses high percentage.
Yeah.
He makes high percentage decisions. I think Rob is one of those kind of like math thinker guys, like he kind of knows the odds of his skill level, of what his expectation is of going offensive on this opportunity versus doing something defensive. And he makes correct choices more often.
100%. Okay, so Jackie Tucker in the chat saying that he's quit playing for about 20 years and then got back into it in the last few years. So I was going to say it would be amazing if he was playing this speed after just 2 years after the start. I mean, I've seen some guys. In fact, I mentioned a few minutes ago that I got into a small game with at Aloha Billiards on Friday night. It was with a kid that just turned 16 years old, has been playing for a year and a half to 2 years, and giving me all I can handle. We played a race 9 on a bar table. I got there, but I mean, this kid is solid. You know what I mean? And my Fargo's 637. And I think Fargo is also kind of relative to the sea you swim in. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of a 600 Fargo in one room might not be the same as a 600 Fargo in another room because the competition could be a lot tougher. Like, look at this draw stroke.
Look at this. Now that
Oh,
was a shot right there, man.
Yeah.
That was the shot. Wow. How in the world did he get shape on that too? Did you see the draw stroke that he put on that
Yeah,
ball?
he just ripped that and got a little fortunate with the leave the way it collided, but man,
Well, I mean, his
amazing
intent was
shot.
to put a huge draw stroke on it to try to collide into it and to come into that area. And there was no other way to do that. I was wondering what he was doing there and how he was going to get on that.
Just letting it all hang out.
I mean,
same guy.
and then same guy, right?
Same guy syndrome.
Same guy syndrome. Well, let's catch that replay because I want to see it again.
Fargo in one room might not be the same as a 600 Fargo in another room because the competition could be a lot tougher. Like, look at this draw stroke.
Look at this. Now that was a shot right there.
What a shot.
Holy smokes.
And then he got steered wrong. He was trying to create an angle that wasn't there. You just can't do that on a 4.25 inch diamond table. You can't cheat the pocket from 3.5 feet away. So.
That was spicy.
Yeah. You got that draw stroke in the bag, right, Pat?
It comes out sometimes, but many of the times when I try to stroke it like that, I get half as much as I expect, because I just didn't cue it cleanly or
when I try to draw the ball like that, someone has to mail the cue ball back to me because it flies off the table.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're hitting as low as you can without it popping up, and you have to put a perfect follow through on the ball. Well, I'm going to have to bail out. I got to respond back. Oscar is setting up a EvoSports match for Adrian Prasad today, so I'm going to help him out.
Oh, I heard about that. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Man, Adrian is a tough little sucker there.
Yeah. So he's got a big money match coming up. That's going to be on Hard Times, Oscar's YouTube channel.
Okay.
So check it out if you have time later. But
I definitely will.
Yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you again, Mike.
You too, Patrick. Thanks for stopping in. We'll see you next time. Yeah,
thanks for providing the commentary for the 11 Ball TV, and hope you enjoy the rest of it.
I will. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Padre. I could draw the ball like that once in a while. It doesn't appear that the 8 would pass the 9 here, so he's going to have to draw straight up table. I mean, spin off the long rail, maybe something like this, or you may be able to stun it a little bit more and get some spin coming down here. Mr. Padre, nobody's required to report action matches to Fargo. You know what I mean? It's Fargo has almost ruined action in that way where you think it's the be all end all of matching up. It's, you know, there's something to be said about the old fashioned way where you find out by finding out. Still not completely out of the woods here. He's got to hold this ball. There's a little bit of a softer hit than you want to make, I think. Eesh. And Salado is basically designed for people to game the Fargo system anyway. It's not designed for it, but it's a perfect tool for it. Oh, look, I'm playing a Salado match. I'm going to lay down against this 400, and he's going to beat me 11 games in a row, and my Fargo is going to drop 16 points. It's, yeah, it is. But Salado created the opportunity for people to game it. If at the very least, you should have oversight. It's like a tournament director should be able to sit there and gauge you, particularly if your robustness is still in the preliminary range. Yeah, there's no way to get rid of sandbagging. Anytime there's a rating system, there's a way to game it. So Fargo's perfect for what it's designed to do. It's designed to give you an average of how you perform against other people's, of various ratings or whatever. It does the math perfectly. It's not supposed to tell you exactly how somebody plays, how many balls they can run. All it does is tell you how many games they win against players of other skill levels. It's all it's designed to do, and it does it fine. That was aggressive. Again, in those positions, I take my chances cutting the ball to the side instead of banking and laying my cue ball like on the template rack. You know what I mean? It plays two way. These pockets are so tight. You've seen multiple occasions where these guys have a long straight one, and it's not easy to make that on this table. So I'll take a shot at cutting the ball in and laying my cue ball, put it on the rail, and letting them take a long straight shot. That's a nice shot. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to just watch somebody play, and like if I was watching both of these guys play, I would put my quarter on the table and ask for next. You know what I mean? It's say what? No.
Keeps talking about not reporting and how like this is what's wrong with pools.
That's all right. It's just an opinion. I don't. Anyway, yeah. I mean, you should just be able to watch somebody play for a little while and decide if you can hang or not. That's how it was back in the old days. Fargo's only been around for, I don't know, 10 years or so, if that. And for all my time in pool for the 25 years before that, I just had to watch them play and decide if I wanted to try it or not. Great shot. Excellent. I only really see something like this, maybe whatever. Two rails. That's the two's kind of in the way of the one railer here. Yeah, I'm cool, Mr. Padre. I mean, I see you're stating an opinion and all that. That's fine with me. That's a good try. Tough shot to hit right there. I'm fine with a little friendly debate. But I can see how somebody, if you're basically, I'm not saying you're doing this, but if you kind of just point a finger at somebody and say they're a sandbagger, hell, they might get a little offended by it. So, not really the case. He's up here displaying all the skill he's got like 4 days a week or so. So, you can say what you want about his Fargo, but he's up here showing you how he plays, not laying down for anybody. He's betting all his own money, and he's betting quite a chunk of it. This is, again, one of the smaller matches I've seen him play. He's played for 10,000 here this week, you know. So it's when a guy's betting his own money and he's not laying down. He has a rating. He didn't give himself that rating. He has nothing to do with it. He just plays, and he's not obligated to report his Fargo to anybody or his match scores. You could if you wanted to, but no good reason to when you're only in action, you know. In fact, that would be fiscally unsound to report all your improvement if what you do is play for money. It'd be like if you're a car salesman and you tell your customer exactly what you paid for everything. Yeah, it's a valid point. Sports fan. He takes on, and he played a 725 the other night. So what's that? That's a 170 point Fargo difference or so, and took 12 on the wire to 24, where he, 170 points would probably justify 16, maybe 14 to 15 on the wire to 24, but he took 12 and he got hill. It went hill. So he's not a locksmith. He's not a, nut hunter, whatever you want to call that. Someone who only takes the game when they got the stone cold nuts. He's testing himself every day of the week and just out here playing his best, and we all get to see it. I mean, so he's definitely not dumping. Nice shot there. Make him shoot it. Just kidding. Oh, got a nice group out here watching. Looks like about 55 or so watching. One more reminder, if you're in here watching and you wouldn't mind, subscribe to this channel. Again, there's action here multiple times a week. Anywhere from this, $100 sets to $10,000 sets. See a little bit of one pocket here and there. So hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Rob's trying to build a channel here. He's got a few guys that do commentary. I'm happy to do it. It's a lot of fun for me to sit here and kind of share my thoughts along with just kind of thinking out loud through this, what I'm seeing and sharing it with you guys. If you have opinions on it, feel free to participate in the chat. It's been fun, even these little debates about Fargo, whatever. So, and I'm here. I'll talk about anything. You need a recipe, let me know. I'll see what I can do. Be nice if it stayed pool related, but whatever. I've done movie quotes, song lyrics, whatever. Test me, quiz me on something. Yeah, it's all true, Justin. So this one would have to cut the 3 to make the combination. So the one's going to want to bounce off the rail some. If If you're going to play the combo, you got to be prepared for that. Hit it real good. I might pull this out 2 rails out of that upper corner to back to the middle of the table here. Looks like it's probably what he's doing. Yeah, good shot. If he's going to miss this 9 ball, it's a pretty natural 2 rails out of that upper same corner, try to play the 4 on the side. Oh, hit that out way fat. On this shot, he might have the angle where he could play through this 2 ball and run his cue ball like this and just kind of bounce the 2 ball up table. So not the only shot by any stretch, but I kind of like that shot. That was a good try, man. Those little touch stun shots, I have zero ability to play. Like, he played that much better than I could have, and it didn't really come out too good. But I like a lot of stun, some draw here and there. I like hitting my ball, like driving it to a pocket. I don't like rolling balls. I used to roll everything, but man, I have no touch for that anymore. I'm terrified everything's going to roll off. Another great shot right there. Love to get a little bounce here. Yeah, that's nice. That should be a game winner there. Did you say if you have a Fargo, Mr. Padre? What's your Fargo? Okay, 450. Well, obviously, you walk into a pool room and somebody wants to play. I don't even bother asking what their Fargo is because they're almost guaranteed to lie about it if they want to play for money. They may give you a fake name and bring up Fargo on their phone and say, "Hey, my name's Justin Today. I'm a 450." You know what I mean? Where as long as you know someone's name and their Fargo and you can look them up, it's pretty easy to bullshit even with Fargo. So just because someone says they're a certain Fargo doesn't mean anything. So you still have to base it on how they play. So you got to either like your game or buyer beware. You know what I mean? Negotiate weight. If you're a 450 and you're legit, I wouldn't recommend going out on the road. I've been as high as 650 for a couple of minutes, and I probably wouldn't make it to the next town over if I try to go out on the road and make money at playing pool. So there's a match right there. Padre, where are you from? I mean, Justin's a 470. He's got some video on the stream you could watch. So maybe we'll make a match. Great shot. Nice out there, buddy. Matt. Is that Molina? Oh no, that's the dog. Okay. Victor 1, Hill, dogging it. Yeah, Molina Mike has windows open, right? Dogging. I've heard Dogging It podcast. That's pretty big. Yeah, go check out the match. It was a finish, I'll tell you that. Jim, it's a kind of name that gets me asked a lot of questions. I think it's I've been told it's of Portuguese descent. I'm just pretty much your basic white dude, but I got a little bit of a tan. So my buddy calls me Off-White Mike. He's Vietnamese. Is that right? Well, I'll take it. Mike the Greek. Off-White Mike. I will take it. Yeah, I need a nickname. I've been playing pool for 35 years. Don't have a nickname, so never too late to get one, even if it's 15 minutes before I retire. Oh, it is Molina. Yeah, cool. Good to have you on the stream, bud. When you're not busy bickering with Collins over on Post Up. Yeah, this Shotsky. He's got a breakout on the 6 here. Sports fan, that sounds miserable. 100 degrees inside of a gym. Oh. Never heard of her, the Collins. Give her a call. She'll be happy to tell you all about whatever you need to know about. I'm just kidding. I have no problem with Collins. Just having fun. Great shot. Would have loved to get another like two inches of roll out of that ball. This is not an easy shot right here. Oh, you can't hear? What happened? Okay, good to know. Thought I was just talking to myself again. That happens a lot. This shot's a little tough. Nice stroke here. Come back across where his elbow is and back. Yeah, great try. I mean, good cue ball. All right, thanks everyone. Yeah, apparently that's the sound problem is unique to Jackie's deal. Maybe refresh or something. So yeah, hopefully nobody shows up and says sleazy stuff about women. That'll probably get you blocked almost immediately. But don't mind a little bit of debate, a little friendly ribbing, blah blah blah. But it's like let's not get too wild. It's a PG-13 show. Jim, I did catch somebody earlier on the UK Open stream that was getting religious. A lot of religious stuff, a lot of Islam talk, whatever. Nothing disrespectful, but it was just over and over. Everybody knows that that's the type of subject that'll start issues right away. So thanks, roller coaster. Norway, huh? We gotta. I don't want to say anything disrespectful either. Not that I have any problem, but I just. I'll keep it to myself. I don't know if it's derogatory to say what I wouldn't be meant that way at all. How's life in Norway? Hopefully, great. Well, when you get like 3,000 people watching and the chat's going by 100 miles an hour, it's probably just hard to even keep up for a moderator. I'm not sure how you do such a thing. It's just about blocking somebody instantly every time they say something remotely out of line. Good news, Jackie. Thanks. Oh, costly. You went for it. That was a adventurous shot there. Where are you from, Jim? Greek yogurt, Jim? You're not in Greece, are you?
I'm impressed how long he stayed on the stream. Impressive.
All right. I would ask you about sports, but I don't really follow anything. So I could name the two major teams there, and or maybe three. But as soon as you name a player, I'm out. So I won't ask. I could name Franco Harris from way back in the day. Terry Bradshaw. Lynn Swan. Anyway. Nice break. That's been hitting the break real solid all day long. You know, not always easy to make a ball and 10 ball. Or just watch the speed. It's adjusting the speed seems to be mostly the ticket for pocketing the second row balls in the sides. Tends if you hit them too soft, they go short of the sides, and then the opposite. Yep. Okay. An opportunity here. Should be able to just kind of twist this in a little bit of right and come straight up the middle of the table towards the 10 ball. Actually, I'd like to come past the 10 ball to get pretty flat on the 2. Yeah, that rub wasn't helpful, but may have to try to bump into this 3 ball to somehow slow his cue ball down and maybe push the 3 closer to the other corner if possible. Or you could play a stop shot safety of some sort. This might be what he's doing. That one got away from him a little bit. He's going to need that to park on the rail. It did not. I think if I'm playing this, I like coming rail first here and then try to get my cue ball this way. You could dig down and do the same thing with your cue ball with a ball first hit, but for some reason the rail first just plays more natural to me. Jim, yeah, it's a nice spread, but it's very easy to get out of line and make a mess of it right away. Cue ball controls the whole deal. I'll take a stab, Jim. What do you got for me? Hey, probably gonna have to just go into the 4 and/or 7 here and see what you end up with. If you want to try to run out, there's some safeties here as well. But in fact, you could 2-rail the 3 ball this way and run your cue ball this way if you wanted to. Or you can just try to make it and go into some stuff here and try to get out. That seems to be Rob's MOs. He'll take some chances and be aggressive. That did not work out. So that didn't work very well, I don't think. Take a look at the overhead camera. Yeah, I don't believe there's a shot. He could kick here. Probably, if I was going to try this, I would probably kick up here and try to get the second rail first and then come off, hit the ball this way so your cue ball comes out for some semblance of a shot on the 5. If you just make this, I mean, your cue ball is probably coming down here. It's going to be a little tougher. Okay, the 10 got the rail, took all the question out of it. I wasn't sure if you got a rail. This is some of the diamonds. I think all the diamonds have deep shelves. And what I mean, if this section between the opening of the pocket and where the ball drops is what I mean by the shelf. If you don't know, I think you probably do. Yeah. You can order tables like this from Diamond. You might even be able to get them as small as 4-inch. I'm not 100% sure if you order them that way. If you try to take a table that was originally like a 4.5-inch corner pocket and make it 4-inch or something like that, by just stacking shims in here in the openings of the pockets won't play right and will probably spit out some balls. So if you do that, like you need a good table mechanic to come in and replace the wood here along these rails and extend them. They're called the sub rails to make them play the way they're supposed to play. If you have the pockets shimmed up from a table that you purchased that had bigger pockets and try to make it much smaller. If I haven't answered your question, go ahead and we can add to this a little bit. Okay, you have a diamond table that's been shimmed, or so it looks like he's drawing out in the cross here. It's not bad. It's pretty good, actually. You should be able to go straight up the end of the table and back up like this. Don't want to put a bunch of left on this and end up creeping behind the 9. So came up. That's not bad. Okay, 8-foot American Heritage table. How does it play when you fire a ball down the rail into one of those facings? Does it go in the pocket or does it spring back out? If it springs back out, it's probably the shims doing it to you, or the cut angle. If you had someone come and do your table for you and recut the rubber, you need someone that kind of knows what they're doing to cut the. Oh, the deep shelves on a diamond are the whole thing. I mean, that's what makes them reject the ball, you know. Rob's got a bit of a choice here. He could yeah, maybe not. I would probably play short side on this ball. I'd probably just kind of run this way. Well, if the pockets mess you up all the time, it's probably because they're shimmed and not because of some other flaw necessarily. Could be the angle they're cut. See, that was a lot of force there. Yeah, sports fan. He had a kind of a lot of angle. I looked at the overhead for that, and I was thinking the high left, but there was a lot of angle. I don't think he could have forced the left through that angle and still got on the top side of the 10. So I think he might have been wise to accept short side, or he could have tried to dig down a little bit deeper on the angle and run up, but you're flirting with a scratch on the side. Oof. So, yeah, I'm running out of knowledge here, Jim, about the K55, K66. I've heard of those, but I couldn't tell you much about the profile. Yeah, I'm not sure. You have to talk to a table mechanic probably if you get your table redone. If you want to, honestly, if it was me, I don't know if I would invest a bunch of money into an 8-foot. I forget what brand you said, American Heritage table, unless you really like it. Does it one of those tables that has like the clawfoot legs and leather basket weave pockets or something like that? You know, if that's what you got and you're not in the market for a used diamond or maybe an old gold crown or something like that, then you could get a gold crown for what, $2,000 or so probably. Diamonds not so much. A used diamond's going to cost you at least $5,000, I would imagine. No, diamond achieves the deeper shelves by just having the bigger slit. The slate just runs deeper into this area. The corners of the slate are. That's my understanding anyway. That they just are. The slate's just different. and the slate on a diamond is one piece, and it's, I want to say it's an inch thick. So it's yeah, honestly, I don't know if an Olhausen is a big step up. I would go for a Brunswick Gold Crown. Maybe not a brand new like Gold Crown 7, because Brunswick's awfully proud of those things. They're asking $15,000 or $13,000 or something. That's more than a diamond. If I had the money, I'd just buy a diamond. I think diamond's the gold standard. Yeah, you're not going to be able to. I don't think you're going to be able to deepen your shelf on your table unless maybe some stone guy that does countertops or something could come in and cut you something. That'd be interesting to see if that happened, but I don't know if they'd play correct. I don't know if the rest of the pocket's deep enough to deal with that with the ball flying in. It might just make the hole too small for the ball to drop from with any power. So I'd be careful about all that. I don't know if I would. It's kind of like, putting expensive wheels on a Pinto, if I'm being honest, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I would invest a bunch of money into that table. If that's what you got to play on and you enjoy it and you get to practice a little bit, practice your stroke. You can still practice stroking straight. You don't have to have super tight pockets as long as you're hitting the middle, and it's you can get some practice on a table like that, but it's probably going to be hard to go from that to playing in a tournament that has all diamonds or something like that, with the difference in the reactivity, I guess, of the rails and all that it's going to be hard to adjust to that unless you're used to practicing on it. So back to the game anyway. Sorry for the diversion, but I think I would set up on the other side of this angle here. I'd set up next to the side pocket because this. Okay, you did all right. A little bit of traffic here he's got to worry about. There's the shelf for you right there. So these pockets don't accept a lot of slop, That's why they're great tables, because that ball is really not supposed to go in. It's frustrating when you shoot it, you know what I mean? You want it to. So other tables, the ball might slide in a little bit, especially with the speed he hit, like in the last millennium. Yeah. Okay. Well, then just enjoy yourself. If you have fun at home with your table, nothing wrong with it. Just if you're out trying to compete, you want to play tournaments or you want to do well on, it's hard to practice on that sort of a table and then go expect to play well on like pro equipment. And as I may have mentioned before, I think that 4.25-inch pockets are about ideal for playing a rotation 9-ball or 10-ball, even 8-ball, something like that. One pocket, I like 4-inch pockets on these tables because one pocket's supposed to be tough. But yeah, for competition on diamond tables, like 4.25 is pretty ideal. It's too hard to play on something tighter. Well, I feel like there might be a safety coming up here. I don't know that I would fire at this backward cut here. It's awfully thin. You may. It's makeable, but don't know where the cue ball is going. So it looks like he's digging down a little bit inside English. So he's going to try to get his cue ball to the long rail. Cut this backwards, get the cue ball to the long rail, and come around the 10 ball somehow. How far his cue ball runs? Who knows? Oh, Outstanding shot. He'll take that. This is still slightly tricky. It's close to this ball, finding this exact contact point this close up. You could run an up table and back down with accurate speed is not that easy. You expect him to pull it off, but I mean, yeah, this is not surprising. It's not super easy to get out from where he was, even though it seems like it should be. I just play this cut here to the corner level, lower left corner. I'd probably play this with some left English to try to hit the rail before the side pockets to stay away from any potential scratches. Hey. Great shot. Yeah. Efren would often just borrow cues from somebody in the room and play a tournament. I mean, he's widely considered to be the best player of all time. You know, probably if I had, you know, this is like the Ali versus Tyson debate, but I think in Efren's prime versus, say, a Josh Filler prime playing 9-ball, I have to bet Josh. But, you know, everything evolves. Every sport, you know, you have to bet, you know, Pete Sampras over Connors, you know, Jimmy Connors or McEnroe or so. You can't compare from eras, but Efren was the greatest, easily the greatest player of his era, and so he could play with pretty much any cue and be competitive within reason. I mean, it's got to have a tip on it and all that, but that's a famous story. He just he would borrow cues or play with something real cheap. There's those pockets. Might be a little firm. I think he's hooked. Yeah, back when carbon fiber shafts were fairly new, I was at I want to say it was a Jay Swanson Memorial Tournament down in San Diego. Must have been 2016, 2017, maybe. I was there talking to Oscar Dominguez, who, you know, I know fairly well. And he had just got his Revo shaft, and he was practicing on one of the tables, and he would set the cue ball inside one of the pockets right here, and then set an object ball in the dead center of the table, and he would rifle that ball into the opposing corner pocket with a bunch of spin, stop the cue ball dead, make the ball, and that cue ball would just park and sit there and spin insanely fast, like a bunch of RPM on the cue ball. And I watched him do that shot about 5 times in a row. I couldn't believe it. Like just the straight shooting. You know, and he was impressed with the shaft. I was impressed with his ability to make that shot with so much spin, stop his cue ball dead, and just leave it there spinning for, looked like it would spin for like almost a full minute after he shot the ball. Pretty incredible. Some of the things you can see with people that really know how to hit a pull ball. We're all beginners compared to these guys. You know, 800 Fargos are, it's another world. It's not even really comprehensible how big the gap is between their skill level and us mortal amateurs. I watched Jeffrey DeLuna come to a local pool hall and spot one of our local guys who's 675 Fargo, like the 3 out playing 9-ball, and beat him. It's incredible. You can't agree with what? You don't have to. I'm just giving opinions, I guess. Well, I don't think okay. I was being funny when I said mere mortal human beings, whatever, but the practice more effectively, yeah, probably. Trained the proper technique, like most of us, all of us, including the guys on the table, myself, everybody in this chat, unless even Shane Van Boning, it has flaws in his stroke, but I'm talking about just the mere chasm in the ability gap is huge. Yeah, they're not superhuman, but it's more than just they practice more. They're more gifted, more talented, more trained, they have better technique, and probably more mental fortitude than most, and more self-belief and confidence and whatever. There's a list of things that they have more of, but it translates into ability, and they have a crap ton more of it than most people. I see what you're saying, Navarro, but if you have flaws or bad habits or poor technique and you practice it, you're really just ingraining limitations in your game. So that's why I mentioned earlier to Justin a day, who's out here, a day with Justin in this chat, that starting with coaching on proper technique is the road to success in this game. You're self-taught and you just ingrain bad habits. Take it from me, because I have some of the, the most terrible mechanics you'd ever seen in your life for someone who plays over 600 speed. I nobody can believe I can run 3 balls. All right, Sky Dog needs a snack. Scooby snack for Sky. I haven't refreshed a while, seeing how many likes we got. Oh, 36. That's a thanks for your reminder, Rob. See who's at the table here. I don't know who coaches them. They may just work with each other. I mean, Albin is a multiple-time world champion. He's got pretty good technique. Although it's it's a little bit unique. Oh boy. This frustration out of Matt there. Understandable. Albin's got a unique style because he plays extremely left eye dominant, but he's a right-handed player, which means when he shoots, he centers his left eye over the cue, but he's right-handed, so his chin is on the far side of his cue from his body, I guess you'd say, and it's unique looking. John Mora used to play that way when he was playing right-handed. So it's yeah, it's different to look at. So everybody's got a little bit different thing. I said there's right-handed players who play extremely right-eye dominant, like Niels Fayen and Earl Strickland, who hold the cue under what looks like the outside edge of their right eye at playing right-handed. So it's very far off center. Bowling for dollars. Very far off center from the middle of their chin, which most people would think would be standard or what would be taught. But there's lots of different ways to get it done, and you see a lot of different styles. The probably common denominator is just they figure out how to turn their body into a machine that swings the cue extremely straight every time and on the same line every time. They don't have any veer in their swing. So, and their mechanics are very repeatable. Their foot position is very repeatable. So they kind of aim with their body more than their eyes and their hands. If their body's out of alignment, they'll stand up and adjust their feet more than they'll just shift their body over a little bit. They don't really do that. If they feel like they're off, they'll stand up and start their pre-shot routine over again, re-chalk and get down with their feet. The foot position is the start of all the repeatability. I'm not sure if he's got a pathway straight through to this ball. Looks like, well, he probably just got the left edge of it. Should be usable. That's excellent. Object ball speed. Good shot. He got helped out a little bit by hitting that 5 ball, I think, but he wasn't going to leave an easy shot there. Yeah, I wish I had the sound effect for Homer Simpson or emotional damage or something. Rob goes back and watches this whole thing and tells us how good Matt misses. Rob has missed way better than Matt through this entire matchup. Matt has sold out numerous times on misses where Rob has not. Hopefully he's just being funny. Or he's got selective memory like the rest of us. That's a good shot there. Very nice control. I almost like getting up over the top of this 7 ball and going this way at this ball, just because you can't scratch past it, and there's some good things that can happen if you hit one side or the other. Still needs a rail. That's a great shot. That's a beauty right there. I would think these guys probably getting hungry by now. I've had 2 meals since I sat down here. These guys have been just straight playing the whole time. Could be part of the reason it looks like Rob lives at the gym and I look like I live at Burger King. That's a good shot. See, he needs an extension right here. I don't suggest shooting this shot like that, but that's why he lost his cue ball, because his mechanics were out of alignment. He was already at the end of his swing before he made contact with the cue ball. He's probably lucky he pocketed the ball. I have to come with one now. Maybe worthwhile just to play safe. Maybe not. I mean, I'm chicken, I guess. Oh, wow. That was a great shot. See if he has any angle here. Not much. Just enough to pop over. Might just pop over to the left just a touch. Okay. Nice shot. If I didn't know better, I'd say Rob must have some sort of food in his hand because the dog seems awfully interested right now. Nice out. Matt puts himself on the hill. Got a nice lead here. Time to keep the foot on the throttle. Don't get careless. Don't take any flyers. No air. Matt's been breaking really well all day. I'm keeping an eye on this rack for this 7 ball, either here and or the 6 ball here. Also, these wing balls tend to go not that way. My bad. There's the 7. Both those balls straight in. That's a great break. Unfortunately, he's got a goofy angle. He might just. This is one of those spots I'm talking about where he might be tempted to take a flyer, try to send his cue ball all around the world here. Maybe he'll just float this in and run it. Maybe he can run into the 5 ball, hold his ball. Okay, that's good. Much better. That looked like it was a lot harder than necessary, but I really like that he got way back up table because this is a much better angle to get back up on the 4 than, say, here. You know what I mean? So this is a lot easier. He can just put this little touch of outside, a little bit of left English on this and come right back. Oh, whoa. Okay. That surprised me a little bit. Pool Hall Junkies is the movie you're thinking of, Navarro. This is he's got a little straight here. He's going to have to play the 5 in the corner. 8 ball's in a bad spot. So this will take some cue ball control. That's pretty nice. Now you might be able to just bump the 8 ball. This is a little bit risky. I don't know if I would try to bump the 8 ball here. Yeah, it didn't work. He might have no better choice than to try to bank this cross side. I don't even know if he can, but this is kind of the prime angle for it right here. He's going to need to, if he tries it, he's going to need to be worried about his cue ball kind of following it in, that kind of like that, if he tries to bank this cross side. Nope. Oy. There's very few things more frustrating than going out on an attempted safety like that. You'd almost rather miss a ball trying to win rather than, rather than that. That was a very delicate, very kind of difficult shot to play. That's you said it there, Jim. Less than that was suboptimal. Yes, I agree. Now, this you don't want your cue ball. You got the kind of angle where your cue ball wants to kind of just hang it on the rail, and in order to keep that from happening, you got to hit this with some force. And this is how you can. This ball becomes rattleable if you try to pound it in and get your cue ball even off. You should accept about where the 9 ball is right now and not try to get much better than that. Unless I'm seeing the angle wrong, he might have more angle than that. But yeah, this is fine. That's about as much as you want to try to do on that shot. Yep, nice out there. That's what I mean about Rob. He's a grinder. He keeps fighting. Got zero quit in him. Some guys down 7-3 be like, "Oh, screw it, I'm going to flip the coin again." Nope. Another outstanding break shot. This might be real good if this goes through this gap here. Don't think it does. It's like a little close to that dime ball. Maybe I'm wrong. He tried. Wonder if I could. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I got a replay there. I was curious if that was. It probably was a good hit, but something looked funny about it. Do Rob want to tell us about how good Matt misses some more? This has been the standard right here. When Matt misses, this is about what happens every time. You got one lucky roll, and Rob was in the chat immediately cursing his bad luck. That's a very good shot right there. It's just about perfect. I think you got to go and just play this combination. Yeah, I think he was trying to make that ball, but I was just wondering if he. Oh, that's not going to go. It looked funny, like he could have possibly double hit the cue ball. I could totally be wrong. Just look, everything kind of popped up in the air and caught me by surprise. So here you might be able to you got to be careful, because if you try to spin this with left English, it could squirt the cue ball into the 3. And that was just about perfect. That's about as good as you can do. Now he needs to make this ball and stun his cue ball to this neighborhood right here. He could be going forward, trying to get down here. Don't know if I love that. I think I'd like to just kind of hit this like a stop. Oh, he overcut it. The shot here where I'd play rail first for sure. Be coming like this. Then try to get my cue ball. somewhere like that. He's going ball first, so it feels like he's got an angle to work with. This feels like a pretty crucial shot right here. The shot's pretty difficult. Try not to use any English and just stay down and swing this thing straight. Yeah, it's almost too much spin right there. You don't need to be that straight, but I think he got just enough on the other side of it where he can manage this spin out. Yeah. That got really good. I think he's about good where he can run his cue ball this way here. I think he caught a little bit of rail first on that shot instead of ball first, and that was what diverted the cue ball to this little bit of a funny spot. This is not easy. Kind of 50-yard line. These are the ones you want to absolutely make sure you do not undercut. You can afford to overcut this ball, but you can't undercut it. I line the thin side of the pocket here. Well, if you overcut it, you can't hit it that hard. I always play the speed to leave my cue ball up on the end of the table up here. It's a big break for Rob. He did miss on the pro side, but he hit the ball way too hard. Remember that thing I said when it was 7-3 about no air, keep your foot on the throttle? This is going to start being a little pressure packed for Matt here. He'll start feeling something. He's no longer safe. You know what I mean? Am I doing too much? I mean, these guys are both breaking the balls like champions. See, Rob's elevating just a little bit because he needs his cue ball to come out this way, and it wants to go here behind the 8. So he's got to jack up. This makes the shot hard to make. Good shot. Good shot. Good speed. Still not easy. Can't cheat this too much. He's going to try to spin this between the 8 and 10, but when you do that, you're trying to create an angle that may not be there. See? Okay. Good to know. I thought I was annoying somebody. It hurt my feelings for a second. I'm kidding. I'm pretty much unoffendable. You'd have to be really trying. Neither of these guys seem to utilize the rail first option. That was a perfect example of a shot that it was so much easier just get the rail first. He's going to be out in the open here. No pocket, though. That's fine. Here, I would call the 7, but I would be hoping I don't make it. I'd probably try to bank the 3 ball this way and run my cue ball, hopefully something like this. I'd call the 7 just in case because there is some chance of making it, but the other option is trying to overcut the 3 here, but you're risking bumping into the 6 on the way out. You'd have to kind of dig in, and when you do that, you tend to hit the ball too hard to control the speed, and also this pocket becomes a potential scratch. So I like the first option. I would call the 7 for sure. It looks like he's played what I was kind of talking about, I think. Good shot. I think he's actually left a makeable shot here, though. Obviously not an easy one. But if I was playing this, I wouldn't mind just coming off the rail and try to hit the 8 ball and use it to slow my cue ball down. I wouldn't manipulate the cue ball. I just say if it lays as natural as it looks, I would just, I might put a touch of spin on it to try to make that happen. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate the shout there, the reminder. I never think to ask. I don't know if I ever would. It's not really in me to ask for that, but anything would be appreciated. Here, I would just try to bank the 3 softly and make it hit the 9 ball and float my cue ball to that side rail. He's going to try to get all the way behind the 8 ball, but I don't think it's, well, I think I would just bump this right here and float my, float my cue ball to here. When you try to get all the way behind the 8, you're risking leaving the 3 in front of the hole. So he didn't quite give up a makeable shot. But I'd hit this like a stop shot here and try to just drag my cue ball back here and send the 3 ball up this way. Whoa, way hard. On this shot here, the 7 takes a part of the pocket, but if you shoot the 3 to the rail right here, it makes the pocket huge. The problem is you got to avoid, you don't want to be flirting with that pocket with your cue ball. Yeesh. I don't love this. He called the 7. This is I duck here, if I'm being honest. I play safe here. I might call the 7 just in case I hit it terrible, but I'd probably be trying to hit the 6 this way and back over here and run my cue ball like this. Let me know if this is too much arts and crafts. I'm getting kind of addicted to this telestrator thing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that shot. This lay is pretty good. I would try to bump the 3 off or the 6 off the 10, so the 6 going to run my cue ball like this. Oops, I'm screwing everything up. Oh, anyway, back over here. Forget to let go of the mouse here. Uh-oh. Big opportunity for Rob. I used to have a Predator glove that was black with yellow trim. That was a couple years back. I buy cheap gloves on Amazon now, and they're black with like kind of royal blue trim on them. I buy them like 5 at a time. Because I just I wear holes in them. My fingernails will poke a hole or whatever. So they rip a lot because they're cheap. I think they're about $7 a piece. Oh no. It's still not very easy. Honestly, I think I would go straight into this ball and just try to draw it back. Anything with an angle is a little bit goofy here. Boy, not easy with the bridge. That was a great cue ball right there. Try to see how much angle he's got here. No problem. You can kill your ball. You should be able to kill this and just stop your cue ball. Maybe even here, but it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, okay. You can do that too. Well, yeah, I lost video too at the very end of that. It just froze, but looks like you got there. I think we're still here. Looks like they're going to do it again. Stick around. Maybe refresh your browser if you can hear me. Okay, I think we're back. Still have music though. Mic check. We good? No. It's glitching in and out a little bit. I'm hearing music. I don't think I'm supposed to be. That seems like it's getting better. Well, Sky is happy, so it must be good now. Must have got a little Scooby snack. All right. Yeah, I would have called that bank and played it, hoping to get safe kind of back up there somewhere. Didn't quite get safe, but it's okay. Okay. I'd probably attempt to draw this back just a little bit, just for a more favorable angle on the two ball. All right. He'll probably try to draw this in between the 7-5 here. Rolls kind of maybe. That's probably what I would do. Just try to draw soft into the 7 ball. Oh yeah, what a shot. Hopefully Matt was watching that line because he's probably going to need to follow it. It's going to look like something. Oh, let me get the other tool here. I think it's going to be something like this. Was that about the same time in the movie when he was trying to get somebody to play? He says, if you win, I'll pay you. If I win, you don't pay anything or something like that. That's something you don't hear very often in a pool hall. Wow. Another good save there. Almost hurt himself with that 2 ball. I don't know if everybody in there knows about 10 ball rules, but if you make an uncalled ball, your opponent has the option to make you shoot again. So if he would have pocketed that 2 ball by accident, he would almost certainly be put back in here. This is unless he can see right through here. Looks like he probably can. This might be not so bad. You got to watch coming in behind this and scratching up here off of this 1 ball. If you hit it this way, you'd like to just go 1 rail at it and not in 2 rails behind it, because that pocket's big that way. Not convinced he can see that part of the rail though. He's looking at it like he can't, maybe. Oh man, this is tough. He's gonna have to come pretty. Oh yeah, he's gonna have to come pretty close to that 2 ball to make that hit. That was. Yeah, he's on 2 fouls. think I like this a little bit better. Well, we'll see. I'm not going to second guess him, but now it looks like he's no. It looks like he's trying to get in there behind the 4 ball. What's a smaller ball than the gap between the 7-5? May have just poked out enough where he can go 1 rail down to here somewhere. Hmm. Well, that's game. Needed to draw that ball. If you hit into a rail with draw from here and you draw it, it tightens the angle up coming off instead of spreading out this way. He needed to hit that if he could. I mean, it might have been over the top of the ball or something, but if you're in that spot, drawing the ball.
That's the first time that's ever happened to him. Not sure I believe that, but that's what he's saying.
Oh, he's never played anybody good before?
Twice in one set.
I believe it because he actually does kick pretty well. You know, it seems to be something he's pretty comfortable with. Here we go. Time to see a break and run. Have we seen any yet? I don't know if we've seen any break and runs yet. This table's not real conducive. I mean, it's a tough table. This is interesting. It's going to be hard to get way back down here for the. We may just have to straight draw this out. If he tries to, it's hard to see if he can hit it thin enough while still making it to get his cue ball back up near the, say, the 3 ball. Now he's drawn straight out. Oh, that's interesting. Three races to 3, 10 ball, 9 ball, 8 ball. Yeah, maybe. I know I wouldn't. I don't like 8 ball very much. Don't know why. So I guess this does go in the corner. This looks like it's close to a scratch. It must not be because he's playing it.
Short.
Well, 3-7 combo might be pretty good. I'll just hit this with a bunch of outside, maybe. No, it's not that good. Just a roll up on the back of the 7 ball. It's a good shot. Little help from the template rack. Get him right in line there. This is hard to get a separation from. Nice try, but oh, sorry. Yeah, he'll probably just spin this out and try to get a little past where he is now. That's pretty good. Jeez. Can't take a second off of these pockets, man. These things will tax you every time. Yeah, that's a good question. I think is Rob up 2 sets? Maybe he's just up 1. That's not going to be good. Man, if this 9 ball's in the way, he's got some problems. No, he is. He's going this way. This is super tough to cue this properly with any accuracy. Yeah, he hit it good. Matt won the last set, Joey. So he's up 2 sets to 1. Thank you, Ling. I didn't have much to do with it. I just kind of adopted it when I was born. It's just the one they gave me. Okay, thanks, Jackie. I'm not very good at counting and stuff. All right, this is he's going to hope not to hit the 9 ball on the way out of here. He might be getting a little bit close to it, but hopefully he can get around it. If you get around it, he's kind of home free. And you got to make this shot with the bridge, which okay, he hit a little soft here. Got quite a bit of angle on this. Okay, so he's cutting on the side. I guess that's the right shot. Good shot. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Had that a couple times. I'm definitely not from there. If I went there, they'd probably put me in a circus or something. I'm like 6'1", 240. Movie star. Like King Kong. Another nice break. The 8 ball got in a weird spot, but where the 6 is might not be so bad. Should be workable. She may not need any treats right now. I mean, her physique's starting to look like mine. That's not good. Okay, never mind. The 2-ball. Still not super easy, but not bad. It's got enough angle where this 6-ball could end up interfering a little bit. Maybe he's trying to go forward. It's kind of got a lot of angle for this. He did all right. Well, not a bad leave. Not even sure what I would try to do here. Is he trying to cross bank this? He might cross it. Could cross it cross side, but oh man, and a great shot. Got a couple options here. Might just go one rail this way, or it could be 2 rails. Oh, he's tying something up. Oh, he went. Okay, never mind. Tried the no practice stroke jump shot. Okay, everybody, I'm being what's the word I'm looking for? Encouraged to throw one more request for likes in the chat. Maybe not one more, be a couple, but do us a favor and subscribe to this channel if you get a second and hit the like button. Apparently this dog's nourishment depends on likes. That's what I'm understanding. Can't have this dog starving to death. That's enough, just enough. No problem, Jackie. Also, share this if you get a minute. Get on your socials and put the word out. We got good action here. Matt's, I don't know how many more sets we got, but this is set number 4 of the day. It's been going back and forth. Very competitive matchup, so it's fun to watch. Commentary is incredible. Lee bad. Just kidding. Throw me a movie quote in the chat and see if I can guess. If it's not from the late 70s or early 80s, I'm probably not going to know it. Another stellar break. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Really just got to roll this in. If you can get this ball down, the rest of the rack is pretty wide open. That looked pretty good for a second. Very nice try. Navarro, you hit me with the right era. Honestly, I'm probably going to struggle on the female, the actress in that. I know it's almost sure it was Dustin Hoffman. Was it Jane Fonda? Or was it like a Tatum O'Neal or something? I don't recall exactly who the female lead was. I'm almost sure it was Dustin Hoffman. So I didn't guess the female lead correctly at all. So, all right, you have to let me off the hook. Otherwise, I'll have to Google it. I don't want to Google nothing. So it wasn't Jane Fonda or Tatum O'Neal. Tatum O'Neal was maybe a little bit young at that time, maybe. You got me. Yeah, I was young when that movie came out, and that wasn't a long. That was a while back. So, what year was that movie? That movie had to be. Was it 77 or something? 78? Okay, yeah. He doesn't want to come off the rail too much here or go too far forward. This angle's okay. It's pretty good. It's pretty ideal. It's natural one rail forward. He should be right in line on the 8 ball from here. I'd like something like this for. How'd I do? You got just perfect. Slightly on this side, so when he makes his 8 ball, his cue ball should just pop here. Almost looks like he's rolling forward. So maybe it's more angle than I think. That's fine. By fine, I mean absolutely perfect. Yeah, my mom may have taken me to see that movie at the theater as well. Probably saw it at a drive-in. Good out there by Rob. So I wouldn't be surprised if you and I were close to the same age, Navarro. Oh, if that's your year of birth, we are very close to the same age.
Play 9 sets and no food. Yeah, I have a weird mental thing with food when I eat. It's like the slight distraction. And psychology says that your brain focuses on digestion rather than concentration.
See another stellar break here. These guys have both been breaking great. Watch the 4 and 5 going towards the side pockets. Okay. Mm. Okay, well, his cue ball is going to want to get trapped a little bit. Got to be careful here. He needs to go real deep into this corner like this and try to come out between these two balls. If he runs into the 5, something like that, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. So he needs to get what am I trying to do here? I have a little cue ball symbol. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's about the English you want on this cue ball, something like this. Well, not quite enough spin. Yeah, back issues are a pain, literally. I've been dealing with some sciatica and lower back problems here for a couple of weeks now. It comes and goes, but stayed around for quite a while this time. I think I'm at the tail end of it. So 1 rail kick right through this gap, maybe 2 rails. I like 2. A little too much. So looks like the 3 does pass the 8. So that makes this thing much easier. I would set up here with the cue ball probably, because I like to go after the shot. I like to go right into the line on my next shot. So I like to be coming this way. I don't like trying to come across and find the perfect spot to stop in. This is just about right. You don't want any right English on this. You just want this to hit the rail and kind of just start coming. Okay, he decided for the side pocket. That was unusual, but looks like he came out. He might have come up a hair short if he's on the wrong side of this ball, which, okay, it's not short enough to be a big problem. Should be able to make this and go forward to the rail with some right English and try to come over to here. Oh, he's not even trying to do that. Huh. I think he's got an okay angle where he can go forward with right and get through that gap. He's looking at trying to spin and navigate all this traffic possibly. Looks like maybe now he's doing my shot. That's a good shot. Got a little unlucky there. For the good old American life, for the money, for the glory, and for the fun. Mostly for the money. Oh, man. Turns out I'm a lot easier to stump than I thought I was. Let's see here. For the good old American life. Is that, it's not the color of money, is it? I don't recall that line, but it seems like it could be. It would be fitting for this scene, for this setting. Sounds like something Paul Newman might have said. Yeah, I'm going to go with color of money. Or is it the Hustler? Maybe it's the Hustler. Still would have been Paul Newman saying it most likely. Oh no. This lays pretty good. Just got to be smooth. You want to just low left and cue ball coming up this neighborhood. I think. Wow, he's looking at going all the way across. That would be a lot of. I mean, it makes sense to get from the 5 to the 6, maybe. Well, I must not have seen it. Thanks, Demetrios. I'm not sure what we're thanking you for, but it sounds like you may have donated or something, or you say something. I don't know. Has that been a big mystery? I mean, Fats was a character in the movie, obviously. The real player in Minnesota Fats, Rudolph Wanderoni. Wanderone. Kind of rumor has it he wasn't really all that good of a player. He was more of a showman and a talker, but not the best player out there. Decent. I did meet him one time at a professional tournament that I was spectating at in Los Angeles. He was in a wheelchair. He was near the end of his life at the time. Nice try. Good controlled attempted kick shot there. Kick safe. The Hustler is a very good movie, though. I'll say that, just as far as movies go in general. Pool wasn't really the main point of the movie. It was kind of what the main character did sometimes, but I think it was kind of more the story between the relationship between him and her. Smurf, have you let us off the hook yet with that? What that's from? Oh, thank you, Joey. Much appreciated. Great shot right there. It's about perfect. Well, that 10 ball didn't roll off. Second highest grossing movie of 77 behind Star Wars. Okay. Pretty sure Rocky was 76. Hmm. Would it have been Godfather 2? $77. Man, turns out I'm not very good at this game. Let me think about it a couple more minutes here. Not The Godfather 2. Okay. And that line sounds familiar too. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. See what he does here. Can he bank this past the 2 ball? No, he's going the other way. I might try to bank this past the 2 ball and get my cue ball up behind the 6, which is also behind that wall of 3 balls right there. This worked out all right. Oh, there's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, I know that one. Navarro 10. Oh, with Authority. Oh, I thought you were saying the movie 10. I think that was like 1980, 81. Oh, 77. Wasn't Arthur, was it? No. That was probably a little bit later. What a shot. That's finally loosening up after 7.5 hours. That's good. Yeah, that's true. Still looks pretty good, probably. 77. Was it Jaws? Was Jaws in 77? Oh, okay. Yeah, duh. Makes sense. Smokey and the Bandit. Good one. The only line I really remember from that movie is I think something about tick turds from Jackie Gleason, and also give me a Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper to go or make it snappy. I'm in a goddamn hurry or something like that. That's funny. It's a pretty natural position. I like no English on this ball. Perfect. That was a good one, Smurf. I should have got that one. I just watched that movie about 8 months ago. It sounded familiar. I can't stop calling all my friends tick turds after rewatching that. That's funny as hell. Oh, okay. Got a lot of angle here. I would probably, from this point, try to go a little bit of right English and go this way. But maybe he can hold it. Maybe he can run into the 9 ball. Okay, he just went straight up the gut and back. This is going to turn out a little bit difficult. Nice shot. Nice shot. This is one you got to be a little bit careful with. I mean, he has a little bit of angle. If he goes forward, he might get trapped over here in this point a little bit. You try to stun this and create an angle, you could rattle it. I might just get it in and accept a little bit of a shot on the 9 ball. Okay, no problem. Okay, Jaws was 75. Yeah, thanks. All right. Get me into the 80s then. Maybe I'm not so good at the 70s. I got half of the Kramer versus Kramer answer. Well, since I'm not familiar with that movie at all, I may have heard of it. Couldn't tell you any of the characters or actors. That's not a clue for me. Is it Meryl Streep? Kramer versus Kramer? Might have been Meryl Streep. Oh yeah, I pulled it out. I swear I don't. I have no familiarity with Don't Look Up. That wasn't the one that did it, but that's not a bad shot. Let's see. Does he have a path here? Yeah, he can maybe able to see that. Wow, he's gonna just elevate and spear this in. Let's see. I mean, probably gonna get hooked behind a 10 here if he makes this. So he got a little bit of angle. Oh dear. Okay, that's gonna. I'm almost sure that's Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I haven't seen that movie nearly as many times as most people my age, but seen it a couple times. You start me any line from, say, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Stripes, or The Breakfast Club, I can finish it for you. Probably 16 candles, most of it. Oh, a little fat there. See if he's got enough angle to go forward a couple rails. Yeah, he does. So he should be able to go this way. Oh, he tried to stun across. That was a little flat for that, but yeah. Yeah, that scene got me through some tough times. Just great song accompanying that too. Was that the Cars moving in stereo, I think? Then that song doesn't even make the soundtrack for the movie. How weird. That song should cause a Pavlovian response in every male over 45 years old. Well, I feel like the move here is just to try to stop your ball here. I think there's enough rail there between the 5 ball and the side pocket that you can just. Oh, you didn't. That's right, Navarro. Okay, so that answers our question from a while back. No early 10s here. Oddly enough, that 10 ball place there just made this shot kind of quite a bit more difficult, or quite a bit more in question. Got to hit this real clean on these tables. Did. Now, if you could just stop this, might have a little bit of angle. Definitely has a little bit of angle. Oh, we got one coming from 89 here. Let's check it out. Those were my formative years. Oh, man. Seems to be swinging that arm straighter in this set than he has been for most of the day. I mean, he's coming up with some shots here. It's good stuff. Very good. Hell of it out there. Real nice. You asking me when I started playing pool? About 1991, right when I got old enough to go to bars. I turned 21 in October of 91. If you can believe that. Sounds like you were right behind me. If your screen name handle is your year of birth, I'm guessing so. Okay. He's just coming with all those shots from downtown today, or at least late today. So I got you by a year. I mean, maybe could be 3 months. Okay. Well, that was pretty useful. I think he's got an angle to come out like this. See how he does. Man, it's not easy to make stretched out the way he is. Okay, he did it. He think I probably overran it. Okay, I'll take it. No, I saw that you put from 89, and then I saw nothing following it up. Let's see here. No, didn't show up. I was wondering if you're trying to keep me in suspense or if you're slow at typing. I don't know. It must be a long one. It must be reciting Hamlet or something. Typing out War and Peace word for word. Uh-oh. Played the two-way shot. Rob's going to jump this. He does pretty good at these. These terrify me when you got to carry the cue ball so far over the ball and get it to settle down. Well, he's got a little bit of room to land this before the ball needs to settle down, so it's not so bad. It's when the interfering ball is here and you're jumping from back here that it becomes a problem. See, I don't understand this. I think from this distance out, I wouldn't think you need to break down your jump cue here. I think I could probably get over this ball with my full break cue right now. Man, hope he doesn't scratch because that would be unfair. What a shot. You got dead perfect position too. Should have the angle to go forward and just come back across here. I think, or maybe it's flatter and you can just draw it. Don't know. Yeah, it's got plenty of angle. I don't know what they got for car culture. I know there's a couple guys on YouTube that work on cars, old cars. I'm into old cars, hot rods, whatever, street racing, all that. Back when fuel injection first came out or computers first came out, that was all the carburetor guys resisted it. That's kind of the same feeling of jump cues and carbon fiber shafts and all the new technology. All the purists hate it. He fell a little bit tricky here. Let me go back to the overhead and see. So he's not flirting with a scratch unless up here, but he shouldn't hit it nearly that hard. There's no scratch in the side. Good shot. I did it again. I marked the table on the wrong camera that you guys can't see, but let's talk about this pocket. We're still waiting on that 89 movie quote. Was it going to be a movie quote? Yeah, that's what we're. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of Steve Davis and Jimmy White snooker. I watch snooker still with Judd Trump and Mark Selby and O'Sullivan, obviously. Gary Wilson. I love watching snooker. I think snooker's a great game. Wow, thread with the needle there. Should be good here too. Just draw back a little bit. Right, this window. I'd like to try to play snooker again. I've played snooker on a real snooker table maybe 3 times. A little bit tough. I think I was playing with, well, 2 of those times I was playing with my pool cue, so I didn't have a snooker cue. I don't know how much that matters, probably a little bit. It's uncomfortable for me to play with a snooker cue because they're so short. Almost bought one. I was going to buy a snooker cue from a place called Omen Cues in Thailand. Got a screaming deal, got a quote for one and tried to order it, and they stopped answering my emails. It was like, got a nice snakewood cue with all the extensions and a case and all this stuff for like $270 or something. It was super reasonably priced. But I probably should see if I can run a break higher than about 25 points before I spend a bunch of money on a snooker cue. There's very few places around here to play snooker, and there was a club that opened up maybe 10 or 15 miles from me, but I think it shut down pretty quick. The table time is pretty high. There's a place that's a little further away, probably 35 miles or so, 40 miles away from me. That, yeah, we'd go there. I don't remember what the time was. Must have been $35 or $40 an hour or something like that. But we were playing with 4 or 5 of us. More like a liability game or something, just messing around. Nice job there holding the cue ball, maintaining some angle. I think you just play this little bit of right English and if hardly any, and try to come back this way. He may opt to go inside English and come over here. It's probably a matter of preference, but Philippines Sports Complex. What brought you to the Philippines? I know you're from Canada. Are you of Filipino descent, or were you in the military, or were you just traveling on vacation? I know there may be a little bit of a Filipino community in Canada, I'm guessing. Okay. Pinoy power. Worldwide. It is very difficult. I used to play in there was a pool hall that was kind of famous amongst the pool culture around Los Angeles, Hard Times Billiards in Bellflower, California. It's closed down 6 or 7 years ago, probably. But oh yeah, I bet sticky and the human. Oh man, They had a snooker table, 6x12 snooker table in there, but it was modified. It was basically strictly for golf, playing golf. So they would play golf with full size 2¼ inch pool balls, and the pockets were much smaller than standard snooker pockets. So these balls would barely fit in the pocket. So it was a very interesting game. And I don't know what they covered it in. It was like playing on a sheet of glass. It was so fast, and the rails were so springy that you would barely touch the ball. You could lag the ball from end to end by touching it hard enough to move it 2 feet on a normal table. It felt like, I mean, you barely touch it. It would just roll and roll. And it was the weirdest game, but it used to be big money golf games, and we play some liability. So sometimes they just break out the snooker balls and we play liability on that game. And I played in games with, Ernesto Dominguez and Keith McCready and a famous one pocket hustler named Jack Cuny. It was fun. I mean, I was the full on guppy in that game. I had no business in that game. I just didn't know what I was doing, but my safety game was pretty good. So I actually made a few bucks off of Keith McCready. He was following me, and I would just snooker him, and when he'd foul, he would have to pay me. So that's kind of was my game. It certainly wasn't making balls. These guys would make spot shots and draw the ball to the it was wild. I can imagine the Philippines conditions. I mean, I got married on Kauai in 2007. I'm assuming that the conditions are similar. Full on steam bath as soon as you walk off the plane. Doesn't have a bunch of angle to work with here. This is a fun shot. Yeah, that's you got to power that one a little bit, and these pockets don't love it. That ball would have dropped on most tables. Got himself just a little bit flat, so you got to play with like a hard stun shot with a lot of spin more than draw. So you just have to power that shot and use the spin to move the cue ball. It's tough. It's very easy to miss balls that way. He got on the wrong side of this 8-ball. He may have to try to go forward and play his cue ball to this neighborhood if he can. I mean, I think he could go forward and go this way, I think. No, he tried to power it across and stun it. I mean, he just left enough angle for this to be, well, maybe it's not so bad. Yeah, looks like he's going. Oh, he's okay. He's stunning or drawing, trying to hold his ball real soft. Oh yeah, no problem. He does have a pretty good touch. Let me take a look. Oh, we're going to be tied up here. Oh, he gave it to him. Yeah, Smurf, I don't think it showed up for me. I'm not seeing it.
Right there, man. Couldn't decide if I'm going to go forward or back.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Well, Smurf, if you want to try it again, if you have Facebook, you can message me. It's just my name, Mike Laus, or you can try to type it again. I don't want to put you through too much work, but it wasn't too long, was it? There's a limit to the number of characters, but I think it would just cut you off and post the partial message. Just enough. I thought he was going to clip that template rack and it was going to roll off and give him a shot. That would have been funny. Wonder if he has any angle that he can go forward. He doesn't. This ball is, as far as I can tell, is dead straight in. He may just have to stop it and accept a shot from way down there. Should be fine. Okay. Don't know if the 6 has a pocket from here, so. And I'm not sure if the 5, maybe the 5 should be able to be made in the side. He might have to try to go into the 7-6 from here. Maybe not. He's not doing that. Okay. Looks like the 6 may go in that upper corner. Sure what you're supposed to do here. I mean, these guys are both very aggressive. Seem to they're attempting some shots that don't have much of a future. Like you just can't really get shape for a pocket yet. They're still firing at it. Maybe they're just going to play safe. If I'm planning to play safe, I like to play safe on the ball that's not tied up. Leave the one that's tied up for just make it that much more difficult. I feel like I'd have a better chance to get on it with ball in hand than. So anyway, preference. £2 per hour back in the early 2000s. What was that? Was the exchange about 2 to 1 back then for $1? Uh-oh. Okay, turned out all right. There's a pathway. Pretty good try. Maybe good. Wow. Oh, no need to apologize. I'm jealous. I use Facebook to stay up in the local pool community, basically when matches are going on, all that stuff like that. But I'm not happy with myself about it. And I never started an X account. I have Instagram. I follow mostly custom car builders and stuff on Instagram, stuff like that. And that's about it. That's my only social media. I guess YouTube is a form of social media, but I kind of use it like TV. That's probably the best move you ever did, is deleting your Facebook account. Probably a much happier person overall. Shot. Pretty sure that algorithm's just designed to piss you off more often than not. Or take the piss, as you might say. Good out there by Rob to take the lead back, if he had it in this set. Crushed the brake. He's actually hitting the brake a little bit too hard now. For some reason, your natural tendency is to feel like that's going to be even better, but it's not. That was an excellent shot. Probably see a jump here. If he can't see it. Oh, yeah, he's got a path. Still tough to get through all this stuff without a little bit of luck. Yeah, you don't want to mess with you don't want a roundhouse kick to the face with the yellow cap and the backward, the yellow glove and the backward cap. Speaking of movie quotes, anybody's got that one? It's a modified version. Anybody? It's not Bueller. He overran that a bit. Still has an angle. He's going to want to draw this way. He's going to have to roll this a little bit. This is a little bit of a delicate shot. The one I'm not super comfortable with. I mean, you can check it a little bit inside, help put a little bit more pace, but you don't want to load it up with too much inside. It gets hard to pocket. Yeah, you load it up with too much inside here. This is it's going to have to use the 10 ball. I feel like his cue ball wants to fly off this direction if he makes this. So he's going right across his next shot. Maybe he'll just play shape for the same pocket. We'll see. Watch that scratch. Great shot. His cue ball control in this rack, I mean, with the minor exception of that 6 to the 7 or 6 to the 8 position with the inside English, has been just about perfect all through this rack. This has been just about flawless. Real nice shooting right here. This is what you want. This is how you make the game easy on yourself. Just always on the correct side of everything, mostly. Both these guys are playing well in this set, better than any other set. Matt's ball pocketing has improved dramatically in this set, and Rob's cue ball control has improved dramatically. So, interesting contrast is like a boxer versus puncher, or grappler versus striker, sort of kind of just contrasting styles, but same way to get stuff done. Feels like having the cue ball control and making the easy shots uses a lot less bandwidth and energy throughout the set. Like you could probably play longer this way because you don't have to sweat trick shots 4 times a game or whatever. I think I would, forward with a lot of inside, try to get split straight in, short side roughly. Same shot, just a little bit like a stun run through. No left or right, but you want just a little above center with a strike to let your cue ball leak forward and still hit it hard enough to drive it to the pocket. That came out a little bit. Okay. It's pretty good. Maybe ran it forward a little further than would have been ideal, but This is not bad. You just don't want to freeze to the rail on this shot here. But if you use a lot more power, you'll have a funny angle. That's pretty much ideal, as good as you could get from there. To stop about 8 inches shy of where he is right now, at least that angle. Be looking to stop about here. Okay. That's not bad at all. I'll be going forward out this way. Well, oh, we got another one coming. 85, huh? Okay. Similar type of shot here. If you could almost like a stop shot, but let it leak forward a couple of inches, would make things a lot easier here. Look at that. That's perfection right there. Okay, that was a break and run. That might be. I think that was might have been the first break and run we saw. I'm not 100% sure, but green berries for breakfast right now. I'm very hungry. Yeah, I was thinking Rambo. First Blood though was 82, so that'd be Rambo Part 2 maybe. I'd be guessing. Oh, my dog says hi. Yeah, that would have been my guess too, Navarro. Maybe it could be a Chuck Norris movie. Is it like 85? What would that be? Like Delta Force? Maybe Delta Force or something. Seems like a Chuck Norris movie, actually. It's not like Code of Silence or something like that, or I think like a Force of One and Good Guys Wear Black were a lot earlier than that. So, these guys are gonna wear me out. All square. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Here comes the Chuck Norris jokes. Those are funny. Oh, I've seen a couple in a row. No. Oh, poor Sky Doggy needs another snack. Yeah, we're at 40 likes. If anybody's tuned in not too long ago, take a second to subscribe to this channel. This is really just got started with this channel in the last, I don't know exactly how long, but I only became aware of it about a week and a half ago at the most. And oh, Commando, that's right. Let off some steam, Bennett. How did I not know that? Anyway, yeah, take a second to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, turn on notifications. We're in action here multiple times per week. We started up at, well, I don't know what time it is where you're at, but we've been going 8 hours today already. Okay, this is a prime angle right here. This is what you want. Natural for the, use a little bit of high right, just come across for the 9 in the same pocket, I think. You could try to hold it. Yeah, great shot. May not be bad. Might have to slow roll this one a little bit. Okay, great shot. Commando. You know, Navarro, they keep trying to make pool movies. There's been some other pool movies other than The Hustler and Color of Money and Pool Hall Junkies. There's been a couple. I don't even know what they're called, to be honest with you, because they tend to be terrible. They tend to have, I don't want to be disparaging anybody who may have been involved in the making of any of these things, but the like I have trouble getting through most pool movies. The scenes, the pool shooting scenes, the way they film them, the trick shots, it's silly, it's unrealistic. So I don't know. Honestly, even going back to The Color of Money, I liked that movie a lot when I was a teenager and it came out, but I don't watch it that much anymore. If I stumble across it, it's kind of hard to get all the way through. I want to like it. I want to keep liking it, but it's a little bit silly in parts. Kind of a lot silly in other parts. Well, I mean, these are just my opinions. I just feel they get hung up in the photography, the way they film the pool shooting scenes. They get real fancy with the photography, and there's always got to be a trick shot. There's always going to be a shot where the ball's trapped between the rail and the object ball, and they shoot into the rail. Whatever, all this, same silly stuff like the shots the gimmick shots you see at the pool hall when you're playing around. Most of them are fouls anyway, pushing through the ball and all this. But it is what it is. It's fine. I might be tempted to fire this bank here. I feel like you can go between, to the short rail and out between the 5 and 6 and end up with a reasonable shot on the 2 here, and maybe be safe if you were to miss it. He's looking at cutting it in, apparently, but that's thin. You're turning your cue ball pretty loose here. It's makeable. Awfully thin. Oh, you did play the bank shot. And I think that's safe. Of course, I could be wrong. It's probably not safe. Thank you, Mary Lynn. That was very nice. Oh, that's a relative. Okay. That's still very nice of you. Are you mom? I think someone posted earlier, quite a while ago. Not only that, pretty nice, pretty sold out here. Nice to meet you. My name is Mike. I haven't never met Rob in person, but we've been communicating here privately and over the chat in these matches. I enjoy watching them play. It's fun for me to commentate on these matches. Oh. Someone's using some non-mom friendly language in the room. Hope you're all not LDS or something up there. That would be a violation. There's that floating jump bridge I mentioned in another stream. It's interesting. Not something I would recommend getting used to, but I made good contact there. One more from 87 from Scottish Smurf. 87. Let's see. I got to get my. Oh, I already know what it's going to be. Go for it. I have a feeling oh, good one. Oh, there's one very popular, very quotable movie from 1987 that I can think of. Let's see if I'm right. May or may not be a war movie. Very good stun shot right there. Gonna want to hit this a little bit harder than you seems like you want to get your cue ball comfortably up high enough for the 6 to the 7. You want to be almost to the middle of the table. Oh, okay. Had maybe a little bit more angle than I thought. Got a little straight. Might have to play the short side of this. Not a big problem. Still want a bit of an angle. Not a ton. I would think you'd want to be in this neighborhood. Looks like he's trying to pound it out for the same pocket. Did not work. I think I would thin. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. I think I probably tried to would have thinned the very right edge of that ball and ran my cue ball back to the other end. Might possibly have been able to get behind the 8. Uh-oh. I'd be tempted to try this combo, but maybe not. I think I like banking the 7. Whoops, that's the wrong tool. I got like coming down this side of the 7 ball, banking the 7 back up there and kind of running my cue ball into the 10. I call the 10 obviously and just try to keep it down this end. He looks like he's playing the combination. I mean, this is it's makeable, a little daring. Almost sure to cost you the game if you don't make it. But he did. Good shot. Either Smurf is still typing or his message didn't come through again. This maybe Rob's blocking movie quotes. He doesn't want to be talking about anything. I don't know. We'll see. Not the most natural position here. If you try to pull back above the 8 ball, there's this over here you want to be aware of. If you go forward, I mean, I don't even know if you could hold it this soft to get for the 8 in the side, but this is not the easiest. He might be spinning and trying to go way down here and back up. It's yeah, missable. Let up on that stroke a little bit too. Touchy speed control there, but he decelerated and let the draw come off the ball. He wanted to come backwards toward the middle of the table. This is natural shape though. Just nice stroke here. No English. Well, speed was good. Okay. Nice shot. It was really good. Okay. I have a feeling the same actor as your last movie, different movie. Oddly enough, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I haven't seen it all the way through, which is surprising. Is it Predator? Or is it a Clint Eastwood movie? Sounds like something Clint Eastwood would say. I don't know of any Clint Eastwood movies from '87. Would be like the Deadpool or something like that, but that's not it. I think it's probably Predator. He's going to have to address this 5'6" if he wants to continue running here. Is he going into it now? Yes, he is. Oh, well, no need to get the jump cue anymore. This looks like it goes too long. I don't know why he's drawing it. That'll help. Oh my goodness, he called that side pocket. What a shot. Now what? I mean, you can play this combo. The 5 ball is going to hit this and sit right here. So he's going to need to play this and try to go either straight forward or maybe up to the rail and here, depending on his exact angle. If he takes it on, he could also, bank this ball this way and run his cue ball to right here. Probably the smart move, but nobody wants to watch that. That wasn't quite it. Miscalculation. You might just rifle this bank shot. The way he's playing. Lays pretty good. I didn't hear him call anything. I would definitely bank at this ball. Do this here. Bring your cue ball this way. You got this wall of balls right here for protection. Should you miss. It's, I'm going to say free, but it's close to free. That's not going to work. Oh. Thanks, Smurf. Yeah. I'm not that familiar with that movie. I haven't sat and watched it all the way through. I've turned it on, seen clips of it, and I've heard new people quote it. So that's probably how I knew, but not one of the ones I would have been right away with. When you said 87 at first, I was almost sure you were going to give me something from Full Metal Jacket. That movie's very quotable. I would go rail first here. I like hitting this short rail coming across this, and cue ball comes down this way. No, he's going to dig in. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully he's seeing. Okay. That would be good, except it's really not much on the 7. He may be able to go forward and come down here like this, going forward. That would be all right if he's got that angle. Looks like he kind of does. Okay. Or just float into place. It's pretty good. Try to see how straight he is here. That's pretty perfect because natural cue ball should land him up here someplace. Now he's got an angle where he can just kind of stun this way. Perfection right there. I mean, maybe. Yeah, he's got a little bit of angle. He's gonna draw back here and back off the rail probably. I think I would. Yeah, perfect. Nice shooting. It's been a high quality pool here all day long. You look how narrow this dog's waist is. He's in desperate need of snacks. And then snacks come from the like button, apparently. That's what I'm told. So I see some ribs. Look at that. Poor guy. Look, he can hardly move. He's fatigued, no energy. He's only had 14 Slim Jims this afternoon, so well, unfortunately for him, it's a dry break as he got a pretty decent spread. Pretty sure the 6 goes by. Yeah, this guy fainted on us. Malnourishment. Probably going to see a safety here. Not going to be able to nestle up in between these balls. I would just bank this past there and call it good. Well, that's going to come out. Oh, no. That's not good. Okay, looks like he's going to use a high ball. He's going to run up this way. Oh, guess not. You can hold it. I thought he had a little bit more angle. I would just go ahead and move this template rack because, that's coming next shot probably. YouTube is definitely getting very annoying with their censorship. It's a little much. If you watch any, podcasters or any YouTube channels where they talk, they have to censor themselves so much with words that are, pretty innocuous in my opinion. Well, just made things a little bit more difficult. Matt will almost certainly just try to draw back to about where the cue ball is right now. Six, seven combos, pretty makeable. Pretty missable as well. I mean, these pockets are tight. If these pockets were a little bit bigger, it'd be a lot more comfortable. Oh, he shot across that one pretty hard. Trying to create an angle that wasn't there. That seems to be something you see periodically here. Yeah, you just have to take what the table gives you. You have to shoot for basically the middle of the pocket and do what the cue ball will do, not what you want it to do, because it just can't have both most of the time. If I'm Rob here, I might be cutting this 5 ball this way and try to run my cue ball up into this 7, something like this. This is just as good, if not better. Probably more credit. He probably would have liked to nudge the 9 ball so it's out of the way, and at least there's a shot at getting out. You can play the combo. That 8's got no pocket. I wouldn't even be that concerned with making a hit here. I might come the other way too. I might just kick this direction. Oh, narrow miss right there. It's a good try. That's hard to do. Well, we've got 2 sets apiece. Matt with a 2-1 lead in this 5th set. Don't have any clue when they're going to call it. Didn't even get really good on the combination. Needed a thinner hit to both make it and travel the cue ball a little bit more. No idea what I'd do here. I mean, well, if possible, I'd try to come off this thing and just get down here. That's pretty good. If I'm Rob here, I'm very careful about not accidentally hitting this 8 ball. That might have wired up just dead. Let's see here. That looks. One at a time, buddy. He's showing off like that. This is not easy. It's a little bit too flat. You'd really have to thump this to get the cue ball this far. May have to go forward. He's not going forward. So maybe there's some angle here. Like to get out where he is. Yeah, this is a little bit thin, a little tough. Still doable. I'd probably be trying to do something like this. Whoa. It didn't look that thin. It looked makeable to me. That was an errant shot. Costly. J-Day in between pool. We're doing some movie quotes. You got anything you want to try to stump me with? I'm old, so I'm not going to know anything about Pokemon, or not that that's super young, but I'm even older than that. I'm not going to know anything about the Barbie movie because I'd be very upset with myself if I went and saw that, being that I have no kids. Oh, that sounds familiar. Don't know. They're just, yeah. Man, I'm supposed to know that. Sounds familiar. We don't know what the plan. They're just playing sets right now. They're all squared up. This has been a pretty long pool session here. Good, bad. I'm the guy with the gun. That's give me a second. Anybody in the chat know that one? I'm drawing a bit of a blank. Okay. So it's got to be a scary movie, I suppose, then. I haven't seen it. You get the answer. Leave it open. Is it a scary movie? Oh, man. Army of Darkness. This is the fifth set. That's a foul. Okay, so I'm going to be playing fouls here since I don't want to try to get them. I would shoot this 2-ball this way and run my cue ball right in here. I think that would be pretty devastating. He's like, nope, I can get out here. No problem. 5 goes by, so we'll try it. Maybe he's drawing into that spot and saying, okay, that's a way. Rob needed to keep his eye on that 2-ball that whole time because that's your pathway right there. So yeah, he's doing this method. If anybody doesn't know this method, I could describe it later on. It works extremely well. But he didn't kind of do any double checking, and it's going to cost him. When I say double checking, the method is to find the halfway point between these 2 balls, draw a line through the pocket that you're rounding, and shoot parallel to that line. This is your aim line right here. But you got to step to both sides and double check to see if it gets you where you need to go. If it doesn't, you need to make some adjustments. Some people do this line and then check for parallel, but they don't step over equal distant and see if they're actually on track, and that'll cost you. And if the cloth is new or the balls are polished or something, they tend to run long, so you got to play it in a little bit short. So I wonder if he's going to attempt some sort of payback here for the. Has he been 3-fouled once or twice? No, looks like he's trying to just bury him behind the 8-ball here. I don't know. I don't know anything about this with the 8-ball kind of in your way. I think that's not going to get there. This is an easy hit. There is, yeah, I mean, if he hits it bad, he can come off the ball here and scratch here, but that seems unlikely. It's pretty easy to control here. Okay. Good hit. No, this is for money. They're playing for $400 each per set. They've each won 2 sets. This is I'm not gonna say it's a tiebreaker because they might keep going. I have no idea when they plan to stop. Could be a while. I don't know. But we're just enjoying the show. It's been a good pool. Great practice for them. They both really kind of loosened up and started playing pretty well. Not that they were playing bad at all, but this table is tough. Oh boy, look at this one. Yeah, correct, Jim. Thank you. Yeah, this here means 800 in the middle. Means betting 400 each in the middle's the total pot, I suppose. I don't know when that became a thing, but It just used to be easier to say they're betting this much and everybody knew what you meant, but then it's I don't know. Maybe it's because there's people side betting. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But it confused things. Now, if you try to play safe here by sneaking your your cue ball through there, obviously beware. I don't know if that's what he's going to try to do, but it's dangerous. Seems tempting. He did not. I'm in Huntington Beach. I'm commentating remotely. This EvoSports software that we're using, see this down here on the bottom of your screen under the score, is a software that was designed by the gentleman that was on earlier doing some commentary with me named Patrick Nix. He invented and sells this software to pool rooms or anybody that likes to stream pool matches, and it's really cool. It allows you to have people commentate remotely with nothing more than a laptop. You might be able to do it with a phone. I'm not sure, but probably a laptop would be the way to go. And just your built-in microphone. I'm using an external mic that I've been using for a few years doing commentary other places, but not necessary. I just think the sound quality is probably a little bit better than one built into my computer. But all I got to do is log in. I don't have to download any software. I just Rob will give me some credentials with you know a code or whatever, some login credentials, and I'd log in and I can just sign up and start doing commentary. Anybody could, obviously. So yeah, it's really nice. It's got these drawing tools. I mean, I don't want to clutter up the screen with it, but you got a circle. You could, he probably wants to on this shot. You might want to line his cue ball into this area, so you can do that. There's a cue ball here that I can kind of show you what English I think they would want to try to use for any particular shot. This shot here, I'd say it's something like this. Pretty neat. I got lines, arrows. Look at this breakout. What a shot. That was pretty awesome. Let's see. Whoops, wrong tool. Forgot to switch back to the line. Okay. Yeah, it's really fun to use. The software is great. Oh man. Well, in his defense, he's got a pretty tough leave out of this, but he had to load that up with a lot of inside English, and that makes the shot rather missable. He got excellent position on that shot, but just kind of wasn't able to get it down. But it's got some freehand drawing if you want to. If I was trying to describe a swerve shot or something, I could draw an arc, a very sloppy arc. It's a lot of fun. I can change colors of, it's got a lot of cool stuff in here. I think it's really, really cool software. I don't have any idea what it costs, but if you're into streaming, I'm sure it's worth the money. Lots of pool rooms. EvoSports is in probably upwards of 100 pool rooms around the world, probably mostly in the United States, but I think it could really catch on. I think it's a great tool. Very good shot there. I haven't been using too many of the tools here. I mean, obviously I can switch between camera angles here, which is cool. I can't draw on this camera angle. So I like to go back to this one a little bit so I can turn the screen into an Etch-a-Sketch. It's got instant replay. Try that out. I haven't used it. I keep kind of forgetting about it. Oh, barely missed. So I got that. Don't know which one. I think it's this one. It's got instant replay. Try that out. I haven't used it. I keep kind of forgetting. Unfortunately, it saves like 15 seconds. So, sorry, that ran a little long. Yeah. It's got a couple options. I think he's probably going to run his cue ball up into this neighborhood. Just about. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. You've been too kind all day. Oh, no. I just like using the straight line to see how much angle he's got. So it's got a little bit. Maybe go forward 2 rails or punch back over this way. Okay, gotta stay still on this shot. This looks easy. It is not. There's a little bit of distance here, and you can't afford to touch a whole lot of rail on your way in here. Oof. Basically, when you're shooting a shot like that, I like just shooting basically for the center of the opening. It may not be the center of the pocket as you look at it from out in the middle, but it's the center of the opening from where you're at. You know. Oh, I can do replays. It saves you 15 seconds. It seems a little bit long, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's been a few replays saved. It wasn't me that saved them though. I saved one of them, just that one I just did a second ago. I don't believe I have slow motion. Got a couple sound effects. Sure, you can add more. Yeah, someone will come along someday that knows what they're doing, knows what they're talking about. So with the one being this close to the cushion, I'm sure that I would opt to push out here. Obviously, in the cue ball being over the top of the 2 ball. Triangular button. I see the save button. This I would probably give back. I don't even know. You can't really get to it rail first here without just dead scratching. And I don't think you can see. Nah, this goes right back. Unless I missed the give back already. If this is where somebody pushed out to, it was not optimal, as Greek yogurt Jim would say. So he's got to try to swerve this a little bit, or he's digging into the rail. This is tough. It's probably going to scratch. Oh, he's going after three fouls again. He really wants to hurt Matt's feelings on the way home. He wants Matt to have a very long, quiet, painful drive back to Wyoming. This isn't terrible. What I'm seeing is going this way. Like to get in here and come in behind it. You got to hit this with some pace, though. Maybe it's better just 2 rails. If you can open it up that much, you need to add. Oh, he's drawing here. Okay, be more than happy with that. Right up until Rob buries him right and back in here someplace. No, maybe he's playing the bank shot. I thought Rob was going to thin the right side of that ball and run his cue ball back 3 rails behind where I was. Okay. Well, good stroke. It's not really where he needs to be. This might be a little bit tough to get position from here. You might have to try to go into that ball next to the 3, 4. Okay. This should be makeable. If he really wants to get adventurous, he could try to bank this ball, because if he could stop his cue ball, he's not doing that. That worked out really well, though. This is one table. This is somebody's house, Jim. This is Rob's house, I believe. Okay. Oops. So I think in order to run out here, I don't believe the 7 passes a 9 ball. If that's the case, he's going to need to get his cue ball like this way. I think the angle's pretty good for it. Yeah, see that statement, Smurf, about the delay just came through for me 5 seconds ago. Which idea are you going to steal, Jim? It wasn't Rob that invented the software. It was another gentleman named Patrick Nix who was doing commentary with me several hours ago now, probably 5 hours ago. Oh, I just saw. Try it again, Jim. One more comment, and I'll comment as soon as I see it. Hate to miss that. Okay, Jim, right there. I just saw the 30-second delay comment 2 seconds ago. It's possible that they take. I would consider trying to kick this in, but it's probably ill-advised. But it lays all right. Okay, not bad. I imagine that Matt is going to try to bank this 9-ball. At least that's what I would do this way and get my cue ball back down this way. Oh. Yeah. There's been lots of people streaming pool matches. It's been going on. I mean, I first became aware of it in the early phases of COVID. I'm sure it was done before that as well, but it really became popular when the pool halls were shut down. Some people that I didn't even know them at the time. I kind of became friends with them, but they started streaming pool matches out of their house. There was a streamer named Dexter Real who had a stream called D Real Pool Promotions. He was playing. He had a diamond bar table at his house. I went over there, played some matches for, $1,500. I lost some, won some, but I played several matches there. Played on a stream. There's a stream on Facebook. Local guys named Felonious Promotions. They started streaming pretty early. It got pretty popular. Then a friend of mine started a stream out of his house. A real close friend of mine, and a couple of them actually. And I was then started doing commentary, for every stream they did. I've probably, between action matches and tournaments and stuff. I mean, I've done commentary, I don't know, 60 times or something, maybe more. It's not going to work out very well. Well, I mean, depending on, I say that this is not easy. He's way too straight here. He may have to go forward and just run his cue ball all the way up to this area and take the cut on the 10 here. I don't see much of a way. If you try to force an angle here, believe me, you can miss this ball. You could also attempt to play this rail first, but that's too risky as well. That might get your cue ball off the rail just to, maybe get here, but very difficult. Yeah, he's looking at my first option. I think this is the smart play, I guess. You could try to draw it back to where it is and play it up in a corner, but that's nobody's favorite shot either. It might be easier than the one we're looking at. He went for the rail first option and paid for it. These pockets just don't take that sort of stuff. Joey Bada Bing. Good to have you back. Yeah, you cannot do that sort of thing with these pockets. It's just they play really tight. This is why I say 4 1/4 is about as tight as you want to go with a diamond table. I have another good friend that's got 4 1/8 inch pockets in his house with a third buddy that comes over there all the time who used to be a pretty well-known pro who has made it to the finals of the U.S. Open 9-ball championships before, and that table's making him want to quit pool. So, he's not a full-time pool player anymore, but he's at one time a very, very strong pool player, and 4 1/8 inch pockets are just a little much. Unless you're playing one pocket. 4-inch, 4 1/8 is great for one pocket. 4 1/4 is as tight as I think you need for competing at rotation. Joey Bada Bing have a Fargo rating? Sounds like you run tournaments. Am I hearing that right? Well, Greek yogurt, I'm sure maybe you're referring to like the Bigfoot challenge at Derby City on the 5x10. You got to that's just so tough. I think that's for 750 and above Fargos, in my opinion. 5x10 is just brutal. I've played on a 5x10 before. I probably wouldn't. I'd no desire to try it again. They used to have one in Vegas at a place called man, it was around for a short time. I'm trying to Best Billiards. I think it was Best Billiards. Had an Italian restaurant in it that was good. But they used to have a 5x10 diamond, and if you like torturing yourself, have at it. This ball passed by. This looks like a partial pocket. Oof. Snug. Don't try to draw it. Just stop your rock here. Yeah. This is one of the rare times we've seen. So Rob has the option now, and I'm sure he's going to put Matt back in. Yeah, he did. What happens when you make a uncalled ball? This is a call pocket game, and when you make a ball in the wrong pocket, or you make a ball that you didn't call, your opponent has the option to put you back in, which is something I really love about 10 ball. You don't get rewarded for slop. I really don't enjoy playing 9 ball. I've played almost no 9 ball anymore. Certainly when I'm practicing, 10 ball is the game here. I really love 10 ball. It's the best game. Because of this reason, you don't get rewarded for being lucky. I like playing some 3 cushion, Jim. Yeah. Well, yeah. See, playing 9 ball like on a bar table. I was in a little bit of action, real inexpensive action. That's a little long. I was in a little bit of a bar box 9 ball action last weekend, and just don't really enjoy it, man. You can't tell the difference between Fargos. I'll tell you that, because anybody between a 550 and a 700 looks the same. Playing 9 ball on the bar table. Those are called Fargo ratings. Fargo is a rating system, international rating system for calculating the number of games you win. Basically, it gives you a rating based on the number of games you win versus other players' rating. There's an expectation, like if you play somebody that's the same rating as you, you're supposed to win exactly the same number of games. If you play somebody that's 100 points above you, they're supposed to win basically twice as many games as you, something like that. So over time, you'll develop a rating. When you first start in the Fargo system, it's a preliminary rating. So anything under 200 or 300 games, it's just up in the air. And the more games you have, the more solid. That's called, in the system, it's called robustness, the number of games you have. That just solidifies that your average is where it's supposed to be. When you only have 10 games in the system and you win 2 more, it moves the needle quite a bit. But like, for instance, I'm just a hair shy of 6,000 games in the system. I could win or lose, 20 games, you know what I mean? And it barely makes a dent. That's a little short. Yeah, Fargo's just a rating system that was developed by some people. They named it the Fargo system, but it's just a mathematical algorithm that calculates the expectation of the number of games you win against your opponent. And if you start out running it, your Fargo goes up. If you fall behind, it goes down. It puts you, compared to the other players that you play against, where you're supposed to be in relation to them. So yeah, Matthew Walker's a 626. Rob's Fargo rating is. So we've kind of beat this to death a little bit, but it's like a golf handicap. Or yeah, a test rating. So apparently, Rob, is playing a little stronger. He's playing a guy that's rated a noticeable amount higher than him, even, no handicap in this. Whereas if these were true ratings, there probably should have been. But Rob is, he's improving quickly. He hasn't played in a lot of events that report to the system, so these matches don't get they don't get factored into the system. It's only when you go to tournaments or you play on certain apps that you keep score in certain apps that report to the Fargo system, then your rating gets calculated. So Rob hasn't been playing in events or matches that get calculated or figured into his Fargo rating. So his Fargo rating is not moving, but he's improving. So yeah, I mean, he's very likely above 600 Fargo. Not going to be good. Let's go ahead and get that jump cue out. This is the type of shot the jump cue is made for, I believe. He's not doing that. I think you do, Smart, because I think Fargo is also used in the UK, depending on the tournament, I suppose. Yeah, Fargo's only been around for, I don't know, 8, maybe 10 years or something like that. If you're interested in it, you can go to the website's www.fargorate.com, and you can download the app, and it'll allow you to, there's a free version of the app that will keep track. You can keep track of your Fargo, but there's a paid version of the app where it unlocks other features where you can look up other players. You can track your winning percentages against specific players that you play against on the regular. So it's a cool app. It's good software. It does what it's supposed to do. It's controversial as all heck because people think it's ruined pool. It's ruined the art of matching up. It's ruined whatever. It's just designed to track your performance. With a mathematical formula. It is in no way intended to indicate how many balls you can run or whatever. That's your average performance, how you performed on average over the time you've played in events that report to the system. Nice shot. My dog says hi again. This one you got to put a little pace on. If you run this 2 into another ball, it's going to need to catch a. Oh, it's a foul. Okay. Oh, so that's Pyramids, the game, Russian Pyramid. I've never seen it played. I've heard of it. I don't know what it's about. I've tried a little bit of mostly everything. Thanks, Jim. Pretty good. Maybe slightly more angle. He's just gonna have to roll this forward kind of soft, I think. Well, looks like he's stunning over just a bit. It'll be a pretty soft hit here. Oh no, he came backward. All right. It's a little surprising. Oh, I didn't even look to see that the 7 was blocking the side pocket. Not very smart. Well, I started at about 10:15 your time. It was 9:15 my time. And I'm happy to have it. I did a tournament, a bar table tournament last Saturday night that the tournament went on for about 14 and a half hours. And I was away from home for about 19 hours. I know when I'm not doing this, I just watch pool on YouTube and think these things to myself instead of saying them out loud. So it's kind of all I'm doing is just thinking out loud. I don't claim to know everything. Maybe I do. I don't know. I say it like I mean it, I guess, but yeah, it's up for debate. If you think I got something wrong, I'm happy to talk about it. I will often see the angles wrong on the camera view. I get fooled by that all the time, but wow, this is I want to see the overhead view here. There's not a whole bunch of rail there. It doesn't look like. This is not impossible that this could scratch. It shouldn't, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Oh, he got the rail first, so yeah, definitely not going to there. That should cost him the game. Just got to stay out from behind this 9 ball. Just got to stay out from behind the 9 ball. That's all you got to do. Piece of cake. That's going to be a little bit annoying for Matt there, I'm guessing. Because this was pretty much. Oh, maybe he sees it. Yeah, he's elevating. He's got to swerve this a little bit. Unfortunately, it's possible he can make this and follow it in. Oh, that's a pretty bad error there. That shouldn't happen. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Joey. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I work from home as well most of the time. It's not every day I have to go out in the field, but yeah, it's pretty nice to be able to work from home. This is a funny angle. I'm not clear on why. Okay, it's a good shot, but I feel like it would have been a lot easier and safer to just set up for a position in the side pocket. It'll be all tied up again. if you get a second, share the stream for some friends. We got a nice little crowd here. I'd like to, the more the merrier. So, and if you haven't yet, feel free to subscribe, or please subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you haven't. All that would be awesome. Turn on notifications, so I feel like a professional YouTuber. I never say this stuff, but yeah, this room is in action multiple times per week. From what I've seen, I stumbled across this thing a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago, and it's been almost daily that there's been action on this table. You don't want to miss it. Some of it's big. This is not nothing here, but there's been $10,000 each. Each player bet on this stream here in the last week. So, Smurf, I do commentary. I do it, fairly often. I just kind of nudge my way in there and butt my nose into people's business and, hey, man, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind doing it. It's fun for me. When I go back and listen to it, I don't enjoy hearing my voice, but I agree with everything I said. Very good shot. Check that up with a little bit of inside English. Makes the shot a little bit harder to pocket. Looks like he got on the good side of this 3 ball. So the 4, 5, and 6 are all down already. That's unusual. So he's just to pop this over. He didn't get a very primo angle on this. He's going to have to work this cue ball quite a bit, and you definitely want to make sure you hit the center of the pocket, but you need to get your cue ball dug way deep into this corner and back out this way. So it takes a little bit of control when you do that. When you're coming across the line of your next shot, so it makes landing where you need to land a little bit lower percentage. Yeah, he tried to draw straight out of it. That you can pay for it on these pockets. I keep harping on it, but this table plays difficult. If you think these guys suck, you can come and try to play on this table. I mean, you got to be a pretty decent amateur pool player to hang with these guys on this table. But generally speaking, let's say if you're shooting the 8 into this pocket, you kind of want your cue ball when you're playing the last part of your position to run into that line and not across that line like this. That makes it harder to hit the spot you need. So that's just good pattern play and a higher percentage pool. So on this shot lays pretty good for what's called a kick and stick. If I was shooting this, I would shoot up to this end rail here and try to hit this 7 ball coming back and send the 7 this way and leave my cue ball right where the 7 is now. I wouldn't try to cut this ball. You might. I mean, it would be you'd be betting the game on this shot. I wouldn't be willing to do it. This lays really good. What you do is you call this side pocket if you're playing that shot, because this lays good. You have a chance of making it in that side pocket, but it also lays very good for a safety. Looks like he's probably trying to make it or thin the other side of it, which I don't like. He's never going to be behind cover if he hits the left side of this ball. He got close to behind cover. He might have got there. Wow, we got a little help from the template. That was, wow. Okay, when I say never, I mean half the time he's going to be behind cover. That was an amazing shot. He hit that ball incredible. The speed, I think he did get a little bit of help from the template. It kind of kept the cue ball. I don't know. I think I slowed the cue ball down to keep it from bumping the 10 out of the way, but that was an incredible shot and a great result. I don't know. Yeah, so This is about the tangent line between the two balls. So you can only get to the rail about here if I'm seeing this correctly. Oh, you're not seeing the... Never mind, you can't see my drawing on this, but he can only get to about here with the cue ball. So he had to go this way. He may get a little grazed now. He didn't. That was a difficult shot. He was put in a bad spot there. Yep, Magic Rack Jr. Well, I mean, it seemed very low percentage to get behind there, knowing that the 7 ball was coming all the way over to that side of the table. So, yeah, he just got there, but that was an amazing shot. This is what I like right here. This is exactly the way to. This is what I was talking about, because he's going to play the 8 into this pocket. He wants his cue ball to come off the rail and be. So this entire time he's got the correct angle. So when you're coming across your shot, you only have that correct angle for like a foot. So this is the right way to play here. This little smooth. Ooh. So he forgot kind of an important part, but he was really focused on the position. So he played the shot the correct way. Same guy syndrome. This doesn't lay bad, so he's going to thin this ball. He should, just because it's in the jaws, he should be able to hit this ball kind of thin and just send his cue ball back up like this. Don't try to do too much more. Want to hit this ball thin if you don't want to. Oh, okay. He chose a different pace, because see, this is coming across the line, and let's see if he drops his head a little bit with a little closer to the rail you want to be. He's probably going to rub the 9 going past. Let's go back to the overhead view real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna touch the 9 going by. Hopefully that doesn't hurt him. Yeah, Rob Super Chats, what's going on? And it did hurt him. I mean, he's got a shot here, but this is insanely difficult. So he would be doing incredibly well to pocket this ball and get his cue ball like here. That's about as good as you can expect off of a shot like this. If you try for much more, good luck making it. Good luck, whatever. Good luck not scratching, but you just got to try to pocket that ball and hope you can drift across the table. You're not really coming backwards. Look at this. That was a great shot, but it's just about as good as where I was saying. He just hit it pretty firm. $500 subs to enable those features. Okay, yeah. So please subscribe. So this shot is double tough. What you do not want to do is undercut it to the short rail, because you're about guaranteed to leave a shot. So I almost play this shot to miss here. If I hit it bad, I accidentally make it, but you're playing this and running the cue ball back up table. You hit it too hard again. You got to play that kind of pocket speed, but well, that speed, I mean, you got to just kind of roll that ball, I think. I mean, you can go after it, you can rifle it, but the way not to sell out is to get your cue ball up here someplace. It's expensive from this point to race to 8. That was I mean, he made an outstanding shot of the 9 ball, and gave himself a chance, but he left super tough on that 10 ball. It's hard to deal with, but he did hit the 10 ball quite a bit too hard. I just kind of play the shot. I mean, maybe it's a cowardly way to play, but like I said, I just play the shot here for the safety and try to get the 10 ball like no further than here. And if I hit it bad, I make it in the pocket. You know what I mean? I make it in the pocket. Okay. He may try his template rack cheat shot again, sending his cue ball like this. Maybe. Doesn't have to, but seems like he knows the shot, so he's not doing that. Maybe kick and stick or just cutting this ball soft. Oh, okay. Well, that was a great shot. Okay, so there is almost absolutely no way to make a good hit here. I mean, the way is a bunch of spin here, try to spin down, get super lucky. He's going to try to play one for the crowd. I'd be looking to tie up some traffic here. Excellent try. But I would have tried something different. I might have come off the side of the 6 ball and just try to move the 6 to block the 3 a little bit or something like that. Take a foul. I don't know. That was a crap sandwich right there. You don't need to do much more than get next to the 4 ball here. I wouldn't try to get all the way up to the rail. You don't want to fall straight in on this ball. Look at this. This is going to be a mistake. That could have been better. It's probably going to be all right, but he made this a little bit tough on himself. Okay, he did fine. Now he's back in action. He just needs to roll this in, get his cue ball out here someplace. He's going to need a bridge or an extension. Yeah, got on the wrong side of this ball. Shouldn't be a big problem. I mean, can't tell how much angle he has, but he should be able to draw back. I mean, here, something. Even if it's here, it's fine. Okay, now what? Yeah, he may have to come all the way down, so he'd be looking to send his up. Oh, keep forgetting to switch the pointer tool. He'll put a little bit of right English on this. He probably wants to run his cue ball like this. Okay, he did not do that. He's probably going to end up good if he hits his 10 ball. I don't know if he hit it enough. Maybe just. And he can stop his ball. It'll be good. He's not stopping his ball. Looks like he's rolling. Okay, that's good. Yeesh. Was not good position there. I put this in question a little bit. I mean, supposed to make it, but we'll see. No, this is the shot I was describing earlier for Matt though when he played that shot from way uptown. This is difficult. Trying this and missing it is almost a guaranteed loss of game. And just bank this ball like this and like this, you know. Try to control your cue ball a little bit. Try to kill it with a little bit of like check side off the rail or something like that. Or you can thin the other side of it, but you better hit it awfully thin. It's easy to sell out that way. Okay, he played that first shot I described. That's a little too firm. Just a little bit too firm. Still not an easy shot. Not automatic anyway. Should be makeable. Gotta be mindful of the side pocket on the left side. I mean, it's there. A lot of people just play this with low outside draw to dig into this ball and send the cue ball this direction here to be safe, but it's a little bit of a thin cut for that. He looks like he might be putting a touch of inside on it, which puts the corner pocket in question, in play for the cue ball. Oh, okay, he did. Great shot. I probably wouldn't follow it with a touch of right. I don't like playing those shots with inside English if I can avoid it. It introduces friction, which will help you undercut the ball. Kind of hard to aim properly that way. But I think I would have played it the way Rob played it, actually. That just try to get some outside English on it and get over here to this rail and come down. Outside English is called gearing English because the way it comes across the ball, it counteracts the friction. Inside English increases the amount of friction. Not only is the ball crossing over a ball where there's a little point of friction, but the spin adds to that friction. It pushes the ball flatter. So that's just my thing. This is a very good break. Super useful break here. If he can just float out and get his cue ball right about here, he'll be in excellent shape to run some balls. Okay. He didn't wind up with quite the angle he wanted. If he has any angle, he may be able to draw it back, this direction. I mean, I was coming off this ball, but it would have been easier if he had a little bit better angle here. Maybe he's got enough just to punch it to the rail and create that angle. Oh, okay. Better. Maybe it is a decoration. Oh, not anymore. No longer goes with his motif. So if he's trying to punch up above this side, you gotta watch the side pocket here. That's outstanding control right there. One more good one. Still got to hit this good. Pocket doesn't get any bigger on this table than from this angle right here. Great shot. Pretty smooth. Let's step away for a minute. Well, was that a breaking run? Yeah, probably was, right? Yeah, that's 2 in this set for him. I think it's only 2 of the day for him, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But break and run is doing something on this table. Oh, good night, Jim. Good chatting with you. See you next time. Hopefully you'll tune in. Hope you subscribed. Look at this. He's just wide open. Freewheeling now. He'd be doing pretty good here if he could just draw a cross off this ball and nudge that 6 and keep his cue ball out right there. That would be great. Wow. That's just excellent. This one, you want to use more spin, I think, than draw. You need to come off the rail here and then spin back. You're gonna miss the 6 coming out. He's gonna want to come back. So if you draw this too much, you don't want to rub the 6. Oh, just perfect. That's just perfect. This is a little bit less angle than he wanted, but very manageable. It's got a little pop it off the rail some. Oh, you got a lot out of that. Almost. Yeah, that's just ideal. So we're going to see a 2-pack right out of to finish off the set. Well, I'm not saying we're going to, but okay, this is a little bit flat. You may have enough angle just to force it up and come this way, get down past the 9. Looks like that's what he's probably trying to do. Or he could be going 2 rails and trying to come across here. But this is the shot here. Great stroke. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. He would like more than that, but you can't ask for it from where he was. This is pretty thin. He's going to have to go up and back. mean, love to end up about right here. There's one. We needed you a few hours ago, Joey, when we were doing movie quotes from the 80s. Of course, I wouldn't have known any of them from Over the Top, but I remember the movie. I remember the cap spinning around. I just don't remember any of the lines. Not that there were any real good ones. He's missed that. It was a tough shot. He's upset with himself, but I think he got away with it too, probably. Yeah. Matt's going to have to go this way and try to kick this ball. I'd try to kick it and kind of hope my cue ball came back up table here. You'd like to hit this 8-ball thin so it doesn't move very far, but all easier said than done. If you catch the 8-ball too thin, your cue ball probably run into the 9. So he's in a tough spot here. Yeah, he just left an easy shot. That's a bummer. That was a tough spot to be in. Probably going to do it for the set. Stick around, see what they're going to do. Going to entertain us some more.
I was like, I saw that. I was like, he's gonna freaking test it, but it's a heat test. I bet if he misses.
Enjoy all my food. Nope. There we go. Thanks, Navarro. You sure you got to go? Oh, okay. You got to go. All right. Well, it was fun. Thanks for chatting with us. See you next time. You subscribed, right? Right. The last set.
I started thinking about it on the 7 ball. I was like, oh, I don't think I've ever ran 2 in a row. It's your break, man. It's your break, and then it gives you confidence to move on. And then after I banked that one, and I was like, oh, this table was like legs so good. That's the thing you do when you get into a rhythm that's kind of funny. It's only on those. Like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like an aura. I can feel it when I'm on the stream when I'm coming. I'm there. It's fucking crazy. So that was cool. Good job.
There we go. Been breaking great all night. Hopefully it doesn't break too hard. All right. Don't know if he has a shot on the side. He doesn't, but if he wants to get aggressive, he can cross over the face of this and bank the one here. There it is. No position. So he should be probably banking his 2 ball out of here and running the cue ball back down this way. That's what I would assume. Maybe he's banking it. He's just going pure aggro here. Let's see if Matt can punish him for that and get a little respect back here. Rob's feeling real good. Almost had a 2-pack to finish off that set. Been playing really good. They've both been playing well. Rob has been playing as well as I've seen him play, I think, and I've already respected his game. So my dog says hi. That was a great shot. Boy, this is yeah. You can swing the handle of the bridge out to the side, so you're not up over the 8 ball with it, and still use your cue properly. This is going to be tough. Wow. Came with it there. That was a tough shot. Beautiful. Okay, we need a couple more likes, 4 more likes, so Skylar can eat again. Oh, Sky Dog, not Skylar. Okay, needed a little more stroke there. I mean, you don't want to keep shooting shots from 4 feet out. It just gets a little tough to keep coming with these shots on the tight table, but he just needs one more good one. Needs to, well, looks like he's rolling forward, but I think he needs to stop his cue ball. Okay, that'll work. I think he could have just punched it and been all right. Can't tell what he's got for an angle there. So he's almost dead straight in. Not sure what I like here. I almost like drawing back to the rail past this and back up because it's hard to draw your ball 3 inches. You know, there he goes. That's what I like right there. That's a good shot. It looked wild, but it's easier to control your ball that way. Nice out. Great out by Matt. Yeah. Crush that break. Real solid hit. Didn't make anything, but his bridge is unique for breaking 10 ball. It doesn't look like it's planted on the table. He's up on his fingers, almost hanging the cue from his hand a little bit. It's different. Not something that looks terribly stable, but he sure breaks the balls real solid. He'll be getting that back. Yeah. Yeah. Matt didn't even need to get out of his chair to decide that one.
I must know she's supposed to live a thin life. The weird cell being one of the likes that.
Apologize for the dead air. I need snacks almost as much as Sky does. Slightly on the wrong side of this. It makes this kind of that's probably smart. Accept a little bit more of a shot here. But if he could float this in and get about back where he is right now, he'd be pretty happy. Well, he went 2 rails. He's going to overrun this a little bit and probably get hooked. Probably too thin for him to have floated it the way I was suggesting, though. So it was a great try, great pot, good cue ball path. Just overran it by maybe 2 feet after traveling 20 something. Fortunately, left a pretty easy starter for Rob. Rob needs to draw this back a good foot or so. Pretty good. Probably like to draw this back and have about the same angle he has now. He'll be a little further away, but I felt like it just got a little bit tough. Another great shot. Basically a perfect angle here. Just needs to pop this off the rail. He'd like to be off the rail just a touch farther than the 6 is now. That'll be fine. He's lined up with the opening of the side pocket, so that's as good as being off the rail further. Yeah, I know what you mean, Matt. Oof. Not quite. I really don't really have any idea what Rob's age is, to be honest with you. I'm curious. Somewhere between 25 and 50. Hard to tell. I'm guessing he's pretty young, probably in his 30s, I would guess. Be doing something here if he makes this and gets position. It's kind of a big stroke. Got a great position. This is a pretty long, not the easiest shot in the world for Matt, but you really only need to make it and worry about your speed. You don't have to manipulate the angle of the cue ball in any way. It's coming naturally back to somewhere about where it is now. Just making it's hard. Well, the good news is that this isn't that easy. Nice smooth stroke. You could get there. Nice big draw stroke. We should probably. Is he going forward? It's a little surprising. I think. Yeah. Okay. It'll draw this ball. Pretty sure. Well, looks like he's. I'm gonna watch with the rest of you. I don't know what he's doing. A little of both. What if Robinson continued to complain about how lucky Matt misses all night long? It's been like 20-1. Rob missing good and Matt missing bad. Oof. Well, this might turn out all right. Funny angle. Doesn't really want to bank cross-side. I don't know. He's probably gonna just bank the 9 ball down to here, I guess. Just leave it long on the rail. Unless he's trying to rifle it in, pinch it. Oof, he over pinched it.
Stop it and shoot that hard cut shot on the 8. I would have over. I would have banked it. But I would have tried to bank it. No, I'm talking about way back when I had the 8-1. I just need to make the 7. Yeah. I got straight in on the 8, but I jawed it. Yeah. I had to cheap pocket on that shot. It was straight fucking in. It's just like a minuscule angle. It's like anywhere else, the game's over. Like all over.
All right. Sorry, stepped away for a second. Meanwhile, overcuts that ball. Scottish Smurf, the highest Fargo rating that anybody has is right about 850. I could look that up right now. As a matter of fact, I think Joshua Filler is still the highest rated player in the world. He was, let's see here. Oh, I've been. Joshua Filler is the highest rated player in the world at 861. Fedor Gorst is behind him at 850. Ko Ping Chung, 848. Uh-oh. Ko Ping Yi, 848. Shane Van Boning, 846. Yeah, I could keep reading, but yeah, they're 861. Who's got the highest Fargo in the chat? If there's Fargo rated players in the chat, I assume there's got to be some out of the 63 people. Nice shot. He called that bank. Joey. What's Joey's Fargo? Nice out here so far. Just needs to keep it together for a couple more shots. Shouldn't be a problem. Joey Bada Bing, where you at? What's your Fargo? Cool. Thank you. Okay, pretty good break. 5's a problem. got a little bit of angle here. You don't want to draw this ball because they get fine. I think you might have to go forward and maybe just run into 6. Yes, HR bigs. It will be the last set regardless. Okay, that's pretty good. Well, I think that's probably going to be the end of the run. If you could have rolled up another 6-8 inches, he would have had a chance to come through here and break this out off the shot. I don't think he has the angle to run into anything here. Looks like he's going to try. Oh, that's not good. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'm in love with this. It's pretty good. Good hit. Decent result. So Rob is going to have to, well, I don't know what he can possibly dig down and get his cue ball going back this way, but it's easier the way he's looking. He would like to probably get up here and play the short side. I think if you try to get too crazy, well, maybe he might really be able to get into this without touching the 8 ball and get over here. So it's gonna be the way to go. I'd load this up with some left English. Got to make it. It's off the rail a little bit, so that's that side pocket was a danger. Not necessarily scratching, although that was a possibility. But if you catch the point, obviously you're not going to get position. He caught the near side point, and it actually helped him quite a bit. He doesn't have much of an angle here. He may, well, he's going to draw this out 2 rails. This is another one of those risky ones where you can miss the ball pretty easy trying to create the angle you want. But he needs to pull this out quite a bit to the middle of the table. Just about there. I mean, this is slightly more difficult than that, but it's got to make a little shot. Just playing super tough. If he has a little bit of angle, he can go forward, which it looks like he does. He's going to want to go here, and back out this way with his cue ball with a lot of high left. Pretty good. It's honestly, he probably would have liked it to stop a little bit shorter. He's got to force this off the rail a touch. He's going to have to punch it in. And I mean, he'd like to get his cue ball to come out at least like this far. It's not that easy. If his cue ball was here now, it'd be considerably easier. So he just overran that just a touch. Where are you located, Jackie? You a Utah person as well? Seems like you know some of these folks, but I'm guessing you're in Utah. Okay, a little bit of distance here. Just got to make one more nice shot. Oh, no. Yeah, he's frustrated. Oh, that was a critical deal. But God, these tables just they play so difficult that those shots just use up a lot of bandwidth. You know, this is the 6th set. We've been here for, I don't know, 10 hours maybe, almost 10 hours, and you know, you get mentally drained. You use a lot of concentration to bear down and keep your mechanics together and try to make these shots. And this table punishes you for the slightest mistake. So it can be frustrating. I get it. I was talking much earlier, about playing the Ghost. The Ghost is a great form of practice, and that'll bring this level of frustration out of you. You know, I play a version of the Ghost where I don't just try to win or lose games. You know, I'm trying to beat the Ghost in a race, but to score points. I play the 10 ball Ghost. You break, you take ball in hand, and you get a 1 point for every ball you make. And you play 10 racks. So the best you can do is 100 points. So you're always trying to improve your score. And when you're failing at it, it pisses you off, just like you saw Rob. It'll make you feel the same way. So the Ghost is, you know, it's not a drill. It's not going to help you with your stroke. You already kind of need to have one before you start playing it, but it'll mimic the pressure conditions of competition, because you don't want to dog it. You don't want to run a bad score. You don't want to fail. So it puts that same kind of pressure where you want to bear down. It's just like that 10 ball, you know, and when you make mistakes, you'll have that exact same reaction playing the Ghost. It's very good practice for competition if you're by yourself. I'd even be better than when you're by yourself, because, you know, there's no safeties or any of that. So you gotta, that'll show you what your true kind of run out ability is. You know, if you don't have run out ability, then it's gonna be a tough game. I shot a good score one time and haven't really got that close to it since. I shot an 83 playing that game one time, and I mean, I think the next best is probably like a 73 or 74 maybe. But it's, you know, getting past 65 is you know, not that easy for me. But it means you run 6.5 balls on average every turn of the table. It's not bad. Of course, I don't play it on a table this tough. I've only ever played it on like a 4.5-inch pocket diamond. So this one be a miracle if I crack 60. Somehow I have a higher score playing the 10 ball Ghost than I do the 9 ball Ghost. I'm not sure how that works. More traffic, more difficult break, more clusters. I think I will ever run a. Rob needed that if he wants to come out winner after all this time. Not sure what he's going to do for position here. This is a little tricky. You got to. If it was me, I think I would try to run forward, get my cue ball very close to that long rail, leave myself that angle for the 7 ball to where my cue ball is coming out like this, and I would try to fall in here. This is probably better if he can reach it. So now he can draw in here. This is good. You got to hit it pretty good though. You got to put a nice little smooth stroke on it. Otherwise, it punches and wants to come this way. So wisely, he's gone and grabbed his extension. He's not shooting with his. Rob is up one set. Joey. This doesn't look like he's drawing very much. He's punching across. Wow. Excellent result. Came down close to scratching. I thought that with a smooth stroke, he could have drawn to this area here, even without risking being behind the 9 or the 10. Well, he could have risked being behind the 10, but probably not the 9. This is a little straight. He may have to draw this to play it in the same pocket. Not something you want to do if you have the option. Okay, that's just okay. He's a little shorter than he wanted to be. This is a missable shot. It's also makeable. I don't think there's any scratch on the side, but so we'll see here. See if I can get the overhead view. Nah, no scratch on the side. This shouldn't be a big. You just got to get down and make this. Don't hit it too hard because it'll find that upper or the lower left corner of our screen here, but you shouldn't need to hit it that hard. Okay. He's not going to be happy. I can hear him. I don't know if you guys can hear their microphones in the background. I can hear them. He said he didn't even think about that corner or hadn't considered it or whatever. Yep. Ouch is right. Seems to have kind of got an adrenaline dump, or maybe, this is a long day of pool. Again, I don't know how old Rob is. Matt is probably he's got to be very close to my age. I know that 10 hours of straight playing pool would be taxing on me for sure. I've played, when I was a little younger, I'd play for 13, 14 hours, no problem. But I'm tired just sitting here watching it. I can say that. I can feel it in my back just sitting in this chair for this long. So being up there, walking around the table, using all that focus and energy, it's a lot. This game is not just physical. There's a lot of concentration involved to play this game properly. That's not good. I think he's hooked. Maybe he's got the edge. Oh yeah, good shot. Okay. Could have used another foot of roll that or so. Fortunately, I believe the 9 ball would protect him from scratching if he decides to try to stun this ball over. Yeah, he's not doing that. He's going forward. I don't know where he's trying to get. I would think Matt's got it. Oh, Matt, you think Rob is older than Matt? Matt's 55, I think, or something like that. If I remember the conversation correctly, I'm not saying he looks that, but I would be shocked to find out Rob is older than 55. It is hard to tell, though. You know what I mean? He's got look about him like he's been outdoors a lot, like been out in the sun or whatever. But he looks like he could still be in his 30s to me. Obviously, he's physically fit. Oh, so he's only like 39. Okay. I thought you said you were 55. I could be wrong. Maybe I was talking to somebody else. Somebody told me they were 55. I'm not. Okay. Oh, he's 46. Well, then he wasn't born. He was born in 77, maybe, or 1980. I caught somebody's nerve with that one. 50. So apparently, Matt is not 55. I was talking to somebody else. Somebody I was talking to, chatting with, told me they're 55. Apparently, it wasn't him. My mistake. That's a good shot. Very similar to that one he played earlier. Trust me, 55, even 55 doesn't make you a bad person. I hope. Because I don't think 30. Okay, my bad. I wasn't guessing basically. I thought I could have sworn you told me that. Just from the forehead up. Yeah. Okay. So Rob is. I feel so fortunate that I didn't say I'd be shocked to find out Rob was younger than Matt. I just said I should be shocked to find out he was 55. Okay, look at this one. Oh, that might be good. Oh, I haven't. If I was supposed to be keeping track of that, I failed. All I can tell you for sure is that if you want to win this set, you need to make more. You need to increase your average per turn at the table. I might try to drop in for the 7 in the left-hand side from here. Just a little 2 rails forward. Try to get near that diamond. Okay, you went around. That was okay. Good shot. I was worried about that. It's got the option of kind of trying to get somewhere near the spot or in line with the spot to play the 8 in that side past the 9 or go all the way around. Yeah. Right in line with the spot. This is good. I think he's even on the correct side of it. He could stop this and still be all right, but he'd like to stun over to his left, pass straight in on the 9 if possible, but may not be able to afford to risk shooting the ball that hard. Okay. This is okay. You can put either English on this. You can play it right English on it, go 2 rails, hit the long rail, or just come left English and come straight back up. Looks like you just came straight back up. We've climbed up to 439 subscribers during this stream. I don't recall exactly where we started, but I wonder if we could get to 450 with one big push here. Great stroke. Is rewarded with another difficult position shot. At least difficult to get away from the short rail here. Might have to just accept it from far away. It looks like he's going to draw again. This is dangerous. Oh, good shot. They have both tried on numerous occasions to create an angle that wasn't there. And when you load up a ball of spin and hit it hard, it squirts. It deflects off your cue and shoots offline. Plus, just shooting that hard makes it difficult to maintain accuracy. So they could both afford to remember that you just got to take what these tables give you, especially these tighter ones, the 4 1/4 inch pockets. You can't cheat the pockets much. You can't force angles that aren't there. You just got to play the angle you got and decide. There's only a limited path the cue ball can travel on. You got to find somewhere along that path where you can make a ball into one of the pockets. You can't try to force your ball to get it to the pocket you want. You have to kind of take what it gives you. When you try to force it, that's what happens. You keep rattling balls out. Another beauty by Rob there. He really does swing the cue pretty straight when he's not trying to force an angle, when it even elevated. So he's obviously very adept at keeping his tip near the middle of the cue when he needs to and swinging the cue straight, and that's a big deal, especially when you're elevated like that. When you're coming down on the ball with the cue in a little bit of a downward position, and any side spin becomes like a masse. It'll swerve the cue ball. You can't. If you're elevated, you have to keep your tip as close to the center of the cue ball as you can, at least the vertical center line of the cue ball. There was a second there, a rack or two ago, when Rob kind of sat, he wasn't very happy with himself, and he sat there and looked almost like he was going to resign himself to breaking even here, but he's, digging deep and finding it again. He's a grinder. I keep saying that, but he has a bunch of fight in him. new world record for the longest time saying not much of anything of value. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That shot right there was not as easy as it looked to roll a ball with that kind of inside spin. You got to hit it nice and accurately. And that spin wants to throw the ball offline a little bit. Here we go. He's looking good. He's going to need to find something to do with the 6 ball. He can probably get it in the side from somewhere about where he is now, maybe a little closer to his hand. So that'll be fine. He just has to get correct on the 5 to get that angle. So he's going to have to go forward here, hit the long rail, and spin out with left English to get there. He's probably going to hit the rail over here, and he's going to want to spin down to try to get it somewhere about here. A little short. That's okay. The problem with this. Oh, okay. Well, that was a very smart shot to use that 10 ball to. I thought he was going to be shooting the 7 from the angle down here where the 10 ball is. And that would have been a little bit difficult to keep the 7 on the right half of the table as we're looking, but he's done really well now. He would have loved for that to come out more out this area right here. Now he's probably going to have to. He may dig in and try to draw his ball this way around the 9, or he can stun this with just a little bit of left and try to come up here. But this would have been easier from much straighter on this ball. Okay, so he's going to the long rail, 2 rails up to the middle. That's a little bit soft. He didn't hit that hard enough. Okay, this is a big shot. He's going to have to hit this hard. He's going to have to put kind of a lot of left English on it. He wants his cue ball. His cue ball wants to go this way, but he needs to force it to go this way and back with the left. So this is a difficult shot to pocket. He's going to have to hit it hard. He's going to have to load it up with a little bit of spin. This will be a good shot. Very nice. Didn't need to hit it quite as hard as I was imagining he would, but hit it very well nonetheless. I think that was a break and run again. So he's broken run about 4 times here in the last set and a half. Pretty strong. And I don't think I'd seen him break and run prior to that. I know that he has, but I mean, I would bet that he has plenty of times, but I haven't. I'm sure that I've seen it since I've been watching him. Oh, that bump on the from the 2 ball to the 1 was massive. I don't know that this. I don't think the 2 ball will pass the 7 here, so he's got something to do. If he can draw back out here somehow, that would be great. Looks like he's firing at this. He's going to have to draw across over here and back across. Really nice shot. He got a very good angle here too. Real natural. Same type of shot. Maybe not quite as, obviously not quite as hard, but this cue ball just can't wait to go over here. So that's exactly where it wants to go. Going to leave a shot for Matt with about the perfect angle to come around for a good shape on this 5 ball. This cue ball is going to come here. Yeah. Probably like it to actually be to fall in right about here. That's a little bit easy. Okay. Not bad. You just got to draw into this 10 ball and move it out of the way. You don't want to creep in and get behind it somehow. So just put a nice little stroke on this. Should be fine. Damien. Do I know Damien? Okay, so he's looking to try to creep in behind the 7 ball here. That would have been very delicate. Oh, Damien Pongpiak or something like that. I can't remember. Pongpiak. Yeah, solid player. Well, I mean, I wonder if he's going to try to bank this. Pretty good position, I guess. If he banks this, I could see his cue ball coming somewhere up here. But not saying that's the shot. I didn't realize Damien was located in Utah. I thought he was out in California for at least for a while. That's a much better shot. Iron Mike Louse. I'll take it. I don't know. I was kind of attached to Off-White Mike, but Iron Mike Louse sounds pretty good too. Oh, okay. Up in your neck of the woods, Patrick. Thank you. Cool.
Rob. Come on, bro.
I know Damian Alashon really well. He was a California guy, Victorville, then LA area somewhere. Yeah, I've known him since he was running around with Nick Spano, and they were basically teenagers. They were hanging around with John Schmidt back in the day, running around. It was they they used to lovingly refer to him and Nick as Beavis and Butthead, but both really good players. Damien is also fun to talk to, hang around. He's got some funny stories. He, he delivers them in a great way. Very similar to John Schmidt. Schmidt's funny as hell. John Schmidt was in the chat here earlier today. Wow. What a monster shot. Got a good roll there. Probably, well deserved. Pretty sure that I would just cut this in with a touch of right and just try to bring my cue ball here. Don't try to do too much. I don't like trying to do all this business. Might be tempting. That'll work too. Now you just need to mind your speed because your cue ball is going to be coming here and it's going to be coming back this direction, I believe. So you don't want to overhit it and just scratch. You don't want to rub off the 10 and scratch. You just got to be careful a little bit. He's overcut that. He should be able to just spin this in, twist it with a little bit of right English, and get his cue ball back in the neighborhood where it is now would be acceptable. I would go as far as to call it really good. Okay, that didn't happen. This isn't bad. I like a little bit of above center stun. I don't like just rolling this ball and trickling it. I like driving it to the pocket. Good shot, though. He was more comfortable rolling it.
In my head, I go, oh yeah, your favorite shot. Man, I hate it when I do that. I do the same thing. I did that earlier in this set one.
I bet we could get to 50 likes before this is over. Should be pretty easy. $46 now. I'd love to get to 450 subscribers. Only 10 more subscriptions. 4 more likes. That'll be good. Don't make me go get Sally Struthers and put her on. Oof. Victor. Who's Victor? Well, pretty sure I like coming in this way and trying to blast this ball up here someplace and hope my cue ball comes back down. Yep. Oh, cuckoo. Okay. Oh, just one rail. Speaking of t-shirts, I'm hoping that I earned an 11 ball TV 2X today. That'd be nice. Oh boy. This is pretty thin here to be controlling the cue ball. I think I like just rolling up and burying this cue ball in the back of the 6 from here. Golly, he hits those good. Thank you so much. Well, if he can get this one down, he's going to end up with some sort of a shot. Oh, he's cutting that way. Okay. I would probably go the other way and try to come around the 5 ball. That's that's good speed, I think. Yeah, that's good speed. No. I don't think I like trying to make this. There's like coming across it, running my cue ball down this way. Well, it's because I don't know anything. I figured he'd be hitting the other side of the 9 ball and getting trapped behind the 8, but that worked out real nice. I wonder if the 7 passes the 8 the side here. Sure does. Really nice. I'm glad somebody was on my side there because I was seeing that wrong. Shot here looks like you want to kind of go swing it around 3 rails. Just I'd be careful if how you interfere with the 9 if you try to do that. Doesn't look like he's doing that. Maybe he's stunning up and back. He's just drawing up to the rail. Ooh. You decelerated a little bit on that shot and just let up on the stroke. You didn't get through the ball the way you needed to. Huh? Just 2 more good shots. That's all you need to not let your opponent get on the hill. Well, not the worst leave I've ever seen. I just send the 8 ball here, my cue ball. Oh, he's playing the. I try to send the cue ball like this, but he's playing the bank shot. He's going aggressive. It's all right. This one, it's that easy. You might as well. That was pretty gutsy because, if Rob was to get to 4 here, then it would become a close match again. A great shot there. All right. To end up even after all this, it's almost going to be upsetting.
Well, I thought you were gonna hit the rail and come back out, which I think is what you're trying to do. No, I wanted to come here, and here. center ball. Oh, what was the ball count was that? God damn it. Fucking ball count. That's 3 and
Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind. Okay, well, this is pretty natural. I like trying to bank my one ball here, and you drag your cue ball over here. He's good. Needs to be below center for that. He's not. Well, if I know Rob, this is going to be bank cross side. Nope. Don't know him. Never met the guy. Got to think this will be a jump cue. Trying to make out what they're listening to in the background. Sounds like something I might like. This is an interesting choice. I'm pretty sure I would just set the cue ball on this rail and go up here. Okay, I get it now. He wants to hurt his feelings with another 3 foul. Hasn't not happened yet. I mean, there is a way to scratch off a hit here. Great shot. So he does have the correct sort of angle. He might, if he can draw his cue ball back over here someplace, that'd be ideal. I don't know what I would do here. I don't see a pocket you can get to from here. Well, not real easily anyway. Can you just go into the 7? No. Decided to. Yeah. Does that pass? Yeah, I guess it probably does. Maybe. If it does, you got almost the perfect angle on it. Let's stun your cue ball up like this. Guess you might call that a draw. Very nice. That was a great shot. You would like to let his cue ball go forward just a little bit here. Like 3 inches would be great. That's fine. Now he's probably going to just have to go up to the top rail and back down. Have to come off maybe just the center of the rail up there. Looks like about the perfect angle from where I'm sitting. That's a little firm. No, not bad. Not bad. All right. Well, very good playing by both gentlemen. It was a long day of pool. Had a lot of fun with it. Broke dead even. One game for 500. Let's see it. All right. Well, probably not. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I'm not sure what the plan is. I'm just going to hang out here for a minute. If you click that subscribe button on your way out and a like, we'll take that. Appreciate it very much. It almost sounds like they're talking about doing something. I don't see cues being unscrewed yet. Well, it's kind of signed off, I guess. Well, I want to thank Rob for having me. Thanks to these two guys for entertaining us all day. My pleasure, Rob. I'll talk to you next time. I'm going to sign off. Thank you again, once again, everybody, for joining us and for participating in the chat and for subscribing and hitting the like button. We appreciate all of that. Helps the channel a lot. Rob would like to turn this into something special, so he's thank you, Jackie, putting his money on the line on a daily basis to provide fun content for us to watch, us pool junkies. So it's been a lot of fun. Hope I get to come back and do it again. We'll talk to you all soon. Good night.